Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy. Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
The role of a forum that is discussing about these topics throughout the 3 days, today, tomorrow, and Saturday. We have built a program that is trying through the most appropriate speakers to focus on all these matters. That is the next day of regional growth and even beyond. Furthermore, I would like to stress two main characteristics of this conference: the content and synergies. When it comes to content, lately, and especially today, we have added very significant, rather, research that has been conducted by eminent organizations that will be presented. Eliamep, IOVE, Vianeusis, Institute One, the Institute of Regional Policies, will produce and will present research about different topics, as I mentioned before. A decade ago, the Peloponnese took the initiative to create this platform of dialogue that has as a focus regional growth. Today, we feel more justified than ever because we believe that it is of very importance and we become a melting pot, a meeting point for all stakeholders to exchange. To us, this is a very important joy, but also a very important challenge so that we can continue each year to have a more qualitative job. By way of conclusion, I would like to thank you all. Too many are the ones that have contributed to the creation of this conference. First of all, I would like to thank Regional Governor, Mr. Farmakis, who doesn't only contribute when it comes to co-organization, but he also contributes with his personal involvement, his view, which is the most important thing of all. Deeply, I would like to thank the three universities that have their seat in our territory: Patras, the Peloponnese, and the Greek Open University, because in many different ways they have contributed to this conference. But also, I would like to thank you for the Spring School that is taking place at the same time along with our conference and gives knowledge to the students that are interested in these topics. I would also like to thank the many different actors, the think tanks, and the sectors and the different bodies that convene here. I mentioned to some of them earlier, of course, our sponsors and the co-sponsors of communication. Let me come to the end by saying that this conference is broadcasted through the internet, but also there is a broadcast from Ionian TV, which we would like to deeply thank. At this point, I would like to invite Regional Governor, Mr. Nektarios Farmakis, to address the conference. Please, you have the floor, Regional Governor. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Conference of Regional Growth of 2023, the well-established and significant step of dialogue that is taking place yearly in Patras and embraces the totality of the country. However, a country that for the last 15 days is experiencing a big shock. The tragedy in Tempe, the railway tragedy, has put some clouds on the Greek sky, which is taken for granted. And this is valid for our territory, for all of us, but also for this conference, which I really feel that has an added role, as through its works, it can and it should develop a substantial dialogue for Greece that we deserve, and not about Greece that crushes us and hurts us. Coming here today, I was thinking that the Regional Growth Conference is taking place in the campus of Patras, here where the heart beats, the heart of the biggest hope in our country beats, for our homeland, our youth, that is. A place full of young children, full of virtue, talent, and of course dreams. So it is our duty, the duty of all of us, not just institutionally, but age-wise, is to give to these children the possibility to highlight the virtues and the possibilities they have, pave the way so that the talents and their skills could create true avenues for the future. And to do so, we must put an end with our old bad self. Prove altogether our society, as a state overall, that we can learn from errors, that we can really deliver a country that will be more beautiful, more powerful, and safer, and mainly a homeland in which the crony system, the mindset of doing the last, the minimum rather, will be obsolete. I feel, and I think this can be shared by everybody, I feel that we have lots of job to do. I feel that during the last years, significant steps have been taken, but daily we see that this does not suffice. We do not deserve to stop, not even for one single moment, and believe that we've made it. Because local authorities, as an institution of democracy, is close to the citizen, and it should play a key role when it comes to the big qualitative change that we need to bring all together, all of us. It is the institution that better understands, compared to anybody else, the needs of the society. Then, knowing the efforts that you are all making, the mayors and, of course, the regional authorities, we know which efforts are they. The efforts to work day and night for the progress of our society. There is a duty to claim and pave the way to the central authorities so that we can achieve the title of our regional growth conference. What is that? That is regional growth. Because my simple view is that Greece will change to the better only if we achieve truly development in the Greek regions. Of course, as a rep of a region that for many, many years was quite poor and isolated, staying tragically stagnant in a need that others progressed, I feel that I can truly say that no organization may work well if all the other cells work equally properly. And a cell of this country is every village, every town, from Ormenio to Gavdo, and from Othonous to Castellorizo. Let us all use these 3 days conference that lies ahead and the works of this conference for a substantial and sincere dialogue that will touch upon the true needs of the society and will look into the eyes towards a better future. Unfortunately, during the last years, we can see different crises, and from one adventure we go to the other. But these should not and will not be any type of justification or pretext. In no case shall we succumb. In no case shall we be defeated. On the contrary, we have many more reasons to aspire even better results. During the last 3.5 years, in the region of Western Greece, we tried daily to overcome ourselves and for our job to produce tangible results for all. We truly are proud because there are objective elements and measurable things that show that we have managed to do a lot. I will not argue any further with the numbers, says the speaker, but all data and numbers show that these 1,200 days that elapsed were truly important because there was a struggle with deprivation and the extraordinary conditions that prevailed. However, this period did not come in vain. We won too many things in a region that until recently took 2 steps backwards and 1 forward. The enemy of the good is the better. For each inch won, it is proven that there are 10 more inches and 10 more steps to be taken. Western Greece, obviously, is not where we want it to be, where it must be, where it deserves to be. The job is the foundation on which we're working about Western Greece for the next 5 years. We overcame already problems and thorns of the past. We channeled all pending projects and we put ahead new projects. We were by the local economy, the local society, with all our forces to overcome the dire straits of the pandemic, and then we materialized the intra-regional balance, equality, and extroversion. That is why right now
conference trying in a way to help as much as they can. Congratulations to all those who have worked for this conference, which is organized as everything in our country under the shadow of the tragedy at Tempe that cost the life of 57 people. A tragedy, the research of which, in order to find the responsible agents is a challenge. Truth is part of our society, and it actually supports trust of the citizens to the state. In a day of protests, society expresses its sorrow and raises a question about our collective future. And there is this request in form of question: what country do we want to live in? We don't want a country of wishful thinking. We want a measurable country that can be able to achieve whatever it aims at. That is the request of all. We need to change to the benefit of society and our country. That is what is at stake in the forthcoming elections. This is something that we need to, all of us, think and rethink, focusing on public policies at a level of central or regional governance. That is the focal point, and all of us need to participate in the public dialogue. We have, as a party, submitted our proposals, and we want to be assessed by the citizens. As such, we want to be solutions that talk about dignity, to talk about decrease of inequalities, eradication of injustices, and of course growth that will include all regions of the country. Regional growth is not a dream. A new narrative is important, not with one or two pillars around Athens or popular activities like tourism, but a multi-pillar model adjusted to the profile of the country. We as a party are well known for our reforms. We have supported regional development. Western Greece, for us, recently became a model of growth with ancient Libya as its focal point. And growth is always a topic of discussion after all these years of crisis. And the past is here to teach us about the mistakes. And we have understood that we need to quit the collective governance. We need to have a state responsible and effective without sacrificing anything. A modern state guarantees the freedoms of the citizens, plans, designs, and does not support favoritism. And local authorities, of course, should be supported in order to help the central state implement its policies. Looking into the future, we need to assure that growth is not for the few but for everyone. That is why we need to have a social state, regulate labor market, support cohesion away from the experiments of self-regulation of the market that actually shake the edifice of global society. So what kind of growth do we want? Only the one measured via statistics, or with a social footprint, a growth that will help everybody move forward, or a growth that is supported on failed investments, growth that is supported only by real estate. What do we want? We all agree in that. We have local and foreign investments, productive ones. We want an inclusive growth that will combine innovation with social justice. And here we understand the critical role of the universities, Greek universities that remain extrovert and prove that they can actively participate in the Greek growth, supporting thus startups. In order to have regional growth, we need to have people in the regions that will allow the citizens to live in dignity. We understand that now the regions do suffer from deficits in various sectors. We need to take steps forward. We need to assure and take advantage of all the European resources, the RRF above all, which is an opportunity for our country to have a social budget as it has to. When we talk about regional growth, we should understand it as a growth of the regions as organic units, but also growth and development of all businesses in the regions that support this regional development and growth. This is a national effort that no citizen is justified to live to be set aside. With these few remarks, I would like to thank once again for the invitation. I wish you all the best with the conference. I am sure that the speakers will contribute and the conclusions will be useful to all of us. Thank you all very much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Malafekas, head of the Chamber of Patras. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Minister, MPs, regional governors, ladies and gentlemen, after a 10-year crisis that has made a lot of SMEs suffer, now we had this health crisis that crushed our economy. Sectors have suffered with chain reactions to other sectors of the economy, so entrepreneurship sought and keeps seeking flexibility. Our region suffered a lot of losses in manufacturing and in commerce, which means that we were deprived at local level a lot of revenues. In this environment, we are invited to think of the future, which is full of challenges, mainly for Greek SMEs, and because those are the ones that will bear the burden of adjustment to new conditions. The challenges are numerous, and I would like to mention the main three ones. The first is the fast pace of technology that will make businesses modernize in order to remain sustainable and competitive in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. Energy crisis is number two, as interventions in the environment from traditional forms of fuel are prohibited. Climate change, the consequences come faster than expected. Here I would like to say that I believe that the next big crisis will be in Europe mainly, the green growth, as we want to call it, since Europe, even though it has 7% of global footprint on the planet, is invited to become a leader of change, which means non-competitive products and services compared to other continents, and we need to be cautious and careful. In order to face these challenges, we need tools, knowledge, that is, information, culture of cooperation, long-term planning, easy access to investment capital, and of course a steady business environment. This conference, organized by Peloponnesos newspaper, is an important institution, a forum promoting dialogue that can promote good practices in the aforementioned topics. The personalities, speakers invited will contribute to that direction, and the conclusions will be to the benefit of all, not only the region of Patras. So I hope that the outcomes of this conference become a reality and not just remain in our drawers. Thank you very much.
The last address will be remotely by Mr. Apostolos Gigi Kostas, Regional Governor of Central Macedonia, President of the European Committee of the Regions. Let us watch the video, please.
Ναι. Ένα θέμα με τον κύριο Τζιτζικώστα.
There's an issue with Mr. Costas. He's in a plenary, so please let us move on with our conference. We stay, or rather, there will be a short break
Το πάνελ και πάμε
to fix the panel, and then we can move on with our sessions. Thank you. Enjoy the break.
πίσω ό,τι ξέρω. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, so let's start this roundtable debate. It is about the future of cohesion policy, the regional policy that is going from the European Union via the member states in the shared management responsibility and with the involvement of the regions to the citizens to actually make sure that investments are taking place across Europe. So this is the session. We're going to have lots of very, very important speakers on the subject, in presence but also online. But before we go into that particular session with the opening by me, the Commissioner, Mrs. Elisa Ferreira, I am giving the floor first, because there was a bit of a delay, Mr. Gigi Kostas Apostolos, the President of the Union of the Regions in Greece, will be introducing. Yes, Mr. Gigi Kostas is here. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, your governors, mayors, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person because I am in Brussels for the plenary of the European Committee of the Regions. Unfortunately, I'm pretty happy because we are in a region which is a model, the region of Western Greece, which with significant projects that are taking place in your land changes the everyday life of your citizens, creates the prerequisites for growth. And I would dare to say that the region of Western Greece is in good hands. The Pharmakis administration has proven, not just in Greece, but also outside Greece, that has the knowledge, the competence, but also the will to take the region ahead. That's why I'm pretty happy, because once again, I am with you in an evolving institution. I would like to thank you for that. However, we are today in the shadow of the tragedy that is lived by our country, that is quite unfair. Some fellow citizens did one thing, travel by train. Throughout the world, it is considered to be the safest way of traveling. It's something that has truly crushed us. And our thinking lies within the families that will never see their own people, and with the fellow citizens that bodily and mentally are trying to get over it. There are no words to describe. These tragedies should never have taken place, and such a national tragedy should never happen again. And of course, nothing should stay unresponded. Everything must change. Ladies and gentlemen, we must invest. We must invest in a substantial way in our infrastructure. We show that due to this accident, we must improve that, upgrade and extend, because infrastructure improve the quality and the safety, but also it is the foundation for every growth effort. All these years, through a huge turmoil and crisis, subsequent crisis that is, the 13 regions of the country worked in a very cohesive way, using timely and proper resources by implementing different ways, from infrastructure to schools, universities, businesses, but also hospitals, strengthening the most crucial time the public health system with a modern medical equipment and ancillary personnel. All the previous years, in all these crises, the 13 regions of our country, the institution that is closer to the citizens gave solutions. They run projects, and many times they were invited to meet needs that extend even beyond their mission. So looking towards the past, but mainly looking into the future and the big challenges that lie ahead, I can tell you in a certain way that regions have all the different possibilities and the comparative advantages to become today the pillars of a new growth and productive course of this country and become the institutional bodies of a decentralized model of operation for the state. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you before, I am in Brussels right now, where the European Committee of the Regions will sign with the competent Commissioner, Elisa Ferreira, whom we will listen in a bit, the official renewal of our cooperation that we have named Alliance for Cohesion. It is about the resources through which the 13 regions of this country will build new schools. They can deliver modern equipment in hospitals. They will guarantee the operation of hundreds of structures throughout the country. They will be there to support the vulnerable groups, the female population against violence. We're talking about the European resources that are turned into measurable projects by the regions. Apart from cohesion, if you think about it, 90% of actions on the environment and tackling climate change, 60% of public investment, 30% of public expenditure, and overall 70% of all actions in the EU are implemented today by the regions and municipalities. So regions and municipalities are part of the daily routine of the citizens. They can listen and they can meet the true needs. They can design and implement policies following a bottom-up approach based on the comparative advantages and priorities of each region. Therefore, today is a day to build something new, to build something more stable. By changing each place, and likewise, we can change all the country. Through partnership, through trust, and common goal, our regions, along with the central political scene, the different institutions of this homeland, we must build Greece for the next day. This is the time to take now bold decisions, and mainly for us to go to the model of regional and local governance. Ladies and gentlemen, a country, and this is what we need. This country is what we must build, a country that will not hurt us, but that will inspire us. A modern Greece, with the Greek regions being the frontliner. We can do it, and we will do it. Thank you so much for your attention, this invitation to be with you.
Thank you very much, President Tzitzikostas. The words that you have said, of course, introduce very well the cohesion debate that we're going to have, because the whole session is about the future of cohesion policy. You mentioned that 70% of the legislation is actually implemented by the regions, and it's now the moment to discuss about the future cohesion policy as it is, or reform, and reformed how, and what budget will be allocated to this cohesion policy in the future EU budget debate that has already started. So this is a very important moment in time to actually make this discussion, and it's a very important moment in time to reflect with all the regions, because I think the regions in Greece and across Europe have been absorbing a lot of the structural funds appropriation, so they've been using these funds to the profit of the citizens. So we need to see then how we can use this policy and use it in the future as well, keep it in the future, because it's currently at risk. It has always been at risk every time we discuss budget, and it's now this time again at risk. We'll say in a moment why, what are the strengths, what are the difficulties, and how we can make sure actually that we can all work together to continue with this shared management, shared responsibility of the EU resources towards the EU citizens. So without any further ado, I think we need to have now the video of Commissioner Elisa Ferreira, who is going to introduce this debate on the future of Europe, as you know, on the future of cohesion policy. As you know, she's the responsible commissioner. She's from Portugal, and she's the responsible commissioner for regional policy in the EU. We can't hear it.
Cohesion policy is the main investment tool at European level for many years
There is a
now.
technical problem. We cannot hear the Commissioner.
Driven long-term development in the regions of Europe. The 2014-2020 programs alone are estimated to have added up to 5% on the income of the less developed regions. And this growth adds up from one program period to the next one. Having laid the fundamentals, it continues to build prosperity.
Are we working on the
and
sound?
create new
hope we are.
opportunities. In the 2014-2020 programs, cohesion policy supported investments in over 2 million enterprises. It helped to create 310,000 jobs and 77,000 products that were new to
We
the
need to
firm
start from the
or new to the
beginning.
market. Among many other achievements, cohesion support helped to link 6 million households to broadband, to improve energy efficiency in nearly 500,000 houses, and to create the capacity to recycle 2.4 million tons of waste per year. But there is still a lot of work to be done, of course. As we start the new programs and look to the future, I see in particular 3 sets of challenges which provide 3 key reasons why European cohesion policy should remain and must remain the main European investment policy. First, although development gaps have seriously reduced in the last 20 years, many gaps still remain. And in some regions, we see the emergence of development traps, where, for structural reasons, a region gets kind of stuck, permanently lagging behind, not catching up anymore. This is bad for the region and bad for Europe. It threatens not just regional prosperity, but also the integrity of our single market. And as we know from experience and from, dear colleagues, dear Europeans, with around 1/3 of the normal European budget, cohesion policy is the main investment tool at the European level. For many years now, the policy has driven long-term development in the regions of Europe. The 2014-2020 programs alone are estimated to have added up to 5% on the income of the less developed regions. And this growth adds up from one program period to the next one. Having laid the fundamentals, it continues to build prosperity and create new opportunities. In the 2014-2020 programs, cohesion policy supported investments in over 2 million enterprises. It helped to create 310,000 jobs and 77,000 products that were new to the firm or new to the market. Among many other achievements, cohesion support helped to link 6 million households to broadband, to improve energy efficiency in nearly 500,000 houses, and to create the capacity to recycle 2.4 million tons of waste per year. But there is still a lot of work to be done, of course. As we start the new programs and look to the future, I see in particular 3 sets of challenges which provide 3 key reasons why European cohesion policy should remain and must remain the main European investment policy. First, although development gaps have seriously reduced in the last 20 years, many gaps still remain.
That's the same.
And in some regions, we see the emergence of development traps, where, for structural reasons, a region gets kind of stuck, permanently lagging behind, not catching up anymore. This is bad for the region and bad for Europe. It threatens not just regional prosperity, but also the integrity of our single market. And as we know from experience and from our study, in particular on geography of discontent, People in such regions easily feel disenchanted, left behind, losing interest in contributing locally, but also disengaging from the European project. We sometimes see the result of this frustration also at the ballot box. So cohesion-supported investments are necessary to tackle development gaps, development traps, contributing to this sense of belonging. Second challenge is crises and shocks. The financial crisis of 2007, floods, fires, earthquakes, the COVID pandemic, the war, now the energy crisis. Our world is subject to sudden shocks. The lesson from this crisis, indeed, the lessons of economic history, is that such shocks affect different places very differently. Some places bounce back quite easily. Others can languish for a decade or even more unless we do something about it. Support to investments of cohesion policy is a key, could call automatic stabilizer in cohesion countries. The support was equivalent of more or less 34%, so 1/3 of total public investment in the 2007-2013 period. But during the 2014-2020 period, when that followed this difficult catching up after the crisis, it represented 52% of the overall public investment. And in addition, cohesion policy became a first responder in the COVID crisis, mobilizing 23 billion euros for health equipment, emergency, job, and enterprise support. The first support was on the ground within just 4 weeks after the pandemic was declared. So cohesion support is necessary for regions to cope with shocks and crises, which have become commonplace in today's unstable world. Third challenge is a series of profound long-term changes. The green digital transitions present long-term opportunities. For example, we estimate that the green transition will create 2 million new jobs in renewables, renovations, recycling, while the digital economy potentially puts all regions on an equal footing, which means new jobs in places outside the usual suspects of a large metropolitan region. But its potential, because the precondition for this success is investment and the creation of framework conditions from infrastructure and public services to the business ecosystem. Such investments are particularly important because demographic changes mean also that if the current trend persists, over half of the Europeans will be, by 2040, they will be living in a region of population decline. So there is a real risk that some regions will face a vicious circle of low job opportunities and brain drain. So this again calls for investment strategically oriented so that no region actually is left behind. We estimate that the new cohesion programs will support the investment of some around 180 billion euros in a successful green and digital transition for all regions. In particular, the Just Transition Fund will add, with support of over 19 billion euros, to help the transition of carbon-intensive regions, including mining regions, heavily industrial regions, helping them diversify to new jobs, new opportunities, new activities. So, for these three reasons: first, development gaps and development traps; second, shocks and crises; and third, the long-term challenges of the green and digital transition aggravated by demographic trends. So for these three reasons, Cohesion policy must continue as Europe's key investment policy, as a European expression of solidarity and a commitment to a joint future. And let's not forget that cohesion is indispensable. It is an indispensable complement also to the normal functioning of the single market. All these challenges require investment, and all these challenges require our place-based approach, reflecting the needs and specificities of each local area. But we from Brussels cannot do it alone, of course. We have always worked with partners. And the scale of the challenge means we must mobilize national, regional, and local funding, as well as other European instruments, such as the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And we must adapt, modernize permanently cohesion policy to the needs of the future. So I have launched a high-level reflection group on the future, how we can improve it, of cohesion policy. The group had its first meeting in January and will work throughout the present year, so 2023, with hearings involving experts, academics, and all the stakeholders. We are planning debates all over Europe, and I count on you and your commitment and engagement. We need your ideas, we need your voice, your recommendations, and your solutions for the future design of our policy. So I wish you a fruitful discussion today, and I look forward to hearing the results of it. Thank you very much.
So we have just heard the Commissioner responsible for regional policy. As you know, the Commission will step down, will change, and we're going to also have elections for the European Parliament in 2024. So there is a lot of work that is already happening now for the programs that they're already starting for the MFF, so which is the European Union budget, which is going to happen, of course, in 2025, but the midterm review will happen already now with this Commission. So Commissioner Ferreira, she placed several challenges and several reasons why cohesion policy should continue. And we should never be on the defensive on that debate, because cohesion policy has been running for many decades now. It's not a new kid in town. Cohesion policy has been running for many, many years. Now, of course, there is always, and it was mentioned, but not so much, the relationship between the RFF, which is the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is a response of the European Union to the COVID crisis, and that's where our member states went out to the markets to finance these measures, which are measures for 2 years, so they're going to happen much earlier than the longer-term policy, which is cohesion policy, but they sort of have the same objectives in the end of the day. It's about investments, pipeline investments for 2 years, longer-term investments for the 7 years of the programs. And there is another fundamental change, or rather two fundamental changes in the Recovery and Resilience Facility, is that it's been directed directly to the member states, so the regions didn't have much to say, not only in Greece, but I think across the board, because as an organization, the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, we represent regions across Europe, 150 regions. They have told us, and we will discuss it also later on with speakers from other parts of Europe, that they have not been consulted. Now, it's not that we absolutely want to be consulted because we're so nice and beautiful. It's because if you do this consultation on investments, then you can possibly coordinate those investments in the short term and in the longer run. Because there is so much money anyway available for this instrument that some member states are asking the regions now for projects because they have more money the projects, pipeline projects for the 2 first years. So this kind of sort of, running through and then running out and going back and trying to involve those that they should have been involved from the very beginning, it's something that we felt has not helped. In fact, the way to deliver the goods on the ground And who better, and I think Mr. Gigikosa said, who better to do this on the ground than the regions, because they know exactly the needs. They know where to put their money to. So these are the debates, and of course it's linked to the future, because the Commissioner said we want cohesion policy to be the main investment policy. And I agree 100%. But there are all sorts of other investment policies being created here and there, and investment funds and investment opportunities. So it's important for us to actually sit back, reflect, and argue in favor of these challenges that the Commissioner said, or others that we can find through our debate, or that we are looking ourselves, because we're making analysis from our side for our region. So this is the status quo. This is where we are. The idea is that we have a number of participants present and online. So here we have Mr. Fokion Zaimis, who is the Vice President of this region, who is hosting us here today, and he is responsible for entrepreneurship, so the best partner to tell us about investments in his region. We also have Benoit Nadler, who is the Deputy Head in DG Regional Policy, representing the European Commission. We have then some regions from the membership of CPMR that represent different countries. Thomas Mortel, who is the president of our Baltic Sea Commission, and he comes from the region of Västerbotten. He's an elected politician. And Paolo Calvano, who is a regional minister in the region of Emilia-Romagna, who is also with us. Yes, we can see Paolo is going to speak in Italian, so I hope you have your headsets all set for that. And Mr. Polycarpos Adamidis, who is the legal advisor to Mr. Kefalogiannis, who is an MEP from Greece, and he has been the one drafting, Kefalogiannis has been drafting the opinion on the Just Transition Fund, the European Parliament opinion on that, and the Commissioner has mentioned this new initiative, this new fund. So this is our panelists. I haven't forgotten anybody, so we are all here and we are all ready. And obviously the idea is that I'm asking some questions to our panelists. They try to respond not in length, but making some introductory remarks about the question that I'm going to ask. The Commission, he's going to have an initial question, and then eventually he will maybe interfere or comment on the different positions, proposals, statements the regions have expressed. Same goes with the European Parliament, so you have a bit of a freedom of a joker. Huh? You say your introduction, and then maybe you want to also answer or comment on different other issues that have been mentioned, and then we're going to open the debate to the public, so we can see whether you have any questions and any suggestions that you would like us to consider. If that's okay with you, the setting, I'm going to start without any further ado with our host then. It's going to be Mr. Zaimi speaking first. So your region has benefited from cohesion policy. The whole of Greece has benefited, your region has benefited from cohesion policy. Now, you have used the funds from cohesion policy for investments in your region. Why do you think we should keep cohesion policy in the future? What has been the added value of this policy for you? And you would say to the European institutions tomorrow, we absolutely need to go down and continue this policy because it has benefited my region.
Thank you, Mrs. Marianou. Dear friends, in or outside Western Greece, welcome to this regional growth conference organized in Patras. I heard Mr. Gigikostas and Mrs. Ferreira, and I would like to say a couple of things. From our experience in the region of Western Greece and a political intervention on the main pillar mentioned by Ms. Ferreira, I would add a fourth one, that of democracy, because European Union was built in the past based on economy, but it was built on a rationale of avoiding conflict after World War II, and the cohesion not at economic level but at societal and democracy level. Social Europe is the most democratic region around the world, and that needs work. Cohesion Fund is a fund fund that aims at decreasing inequalities among states, and in every society we do have inequalities, but at the level of EU, I believe this is a job that the European Commission and the rest of institutions should look into. So the cohesion fund is the tool for democracy because it should give qualitative decrease of this gap, democratic gap in every country. As you have traveled in Europe and outside Europe, what I would say is not to see the figures per se, absorption of funds in every program or country, but see some quality criteria, what this policy has brought from the respective fund that gave that money. And in this global crisis, either with is it energy or climate or with the war in Ukraine, what we should all think is a cohesion fund more global. That is where we should move to, and of course we should not reduce the cohesion fund of EU, but to create a supra cohesion fund, because it is a tool to decrease conflicts. We should see what binds us together and not what separates us. We should work on what binds us together. That needs a lot of work at the regional level, nevertheless, and the municipalities, because municipalities are close to citizens and their daily chores. Municipalities are well aware of the daily requirements of the citizens. Okay. To have policies to absorb money is one thing, but understanding the needs of the citizens is important, is the most important one. So we should be very attentive. We should listen to the municipalities, the regions, not via the governments, but directly. The Commission, the Parliament should listen to the regions. Of course, we are heard, but our position should be upgraded in the institutions.
Commissioner has said, and she mentioned that the cohesion policy is the policy that reaches out to the citizens. It's the only policy that actually does that, that goes with projects directly to the citizens. So, and that's important, of course, for the visibility as well of the European project to the European citizens. And that's a fundamental principle, of course, to be kept, because anything else that goes directly to member states and then they've been diffused, it doesn't have this kind of directness with what's happening on the ground. And that's the beauty of what cohesion policy has been delivered over the years. Thank you very much for that. We will come back to maybe some of the issues you mentioned. Benoit Nadler, I'm coming to you. Can you hear me? Yeah?
I can hear you, yeah.
Perfect, okay. The Commissioner mentioned that it's been established a working group of experts. I know that as CPMR we have suggested some of them, and we have found them in your list of experts, which is we're happy. Now, would you have the time to prepare the work within this Commission with the recommendations on cohesion policy by this group? And what are more or less the kinds of scenarios that you are working on to support a cohesion policy in the future?
Yes, thank you for those reflections, those questions, and also thank you for organizing debate on the future. We very much encourage it throughout the whole EU, and that's definitely a good initiative. To reply to your question, actually we are not really working on scenarios. The main a non-assumption which is critical, as you mentioned beforehand this morning, is the one of budget, of course. On that, we have no visibility. What seems quite plausible anyhow is that the extra resources the EU has been benefiting from the Next Generation EU will not be duplicated in the future for some obvious reason, starting from the fact that there is no yet decision on the way to reimburse it. And therefore, we may come back to the back to normal 1% of GNI type of EU budget, with generally the cohesion expenditure amounting traditionally for more or less 1/3 of the EU budget, which means, as a first consequence, that there is no place for two instruments, like cohesion policy and the recovery and resilience facility, and there is not even place for the RFF alone. The amount of 1/3 of 1% of GNI will be insufficient to trigger the type of reform which is ambition, at least for the time being, under the RFF. So this is the, let's say, budgetary framework. What we are working on, and what the purpose of the reflection group is, on the other hand, to identify what would be the mission of cohesion policy, which kind of challenge we are being confronted with, which kind of objective we are pursuing. So the Commissioner, and here I can give you some reflection. The Commissioner has identified several challenges, which have been already identified, and you know it in the 8th cohesion report, which are challenges which will trigger asymmetrical impact on region with the risk of widening disparities. Climate transition is one of them. You understand, for instance, if it triggers, at least provisory, some increase of transport cost, some peripheral region, Greece, for instance, may be, of course, impacted, or region highly dependent on tourism, Greece again, may be impacted or having a high dependence on carbonized industries. We have also, and this becomes clearly more prominent, the demographic element. Demographic transition is also going to impede regions' competitiveness by reducing the working age population. Here again, Greece is in a difficult situation as well. And the Commission has adopted recently the communication harnessing talents in Europe region, addressing the situation. We're still having the impact of globalization, the recent including under the steering of the recent Renew Industrial Policy. The Commission will adopt today the package on the Net Zero Industrial Act, and that's something also on which the cohesion policy may play a role. The Commissioner also highlighted the fact that the recent crises have pointed out the vulnerability of some regions to shocks and crises. And lastly, there are two elements I want to stress, is that it is also clear that investment alone do not suffice to trigger convergence and sustainable growth. We have many regions or group of regions which have benefited from cohesion policy for decades with quite uneven result. And it's quite easy to identify those I'm talking about. So altogether, meaning that we from those statements, which are a bit factual, we can already identify some direction on which we are reflecting. Of course, together. First one is, as the Commissioner says, the place-based approach would be remain to be quite critical as a way to address the really territorial impact of some of the challenges, a bit based on the governance model defined for the Just Transition Fund, or in another context on the type of approach pursued through the smart specialization strategies locally. A second element is that we need also to increase the flexibility of the policy to be able to respond to asymmetric shocks, but this flexibility, and that's quite important, should not divert the capacity of the policy to achieve its main cohesion objective. The other conclusion we can draw is that, and also drawing the lessons from other instruments, that there should be perhaps a stronger link between investment and reform to make sure that investment are effective, and in particular, and it was stressed by the Commissioner, that some regions which are stagnating or which have currently fallen in development traps can make the necessary reform also to get out of it and pursue a convergence gap. And we need to enhance the resilience of region as well, to be more resilient to future shock, and this also requires diversification of the economic fabrics, but diversification around future-proof, let's say, industrial and economic regional fabrics. So this is a bit what we, so those are the state of reflection. As you also correctly mentioned, the new proposal we proposed by the new commission after the in 2035. So where the current reflection group will issue its recommendation beginning of 2024. Not necessarily committing, of course, the Commission, but the ambition is to provide a robust state of play of the situation and challenge on cohesion policy.
Thank you very much for that first thoughts then and the work that the Commission is doing. You mentioned a couple of issues that, well, I think they're worth maybe mentioning again, and that's something that our enemies, if I may say so, use a lot. One is that we have had cohesion policy for so many years, yet we have a stagnation of development in some countries from the south, for instance. We had an increased development in Poland, in the countries from the Central Eastern Europe, but we see a little bit of a stagnation in Spain. And our enemies are saying, is it really working, this policy, if you still cannot really go beyond these kinds of disparities and fight this gap? I guess your cohesion working group will be working on that maybe aspect, and that's an important element that we need to answer to, because it's not just the macroeconomic thing, but somewhere something has to happen, I suppose, for this to overcome, because it's important that if we develop these policies, that the results are happening. Of course, there is always crisis that derange a little bit, disrupt this development. And if we didn't have cohesion policy, maybe we would speak about lesser and lesser development in these same countries. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. And the second that you mentioned, and I wanted to, I don't know if you can say more or not, I know it's on the happening, the sovereignty fund that President of the Commission van der Leyen is proposing. You said that maybe it will have some impact or some work that the cohesion will be doing, the cohesion policy will be doing on that. I hope we are not looking at the cohesion budget for it. Do you want to react already, or?
Well, I didn't hear very well. Perhaps on the first point, on the you mentioned on the situation of region a bit lagging behind. This is the point I made. I mean, I guess everybody will agree, and you have quite, and you stress the different growth patterns in region like Eastern Europe or Central Europe and Southern regions, that we some regions are stagnating. What we fear as well is that not only some regions are stagnating, caught in development traps, and we find it in Spain or France, mostly for instance. We have also regions which are persistently lagging behind in some southern region, perhaps in Greece. And we have the risk that the catching up process that we have been observing in member states having joined the EU in 20 years ago, may be also decelerating because the fundamental growth enablers are not here. So altogether, the lesson we have is that it's clear that investment alone do not suffice. That's a necessary but insufficient condition. And that should trigger reflection also on identifying which will be the, perhaps on a member state by member state or region by region, if relevant, identifying the impeding factors and having a mix of investment reform. So this is the reflection we have. On the sovereignty fund, here, honestly, I cannot say anything. That's something the Commission would be proposing in the context mostly of the midterm review of the MFF. Whether it would trigger additional resources or not, whether it would be fed or there will be a temptation from some services to feed it with some transfer from cohesion policy. Is that a possible scenario? But at this stage, I cannot say honestly anything. This would be necessary next to the next MFF. So here we may be talking about the current MFF. So the in this regard, it's a bit decoupled from the future, I would say.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, we know that the midterm review of the MFF, so of the EU budget, will take place sometime in October, September, October. As CPMR, we went to meet the Commissioner Hahn, and we tried to impress on him, because he will be preparing, of course, the midterm review on the budget, that we would like the cohesion policy to not be an ATM, our president said. It's not a pot of money for everybody to use, please. This has a role, has a purpose, has a lifespan, and we would like to be given its due attention. So I hope that he has heard, and that in the future, in the midterm review of the EU budget, we will not see these types of transfers. Now, let me go to the north of Europe. Let's see what Thomas Morzel has to say from Fasterbotten. Thomas, we are currently under the Swedish presidency, and nothing much happens under the Swedish presidency on cohesion. They don't like us very much in Sweden, do they, the member state? It's not happening anything. We don't have any informal council on cohesion. We're not talking about it. Do the regions in Sweden have the same opinion with their country? I sort of know your answer, but please tell us, what is the situation? Yeah, what do the Swedish regions feel about it? Because obviously you are net contributor, but you still want cohesion policy, I hope. So, Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to participate at this conference. As mentioned, I'm the president of the CPMR Baltic Sea Commission and represent the region of Västerbotten, a member region in the very northern parts of Sweden. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm honored to have the opportunity to be here to discuss the challenges and opportunities for regional development with you, sharing the north of Sweden and the Arctic region perspectives. As one mentioned, Sweden is now currently holds the presidency in the European Union, and the Swedish presidency indeed holds a range of vigorous priorities: the green transition and European security and competitiveness. Naturally, as the green transition that is currently taking place in the northern regions play a major role, and their focus shall indeed be discussed along with the European security and competitiveness, all questions that you all are familiar with. Personally, I would have preferred to see that the cohesion policy was discussed during this presidency. However, it doesn't mean that the cohesion policy holds a lesser value to Sweden. But then again, unfortunately, Sweden on the national level is known for a rather passive approach in terms of questions regarding to the European Union, which I think is very sad. The north of Sweden and our neighboring regions will continue to support an ambitious cohesion policy. In our view, it is of utmost importance for the cohesion policy to operate post-2027. The structural funds and also, for instance, the European social funds have immensely contributed to our society, industries, and helped to create jobs, support and educational opportunities and new skills development. A recession of the cohesion policy would seriously dampen the regional development of peripheral regions and the European Union. Therefore, we will continuously support the cohesion policy to ensure continuous regional development from the regional levels in Sweden. With that said, there are areas of improvements that need to be addressed from our regional perspective. The cohesion policy is an important policy and tool to deal with territorial imbalances within the European Union, in particular peripheral and sparsely located areas. Naturally, it is of utmost importance to consider the territorial perspectives of the regions and handle those unique differences accordingly. All our regions have unique challenges, and therefore the cohesion policy needs to accommodate those challenges and provide allowance for our regional perspectives. Furthermore, areas for improvement of the regional connection and objectives regarding the EU funds. We could improve the cohesion policy by undertaking a greater effort in project evaluation to ensure that the EU funds really do reach, consider and impact positively on the regions. Moreover, it's crucial to improve our region's influence and direct handling of funds in order to use our allocated resources from the European Union efficiently. Therefore, a greater understanding at the national level how the EU resources can be leveraged in the regions and create prosperity is necessary. To conclude, a higher correlation of EU funds and regional perspectives is desired and of utmost importance. Resources should be used as intended. Otherwise, it's a deprivation of development for our regions and the European Union. Hence the importance of the cohesion policy and its development. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward in continuing our dialogue about improvement of the cohesion policy on other occasions. The cohesion policy is indeed something that is of great importance for regions all across the European regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. It's good to know because obviously your country is not one of the big supporters of the policy because they only address it at budgetary terms. So as it was said, it represents 1/3 of the European budget. So if we do not have a lot of money and we do not want to increase the 1% of GNI, which represents today the European Union budget, then we have to cut cohesion policy. You see, the maths is there. And that's such a simplified way of addressing a policy that has been there for many, many years. But unfortunately, Sweden is not the only one, and they say that we don't need that in rich regions, in rich countries, where you have not necessarily very rich regions, and they're very peripheral, as you mentioned, or they are having specific territorial specificities, like the northern sparsely populated areas, or the islands. Or the rural areas which are far away from urban centers. So the cohesion policy is also addressing these particular parts of Europe, because the idea of cohesion policy is that each citizen of Europe feels European and doesn't feel abandoned.
May I say something?
Yes, of course you can say something. We are very interactive here.
In Greek or English you want?
Whatever you want.
Okay, maybe I'll say it in English so people, our friends will understand, is that, I mean, the cohesion of Europe the last decade was not threatened by the inequalities so much, the business inequalities, the financial inequalities. It was actually threatened by political inequalities, and that's why we went out and had Brexit. And we still haven't discussed about why this damage, because I think Brexit is a damage to Europe, why this happened. And it was not that Britain was not taking enough money. So I go back to my point that the cohesion policy, we have to see the quality factors, not only the quantitative factors, but the quality factors. The European citizen has to understand that he's European as well, respecting the cultural differences. Mm-hmm. And I will give a quick example and I'm finished. There's a program, one of the oldest programs of Europe, called Erasmus. We don't put so much money, but it's one of the programs that really makes every European, starting from school up to university, and they really feel European with this program. It's a very good example that we should invest so much also in the quality factors.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you for that. Now, Paolo, I'm coming to you, Regional Minister of EU Affairs in Emilia-Romagna. So Emilia-Romagna and the Italian regions are decentralized. They are the regions I'm looking at all the time for decentralization factors, for actually being involved in policies, being associated in managing authorities of the European Regional Development Fund, of the European Social Fund, which doesn't happen across Europe. But in Italy, you have that. Now, there is the European Recovery Fund, as we said before, the RFF. And my question to you is, have you been involved? Have you taken side of this? Are you associated to that at all? Or is it something that, again, like the rest of Europe, has passed beyond you and directly to the member states? And how do you see, my second part of the question, you are consulted, that's the first one. The second one, how do you think we can maybe use some lessons from the easy way that this fund has, because it's a very flexible means of funding, actually. There is very little financial things attached. The Court of Auditors wasn't very happy, by the way, on that. So do you think we can, some flexibility, some simplification, things we can use for the cohesion policy in the future eventually? The floor is yours, Paolo, and in Italian, so please put your headphones for people not speaking fluently Italian like Paolo does.
Grazie mille per il coinvolgimento in questa.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this exceptional discussion that has to do with the future of social cohesion, which was important for Emilia-Romagna. Emilia-Romagna would have never achieved all these results in
esplicitati, la commissaria Ferrer.
GDP and in various other sectors. I have Mrs. Ferreira mentioned the advantages of this fund. Social cohesion has given a lot to the regions with the opportunity we had with the RRF. We had also the opportunity for us via RRF. 7 billion euros are the resources we have received at the level of Emilia-Romagna. 7% of those resources are exclusively managed by the region and the municipalities, of course. I believe that RRF is also important, but with regard to the method, I believe that things could have been done differently, in the sense that we had insufficient involvement of the regions on how RRF was implemented and materialized. What does that mean? That means that the regions were not involved thoroughly. That makes the achievement of goals more difficult. At the level of region, we were organized in such a way so as to increase the interaction between RRF and the cohesion resources. We had a surveillance mechanism introduced. We had the constant analysis of the resources received and the goals achieved, digital transition, etc., where these resources go. And I repeat by saying that regions could have been involved more in this program. I hope that Repower EU we could fix that. Repower EU could dedicate more funds to Italy, 2.7 billion, in which we would add social cohesion funds for 14-20 and other resources that have not been used. So I hope that in the framework of Repower EU, involved, which is important to have the regions more participating. Until today, I need to admit we do have some worries at the level of Emilia-Romagna with regard to an effort of centralized approaches by the government. we were informed that there was a communication between the national government and Mrs. Ferreira for a scenario of central management of the European Social Fund and the regional fund. Mrs. Ferreira publicly assured that these funds should be managed by the regions, and we are convinced that this is the case. Hopefully these rumors do not stand. In conclusion, I would say that mechanisms like the RRF are quite important. Nonetheless, I repeat myself, that the methodology introduced, the involvement of the region should be more important. Otherwise, we risk to lose contact with the regions and neglect the real needs of the regions and risk the effectiveness of policies and actions financed by the EU, and we believe need the same attention they had until now and the attention they deserve for the future. I hope, in other words, that this will be the line followed by the EU in the next months or years, because the results we have achieved until now, because of the involvement of the regions in the cohesion policy, are important. We should not forget them. We should capitalize and invest on them.
That we have been discussing so far. You also added the Repower EU, of course, and there are two issues here that link very much to the question I wanted to come back to the European Parliament, if I may consider you as somebody who works for the European Parliament as the legal advisor. We have a lot of different instruments, and of course the regions, they have to coordinate all these instruments on the ground. How does this work on the investments, on more or less the same objectives, on digitalization and on the Green Deal Europe. The Repower EU is the energy factor. Again, we see some shifts of budgets going to maybe from the resilience fund to the Repower EU, or from the cohesion as well. Eventually, we discussed before for the sovereignty fund as well. So my question to you is, how do we do this? I mean, the Parliament is very much in favor of the cohesion policy. They have always been in favor of cohesion policy, even within the Regional Policy Committee or in the Budget Committee, the proposals they made, they were always in favor of a strong cohesion policy. How do you see this cohesion policy in the future being? Is it a long-term policy, or is it a policy that could also deal with crisis? Because now, for the time being, we're doing both. We're doing the long term, and then we're also asked to, I don't say it's good or bad, I just say this is the situation. The Commissioner mentioned it as one of the issues we're doing, because we are first responders when it comes to migration for Ukraine, or when it comes to COVID crisis as well. We simplified parts of the cohesion policy to make sure that actually we are dealing with crisis. Now, what do you think about that? What would be our future look at the policy?
Thank you very much, Ms. Mariano, for the question. It's a very plausible question. Everybody worries concerning the current situation in Europe. And of course, it's something that the European Parliament cannot ignore, especially the Regi Committee, because we have some instruments. But the thing is that, these instruments have to be applied in the most efficient way, so that to proceed with the aims, the goals of a very solid and efficient cohesion policy. But you will allow me to address the audience in Greek, because you are in Greece, so I don't want to misunderstand me and to comply with the existing situation. Καταρχήν θα ήθελα να σας συγχωρώ για το συνέδριο αυτό και φυσικά για την εφημερίδα.
I would like to congratulate you on this conference. Peloponnesos, that organizes this conference, shows the substance of regional policy that Peloponnese and Peloponnesos Journal newspaper, an important newspaper in information, is the example that a regional newspaper participates in in issues that have to do with European policies implementation, and that is important for the vision of the European edifice. With regard to your question on whether cohesion policy is influenced by the developments taking place in Europe, in the wider neighborhood, and what is the policy of social cohesion or cohesion policy, everybody has underlined that, the previous speakers, that cohesion policy is not some theory. It is translated in substantial funding of EU actions, 360 billion in the budget 2014-2020. With regard to special issues that have to do with climate transition and social policy, we have a lot of funds. Just transition fund. Mr. Kefalogiannis was the rapporteur. So it was a fund that had to do with a reality. We move forward as Europe. No one is to be left behind. We also need to say that the opinion of the Regions Commission, which is responsible for the promotion of regional policies and the Cohesion Fund, the rapporteur is Mr. Kefalogiannis as well. The revision of EU budget should be done in a way that the funds that are directed for the regional policies are not touched. And something that concerns the whole European edifice. Three are the main principles characterizing the way we plan and implement policies on United Europe. That has to do, the first is the subsidiarity principle. If something cannot be solved at the level of member states, we proceed with other institutions. There are other horizontal policies. European solidarity is the first one. We cannot implement any kind of policy without taking into consideration that citizens in the Baltic countries, in Sweden, etc., can be someone from Southern Europe. That we should support all European citizens irrespective of where they are located. For example, in the south we have the Turkish hostilities. In the north they have to face the Russian hostile approach. So all citizens should deserve to be treated equally in that. And then we have policy of convergence. The EU cannot move forward without and leave people behind. We cannot move forward unless the quality of life is improved for everyone. We don't seek to improve the lives of the already wealthy people, but of all. The policy that have to do with the cohesion fund and the regional policies should be the main vehicle in order to implement and confirm these policies. On the one hand, Europe proves practically its solidarity with the least developed countries. That is where we have the cohesion fund, and this solidarity is not theoretical, but it is something practical with convergence acts. this is implemented by the Cohesion Fund and the policies that have to do with the regions and the local authorities. First of all, in your question, what are the future of the funds? My answer is that these amounts will still remain as approved for the cohesion funds and the implementation of regional policies. It is a necessity. On the other hand, there is a vigilant guard, the regional committee and the budget committee, which committees seek that there is no reduction of the funds for the region, and on the other hand, to enhance them in order for the regions to deal with the new challenges. They have to do with the Green Deal, and for this reason there is a financing and tool, Just Transition Fund, and actions implemented by the European Fund for Regional Development. This is number one. And second, beyond the actions and climate transition, we have the challenge of refugee flows. And this is a constant challenge dealt by the regions above all. And we have the post-COVID era consequences and impact. And last but not least, we have the Russian invasion in Ukraine and the consequences that have to do with the energy cost, which is quite high, serious for the enterprises, and of course quite important for the consumers. Vis-a-vis these challenges, European regions should give answers, so they should have the money dedicated to them for these policies in full, and at the same time to have provision for additional tools. In the opinion of the Regions Committee of 2022, the committee asks the expenditure that have to do with the implementation of action, Just Transition Fund, Regional Development Fund, etc., the main funds in which we have European policies implemented. These funds that have to do with co-funding for these funds not to be considered expenditure that have to do with structural actions, to be exempted from the limits set by the stability fund. And this is an incentive for national authorities to add funds for these actions. This opinion of the committee says that in no case touch this 5% provided of transfer funds from one fund to another. We should not touch that in order to implement these cohesion policies. So, focused actions as promoted via the proposal, the opinion of the Regions Committee of the European Parliament. The European Parliament also says that we need to have in mind the fact that there are some delays in implementing the actions that have to do with the action, the cohesion fund. These delays should be taken into consideration. So in the revision process of the budget, to have adjustments, not to have money lost from the cohesion fund, or have an additional legislative initiative so as not to lack funds from the cohesion for the cohesion fund and the actions implemented by the regions. Well, these are a few words about what the Parliament does and its committees in order to protect all these funds provided for cohesion and with regard to the future of the cohesion fund in relation to the regions, which is an important aspect of the European edifice.
I would like to discuss with all of you eventually what you have said. It's that we need to have, of course, the cohesion policy as a fundamental investment policy, and it is not to confuse the cohesion policy with some sort of charity policy. Because if we follow the example of the mathematics I said before for Sweden and the Netherlands, etc., it would be a charity. It will be we give money from the rich to the poor so that the poor become better. If this happens, it will be the end of cohesion policy, because that has to be a policy for all, even for those in the north of Sweden, Finland, and other regions. So that's one principle, isn't it?
Absolutely. A small reflection upon it. Of course, the European Union policies are not a cherry-picking issue. I mean, we are choosing whatever is convenient for us, and we are ignoring the others. So the thing is that, as I said before, the implementation of the cohesion policy, as you mentioned correctly, is not a kind of charity towards the less developed countries, the less developed regions. It's something which has to do with implementation of the convergence policy. Through this, we're going to have a solid and efficient European Union, which is of the utmost importance for every country. Because, as I said before, the challenges are not the same. We're experiencing different challenges in South concerning the challenges, not all, that doesn't apply, to every kind of issue that has to do with the European countries, but of course there are different challenges. So, within this context, of course, not a cherry-picking policy, it's not a charity policy, it's something which has to do with the creation of a solid, unified, and efficient European Union.
Exactly. Okay, thank you for that. And the other issue you mentioned, and I would like to ask also the Commission representative and other participants if they would like to come up to that one. It's an important issue. I see it as a very important issue for us. You spoke about the unspent, that we're going to have issues about money not being spent or not being committed, which is there. And then, of course, that's why there is the different shifts that people are asking for, and that's an accusation for our policy, because people say, you're not spending, you're not committing, you're not using, do you really need so much money for the future? One. And second, this unspent, is it because we started late, or is it because it's very complicated to implement it? The policy is not as simplified as we would like to do, and I know the Commission has tried to do different simplification proposals that have come across, but we are still not having an easy task with that. So can I ask the Commission first if they have something to say on the subject, and then whoever wants to say. We are going to be very interested in the subject as CPMR. We have set up a working group. Britain is working on that, and a lot of other regions together with us, to see from the practitioner's point of view what could be a simplified policy without being a policy, without having the possibility to actually be reliable and responsible vis-à-vis the money use that we are doing for public funds. It's not to be totally independent, but to be able to simplify the policy. So, yes, if you would like to say a few words from the Commission.
Yes, please. Thanks for that. That's a point which is quite fundamental, and I wanted to stress. So the first element is, it's important that everybody understands that the most difficult discussion always that we'll be having for the preparation of the next MFF are taking place within Commission services. When the Commission proposal is adopted, it goes its way in the Parliament and the Council, of course with amendments, the legislature to that work, but the most severe discussion, remember the SAPI report in 2003, each time we have an MFF, the most difficult discussion are in the Commission. And indeed, as you rightly pointed out, we first need to convince our colleagues in other services, on DG Budget, on the Secretary General notably, which are always a bit, let's say, considering with hesitation the share management funds, that the money is needed. So if we come in 2025 with no absorption, no implementation, no result, it will be extremely difficult. So my first message is that the best way, besides participating in particular to the decentralized debates that we'll be organizing in member states in the future, the best contribution of region to the future of cohesion policy is to spend the money and to spend it well. In the same vein, the request we keep having, sadly, on some region to extend the 2014-20 period are not helpful at all for the same obvious reason. And some regions should or member state should think twice before channeling this type of request. This being said, on the reason, I mean, the practitioners will of course tell us about their experience, but we had a specific cyclical situation. At the end, it's a matter of also perhaps capacity, but also project pipeline. And we had a multiplication of funding with the RFF cohesion policy, the additional tranche of RACU, which create, of course, a bottleneck on the implementation capacity and on the actual project pipeline. And this bottleneck and this implementation may have been also impeded by cyclical difficulties linked to the situation on the construction sectors, the rise of cost, the lack of workforce on some construction sectors, altogether was not helpful and in impeding the implementation of project pipeline for all instruments, by the way, both for obvious reasons, both on the national budget, cohesion policy, and instruments like RFF. So we have to be cautious on drawing some conclusion on structural difficulties. Of course, we aim at simplifying the policy, but I think it's a bit, we have quite sharply, and it was well recognized, simplify the delivery mode for the 21-27 period, and so far it's premature because the program is just being implemented, of course, to draw conclusions. So it would be first important to witness and to draw experience on the implementation of this framework before wasting time on debating on further simplification before we do not measure the effect of this major simplification. This being said, as I said before, for the future, we will, of course, consider the delivery mode, but there is a natural chronology, which is, we have to think about the content of the policy, the future challenges, and only later on draw the conclusion on and think about the delivery mode, and not the other way around. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you about that. We are considering also eventually some of the elements of the RFF, because some of the simplification that has been applied to that may be overly simplified. Maybe we can imitate some of the elements of the simple way that the RFF has been working to apply to cohesion policy and adapt it, not apply it as such, but to adapt it. It's some thoughts that we're having on the subject anyway in these simplification working groups of ours. Does anyone else have to say anything from the panelists, Paolo or Thomas, on the simplification? Otherwise, I can ask the public. Sorry, yes, somebody has to say something. Thomas.
Well, just perhaps a short comment. I agree on the need of simplification, but once again, I'd like to stress that from my experience, one of the main problems is lack of interest and lack of will to involve the regions on the national level. Just a short comment from my point of view. Thank you.
Yeah, because it's what the Commission representative said. We have so many funds that are going to be implemented on the ground, so if you're not associated, so you don't know how to coordinate these kinds, and in the end of the day, it's the same people doing it. So, of course, if they are associated from the beginning, they should know what is being expected, and then just be able to program it, so that they avoid duplication. You also said the same thing from the Parliament. It's something that it's... Do you want to say something on simplification, or you are covered so far? Yes, sorry, yes.
I believe that, first of all, politics should come, and then it's the economy. So politics first, and then the economy. I believe that for sure the RRF and cohesion policies is the one thing that we should agree in principle. And let me again talk about qualitative criteria, then the financial aspect, and to what extent we absorb resources or not. Equally important is under what institutional framework each country works. And in that, I haven't seen the European Commission or the Parliament possibly to examine either at the national or at the regional level the totally different ways and procedures through which we can disburse different funds. This reminds me of the big debate that we had in Greece some years ago on the very painful memoranda, first, second, third, etc. In practice, we looked only when we were going to cut things to save the now, to save the present. We didn't look ahead to see some other procedures to follow. Why did we get there, and why shouldn't we reach that point again? Not upon a financial policy, but through an institutional approach. What are the safety valves, that is? And we are doing so when we are in crisis. When we are in crisis, let's take the energy crisis. We want to see where we should put money directly, how we can save the situation for the moment, but we don't look how we can reach that point again, because we have so many different, how should I put it, invoicing policies, let's say, or tariffs at the European level in each country. Even if there was no war, even if there was no energy crisis, why shouldn't we be calm? Why should we discuss about it only when a solution is needed? And all of a sudden, we can see different billions of euros at the national and European level. Whereas, you know that when you are in crisis, you have a limited possibility of changes on the system due to time. So I believe that we must sit and discuss at the regional level, at the national level, about very big sections, deep sections that Europe needs, so that you cannot reach that point zero. I haven't seen that from the competent institutions. It could be an initiative undertaken by the Committee of the Regions.
In terms of the European project and how do we have a strategic approach to our lives, we used to have the Europe 2020 strategy, which was declined on social Europe, digital Europe, economic Europe, sustainable Europe. Now we have the Green Deal as an overarching policy to actually show us the way forward, and that's the political target, and then you have the funds contributing to that, irrespective of war or not war. Not everybody is in agreement that the Green Deal is a good replacement of the Europe 2020. Some of them say yes, others feel that it's not really encompassing everything, and probably it's overpassed now under the circumstances because of the crisis. But it's true, it's important to have this debate, because what is important is not the funds, what's important is what the funds were there to do. So if you have a strategic approach, then the funds will be able to fund this strategic approach. And the problem we have, of course, in this story, unfortunately, is that the European Union budget is not even decided. I mean, in the Parliament you have consent. You don't have co-decision on that. So it's very much on the budget. It's very much a member states decision. So I heard the Commission representative saying, Benoit, that we're going to maybe have an increase of the budget. Maybe the 1% is not enough. I would agree 100%, but I'm not sure the appetite of the member states will be there to actually help in this particular crisis to have a longer term and an immediate term effect. I wanted to ask some questions from the public. I mean, do the public have? I can see you hardly because I have all these big lights on my eyes. Does anybody want to have a comment or a question to these issues we're discussing here, or you don't care? Nobody wants to say anything? Yes, you want to say.
Να ρωτήσω κάτι.
May I ask you something? We had discussed with the European Commission 3 years ago a big project that moves on, I would say, that is the connection of Western Greece with the system of natural gas in the country. And obviously we have two projects that are in the pipeline, one with liquefied gas and another one with a pipeline. The European Commission told us that it cannot be within its policy because in the north these projects have moved on some decades ago, not in the south though. Today these projects move on through the solution that this infrastructure, I'm talking about the pipeline of natural gas, is a pipeline that will sell hydrogen. If we had started that 3 years ago, that is a pipeline for hydrogen as well, a main policy of the EU, we could have gained 3 years' time. I mean that many times priorities are the key. The priorities even for the cohesion fund, or at least some exemptions, should be set by the regions, because the European Union might not know exactly what happens in a region in Greece, in Spain, in Sweden or elsewhere. I believe that institutionally something might change there. Priorities should not be just one or one panacea for whole Europe. There must be a procedure to follow, either of exemptions or of co-mindset with the local societies through the regions. This is something very important to achieve qualitative targets, but also financially having the absorption rate that we all want.
Maybe Benoit, and if you want to say something from the European Parliament about the discussion here, which is one size doesn't fit all. It's what I understand from what is being said. So there are specificities. So one size doesn't fit all. How do we address these particularities of some areas, of some territories, of some countries, on particular, as you mentioned, for your project on the natural gas, and then maybe specificities like Thomas said on the northern specially populated area. So one size doesn't fit all. How do we address this within the European Commission's regional programs? And also the question about the overarching strategy at the European Union level for being able to actually deliver the goods on the long run with the funding that we have available. If you want to have some closing, some thoughts on the subject, Benoit, and then if you would like to take the floor at the end.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yes, sure. Perhaps on the first element, which is quite important, I would tend to disagree that we have one-fits-all approach. As I said before, we are strengthening, and that will be clearly direction for the future, the place-based approach, so some territorially specific elements. Again, take the example of the Just Transition Fund. Just Transition Fund, the governance system is that we identify territories where some challenge occur, impacting with impact which are critical for the cohesion, and then we have the territories to develop their own development strategy accordingly, the territorial gestation plan, and then it's supported. And that's something we'll be contemplating for the future. In same vein, we have also differentiation in our regulation. We have different modulation for the thematic concentration, for instance, depending on the needs of the region. And there is, of course, a balance to, we need to strike a balance between, on one hand, the thematic menu. Our policy is quite limited, it's 0.3% of the EU GNI. There is some legitimacy for the EU also to ensure that EU funds are used to achieve the EU objectives as well. And that's always a trade-off we try to reach between, on one hand, and you mentioned it before, some EU long-term policy, be it 2020, Lisbon in the past, Green Deal now, and most likely in the future, on one hand, and the convergence objective, which are not contradictory at all. But this also explains why we have some thematic concentration, why we have some thematic menu, and we cannot simply give a black box of pocket money to region under the with the argument that the region know better what they need. I doubt that net contributor will ever agree to contribute to such black box neither, and a bit of political reality also should be considered. So we need to have this compromise again. That's something we are reflecting for the future. Adapting our policy to regional needs for sure, and this is what we are already doing, and most likely will be continuing in the future. Given without any condition or any insurance or any eligibility consideration, I reply to the previous intervenant that we can finance gas pipeline. We have also a political process. The co-legislator has a say. They have a say on the financing of fossil fuel, for instance, and this will obviously as well continue in the future. And for the long-term strategy, I just mentioned it. So you need also to understand that within we do not have we don't have a fund for environment. We don't have a fund for necessary for other policies. So at some point we are in a situation, or in order to survive in the primary discussion within the Commission, which, as I said, are the most critical and the most difficult, we also need to convince, and that you need to understand that, or other Commission services, that we can achieve this balance and also contribute to implement their own priorities as well. And again, not in a contradictory manner with the convergence, by building a future-proof economic fabric, as I mentioned before, based on we make the region more resilient, and therefore we strengthen their capacity to converge as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We get the message about convincing, of course, other services of the Commission. I'm sure that DG Regio is on our side, on the continuation of cohesion. We're speaking among the converted here. We're all converted, so we're all in agreement. And at least from our side, as Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, we have already started the dialogue with Commissioner Hahn. As I said before, he's a good friend of CPMR, and we will continue with the DG budget now to sort of see, because they will, of course, continue to service the whole work on the mid-term review of the European Union budget and the longer term, and we will do the same for the Secretariat General, because or ECFIN, who are less friendly with the work we are suggesting in the future of cohesion policy. Yes, if you wanted to say something on simplification or something on having a strategic approach and then funding following the strategic approach, it's your final word as from the Parliament, let's say, yeah?
When it comes to simplification of procedures, nobody can put in doubt that anything that contributes into having a more appropriate and more effective use moves towards a good direction. Of course, this simplification, when it comes to the coordination of the co-committed funds, the co-committed bodies, or when it's related to the prerequisites of control, that many times it should be controlled whether an expenditure is eligible or not, or whether this is eligible, or whether this abides by different rules in the framework of implementing European projects. These may not go against transparency. Transparency is needed, and of course a sound use of EU money. This is related to simplification and the prerequisites that should be met always, so that we can move on into a simplification that we all want. Now, when it comes to the implementation of the principle that we must not be nihilist and we must respect all different specificities of all countries and all regions. The Just Transition Fund is a tangible proof that there is this type of targeted approach and needs. In a few words, in this fund, all different regions will be included. The regions that are touched by this transition to a climate-neutral economy. And there are specific parameters that can be evaluated so that we can give to each country and to each region the amount of money that depend on the size and on how these regions have been impacted by this transition to a climate-neutral economy. For our country, we're talking about 775 million euros, with all the remaining funds that can be allocated when it comes to the achievement of the different goals for the timely achievement of projects set by the JTF. There is no oversimplification procedure. We do take into account the needs of the periphery of each region, of each state, of each different point, so that we can have a targeted channeling of funds that will enhance what you said quite rightly, that is competitiveness of the added offer, that is of what highlights the offer of the European Union, of the European funds into the improvement of the private level of the life quality of Europeans, which is at the heart of our policies. Thank you very much.
Question from the public or no statement? Are you all happy with what you heard? There is somebody. Sorry, with all these lights I cannot see. Yes, now I see you.
Yes.
Hello, Nikos Dimitriadis from the Stratis consulting firm. Here we're talking about strategies and policies at a high level. Of course, the European Commission and different bodies should know what happens at the bottom level, how the base is approached, those that is who implement all these strategic policies. And one main thing, you talked about simplification. Obviously, there must be transparency, controls, etc. But on the other hand, when it comes to me, I see that there is, in the managing authorities, in the different implementing bodies, there is an agony for the detail. That is, we can talk about 17 euros, whether this is eligible or not, losing time for that. But nowadays, we should focus on that thing, that is on the control, on the thorough control of things, of different details. But however, we are losing the essence. I don't know whether this action has delivered, but we all focus on implementing properly based on the guidelines, based on the regulations, implement a project. To me, this is a huge error, and some efforts have been made, like the simplified cost, for instance. Another topic now. The other topic is that too many issues are taking place by regions or municipalities. Again, there is anxiety, the anxiety of the sound implementation, that is not to lose the budget. Everything should go well. But nobody is paying attention to the result or to the use of the result of these projects. This is something big. It's common. It's a common problem, not just for the cohesion fund, but for all actions. And it is a common feature for all regions. Thank you.
So again, it's the simplification element, which is obviously important. I was talking to a regional president, I'm not going to say who, and he says sometimes you really have to have a PhD degree to be able to submit a project, because it's so complicated. So I know DG Regio has tried to make it simpler. I mean, we had different simplification proposals. It's not as if nobody cares. People do care, and they try to make sure that this thing becomes simpler. But it's true, it remains a difficulty, and that's why sometimes the kind of delays of the implementation and the unspent is because we have so much to fulfill, or so many issues to address in terms of what is needed for the financial control.
Για να υλοποιηθεί ένα project, έχεις τρία.
To implement the project, you have three different levels to be checked. That is, first, you have the regulations of the fund of the EU for the program. You have the national legislation to materialize projects, and there is also the procedure of each region. In all three levels, you must be absolute 100%, have a perfect project, and then communicate that with the public and truly see whether this project that has been implemented, either service or infrastructure, whether indeed it has met the objective. I don't know to what extent at the end of the day there is a qualitative assessment. If we sat since 1981 that we joined the EU, and we have here the minister with us, if we evaluated things since 1981 about the billions that we have gotten, we could truly see where this money was spent, how this money was spent, and what we must do from that point onwards. I am a fanatic valiant of the cohesion fund, but I'm mostly in favor of policies, to have a cohesion policy in order to avoid phenomena of Brexit, as we said before. And not just in the accounting depiction of the program, but overall.
I don't know if Benoit, you want to say something immediately now, otherwise I was going to conclude. Yeah. Yes, shortly then. Yes.
Very, very short, just on this simplification to finish and to echo the last intervenant. What we witness still is that all regulation is the same in all member states and regions by definition. And the regulation is designed to ensure per se, and we consider that it suffices the regularity and quality of project. What we witness, however, is that the complexity of procedure differs very much from one member state to other region. The explanation is gold plating from member states. So, and as the precedent orator said, we have sometimes a combination of bureaucratic procedure which have two consequences. First, they're killing the project, they are impeding adoption, but of course they also, more importantly, distract the effort on the quality and result of project. And then we would see in the achievement of convergence among member states. So we will be conducting also another assessment to assess the cost, as we do regularly for preparing the future, and it will entail some element to also identify gold plating and to address it.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you all for your contributions. I think they have been quite useful from all different perspectives. Italy and Sweden and the European Commission, the European Parliament, and obviously Greece, the host region here, Western Greece. Now, the issues at stake, as we mentioned them from the beginning and as the debate has showed, is that we have an investment policy, which is the cohesion policy, and we would like to see this cohesion policy to continue into the next EU budget. This is not granted. It's not something that's going to happen automatically. It's something that needs to be negotiated, of course, and as I said before, and we all agreed, the member states have a great role to play on that particular negotiation. I know the Parliament will stand by us in terms of how the budget will be shared in the future, and I know there are a lot of friends of cohesion, including this country, that would like to see the budget on cohesion policy remaining at least the same. Obviously, you know that we have a lot of priorities, a crisis. I mean, somebody said from the Parliament's Finance Committee that we are actually going to have to think about a war financing. You see, to have to think of all sorts of finances that we need to address in our ways of working within the MFF. Now, you know, and we have said in this session, we're going to have the midterm review happening with this Commission, and then the next MFF, the next European Union budget, will happen later with the new Commission and the new Parliament in place. So it is very important that our work on the effectiveness of cohesion policy and how to simplify it and how to reform it, because somebody said that maybe it's not enough to make the investments. We need to have maybe investments and reform together. That's something that we do into the RFF, but we need to a little bit think out of the box. If we are to save this policy in a way, we need to transform this policy in a policy that is fit for the future. And we need to be open in possibilities to change it, but not in a way that is not serving its purpose as the long-term investment policy of the EU, as the Commissioner said, because that is something that the EU needs in the long run, to have an investment policy for all, because then it does not become a charity, it remains a policy that helps everyone to come and wherever they are, all the European citizens, to actually not feel that they are left behind. As I said, we are in the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions. We have set up a working group on the simplification. We work with managing authorities on the different regions that have been represented here and the 150 that we have. So all suggestions on simplification by all means. We are working closely also with the European Commission to actually bring about these suggestions from our side, and we do our best to create scenarios, at least, for the cohesion policy in a reform. How do we reform this cohesion policy in a way that fits the purpose and is fit for purpose? Thank you very much all. I think we managed 2 hours. Can you believe it? 2 hours of session. So I hope it was interesting for all. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, έχουμε ξεκινήσει. Ωραία. Λοιπόν, να σας καλωσορίσω.
Welcome everyone in the Regional Growth Conference organized by Peloponnesos newspaper in cooperation with the regional governor, Mr. Farmakis, one of our panelists. I will say a few words about the procedure and the topic. First of all, I would like to say that on behalf of the organization, since this conference is organized after the Tempe tragedy, expressing our condolences for this tragedy experienced in Greece, to tell you, and seizing the opportunity at the end of this session where we will discuss about regional growth and development, I will ask him about what is happening, the events after this tragedy, and the procedural issues. First, I would like to welcome the participants in this panel. Deputy Minister of the Interior, Mr. Petsas, you honor us with your presence this year as well. Mr. Nektarios Farmakis, Regional Governor, for his participation and the effort to highlight the issues of the region. Mr. Papadopoulos, President of PEDE and Mayor of Kalavrita, Mr. Spiros Spiridon, CEO of ETA, and Mr. Galanos, Professor of International European Studies, Piraeus University. We will start. We will show you a video of 8 minutes, which includes the research of the Observatory of Regional Policy and how citizens feel about regional governance.
Το Παρατηρητήριο Περιφερειακών Πολιτικών, σε συνεργασία με την Data Consultants, παρουσιάζει την αναπτυξιακή εικόνα των ελληνικών περιφερειών. Μεταξύ 2011 και 2021, ο πληθυσμός της χώρας μειώθηκε κατά 4% περίπου. Σε περιφερειακό επίπεδο, η Δυτική Μακεδονία και η Αττική σημειώσαν μείωση άνω του 6%. Αύξηση πληθυσμού σημειώθηκε στην Κρήτη, το Νότιο και Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Ο πληθυσμός της Δυτικής Ελλάδας μειώθηκε κατά 6,4%. Με βάση τα στοιχεία της Eurostat, η κρίση στις προηγούμενες δεκαετίες δεν άφησε να επηρεάσει καμία περιφέρεια της χώρας, οδηγώντας σε μείωση του ΑΕΠ τους. Μεταξύ του 2011 και 2021, μεγαλύτερη μείωση του περιφερειακού εισοδήματος επήλθε στη Δυτική Μακεδονία. Η στερεά Ελλάδα είναι η μόνη περιφέρεια που έχει επαναφέρει το ΑΕΠ της στα επίπεδα προδεκαετίας.
Στερεά Ελλάδα is the only region that has recovered in 2020 available income per citizen was 12,000 euros, which increased to 19,000 euros. In the region of Attica increased to 15,000, where we saw an increase in the Ionian Island.
επιβεβαιώνοντας την ύπαρξη έντονων διαπεριφερειακών ανισοτήτων στη χώρα. Σύμφωνα με τα πιο πρόσφατα διαθέσιμα στοιχεία της Eurostat, οι επενδύσεις στο Νότιο Αιγαίο και στην Πελοπόννησο το 2020 σημείωσαν πτώση άνω του 40% συγκριτικά με το 2011. Αρνητική είναι η εικόνα και στις υπόλοιπες περιφέρειες, καθώς η μικρότερη πτώση καταγράφεται στην περιφέρεια Δυτικής Μακεδονίας, όπου οι επενδύσεις σημείωσαν πτώση το 2020 κατά περίπου 13%. Η εικόνα των περιφερειών ως προς την εξαγωγική τους δραστηριότητα είναι μεικτή και επιβεβαιώνει την ύπαρξη διαπεριφερειακών ανισοτήτων. Μεταξύ 2015 και 2019, οι εξαγωγές δείχνουν να έχουν εισέλθει σε φάση ανάκαμψης για 5 ελληνικές περιφέρειες. Οι εξαγωγές στις υπόλοιπες περιφέρειες, ωστόσο, σημείωσαν πτώση, που στην περίπτωση των Ιωνίων νήσων ξεπέρασε το 33%. Η ανεργία επηρέασε σημαντικά τις περιφερειακές οικονομίες από το 2010 και έπειτα. Από το 2015 καταγράφεται η εντυπωσιακή μείωση της ανεργίας, η οποία στην περίπτωση της Αττικής και της Δυτικής Ελλάδας ξεπέρασε τις 10 ποσοστιαίες μονάδες. Μοναδική εξαίρεση αποτελεί η περιφέρεια Νοτίου Αιγαίου, όπου η ανεργία σε σχέση με το 2015 αυξήθηκε κατά 4 περίπου μονάδες. Η περιφέρεια Δυτικής Μακεδονίας καλείται μάλιστα να αντιμετωπίσει τριπλάσια σχεδόν επίπεδα ανεργίας σε σχέση με το ευρωπαϊκό μέσο. Η αύξηση των αποφύτων τριτοβάθμιας εκπαίδευσης και το υψηλό επίπεδο εξειδίκευσής τους ωφελούν τις περιφερειακές οικονομίες, ιδιαίτερα σε ό,τι αφορά τη διασύνδεση της καινοτομίας με την παραγωγική δραστηριότητα. Στην Αττική, στην Ύπρο και στην Δυτική Ελλάδα, περισσότερο από το 2% των εργαζομένων είναι ερευνητές. Οι περιφέρειες Νοτιού Αιγαίου, Πελοποννήσου και Στερεάς Ελλάδας, από την άλλη, εμφανίζουν πολύ μικρό αντίστοιχο ποσοστό, ενδεχομένως και λόγω μειωμένης παρουσίας ακαδημαϊκών και ερευνητικών ιδρυμάτων στην επικράτειά τους. Οι περισσότερες ελληνικές περιφέρειες δυσκολεύονται να απορροφήσουν τα κεφάλαια του ΕΣΠΑ 2 χρόνια μετά την τυπική ολοκλήρωση των επιχειρησιακών τους προγραμμάτων. Τον Ιανουάριο του 2023, πρώτη σε απορροφητικότητα κεφαλαίων ήταν η περιφέρεια Νοτιού Αιγαίου και τελευταία η περιφέρεια Δυτικής Μακεδονίας. Μόλις μία ελληνική περιφέρεια, αυτή της Θεσσαλίας, έχει επιτύχει πρόοδο άνω του 50% σε σχέση με την επίτευξη των στόχων βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Οι περιφέρειες Αττικής, Νοτιού Αιγαίου και Κρήτης θα πρέπει να προσπαθήσουν περισσότερο για να ξεπεράσουν σημαντικές προκλήσεις για την επίτευξη των στόχων του ΟΗΕ έως το 2030. Δεδομένου ότι πάνω από το 60% του πληθυσμού της χώρας κατοικεί στις περιοχές αυτές. Οι ελληνικές περιφέρειες υστερούν σημαντικά εναντί άλλων ευρωπαϊκών περιφερειών ως προς την ανταγωνιστικότητα. Σύμφωνα με τον δείκτη περιφερειακής ανάπτυξης που εκδίδει η Eurostat, οι περιφέρειες της Ελλάδας κατατάσσονται το 2019 στο τέλος της λίστας των 268 περιφερειών που αξιολογούνται. Χαμηλά κατατάσσεται ακόμη και η Αττική, επιτυγχάνοντας μόλις την 180η θέση. Από τον Φεβρουάριο του 2020, η Ελλάδα και ο κόσμος εισήλθε σε μια νέα πραγματικότητα.
In 2020, we have suffered the pandemic. After the end of the pandemic, we see, even though we have an SRF 2021-27 and the recovery fund, the economy at regional level and is influenced by the conflict in Ukraine, and inflation has increased. The cost of production has increased and the cost of life as well, leading to pressure on the citizens. Inequalities is not something that characterizes Greece alone, but it is a European problem and should be dealt as such by introducing policies to increase productivity and attract investment and facilitating the financial environment, promoting basic infrastructure and using the tools of fourth industrial revolution and giving incentives for extroversion and implementing policies for achieving policies of sustainable development, things may improve. That was this year's presentation. You saw the main pillars of the research presented by the Observatory of Regional Policy. It's an interesting year. So I give you the floor to make some comments, Deputy Minister. What do we do? What have we done after a year? You've been here last year. Some work has been done, I dare say. It's not all black and white, but it is a picture that tells us that we need to try harder. Well, since it is timely, what are the steps we have taken in safety, road safety, transportation safety, etc.? A general comment. Initially, the comparison among regions shows inequalities, which we want to eradicate in order to move forward, but we tend to decrease them. Even the population data do not tell the truth. If we see the decrease of population in Attica, in my area, we have an increase by 2.5%. So people leave the center and go to the periphery. We see similar phenomena in other regions. That gives us a clue on how to use competitive edges in other areas in order to attract population. Well, we have the General Secretary from the Ministry of Tourism and Development, Mrs. Olympia Anastasopoulou. Good afternoon. Well, you are here and we will be part. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. So what is important is to unlock opportunities. How do we unlock them? By discovering competitive edges and creating conditions that allow us to have further investments. We start from infrastructure. We need to try harder in infrastructure. What do we do beyond the tools heard earlier by the previous speakers? In the Ministry of Interior, we have Adonis Tritsis. We invest 3.5 billion euros in regions and municipalities. In Achaia, we invest 46 million in the region of Western Greece from Tritsis, 28 million, and additional 18 million have to do with the road safety measures in municipalities, 72 million from Adonis Tritsis and road safety, and 21 million that has to do with Aegialia watering problems. This infrastructure projects have to do with waste management, road safety, and and redevelopment, urban redevelopment. They improve their quality of life. That leads us to think that this 3.5 billion and 612 million euros that have to do with road safety are huge figures for local authorities in Greece. We haven't seen them for years. And I will give you two more things. Are they implemented? Because, or I have heard an interesting question. Some of them are included in some programs, but are they implemented? Adonis Trigis, 3.5 billion. 2.2 have been already allocated in contracts, 429 million reimbursed. So they have to do with renewable resources, waste management, and 5.5 thousand kilometers of road construction. Decrease of energy because we use cold treatment. I have heard a question about KPIs. I would say that we have an acceleration for local authorities. We have numerous proposals, and 450 million have been contracted in a few months. So we try to correct problems in 9,000 different points prone to road accidents. We have 170 beneficiary students. We have infrastructures for people with mobility problems favored around 70,000. We have smart traffic lights also, and more. These are serious interventions that allow us to see that we have turned the page towards the future with a speed that, despite this tragedy that has happened, should give us not only the willingness to support the victims, but everybody in Greece. Let's move forward with Mr. Farmakis. The minister has already told us something, but compared to what we said last year and what we see this year, are we satisfied by the interventions of central government? Because the region bears benefits not only from the private sector, but from the region. Well, you ask us if local authorities are satisfied. Of course not. We would never be satisfied. We have seen a lot of interesting things, data, and it is, 40 minutes are not enough to discuss everything, but we need to be sincere vis-à-vis citizens and society. We need to understand, and we understand it in a tragic way. We live in a country that hurts us. In a country where we see that we are lagging behind in critical infrastructure, and the regional authorities are lagging behind. Most of the data mentioned refer to 2019. Thank God. This conference here in Greece has been an institution for the last 10 years. I will try to be simple in my approach. I remember back then that Western Greece was #1 in poverty, unemployment. So we see now in Europe, after 3.5 years, not neutral. Well, we have taken steps forward with the cooperation of all, from the central government and the regions. I will tell you the following. In the fact that in unemployment in Western Greece, this very moment, we have a record. I will tell you the exact figures. We are in 14.1 in the second quarter of 22, the best figures ever. We were first in unemployment, which means that we had a brain drain, no improved GDP. So these past 3 years of the pandemic, of energy crisis, of inflation crisis, we had that. We have decreased unemployment rates and infrastructures with the region of Western Greece. We have heard what the minister had to say. So 267 projects of a high budget only in 2022. We had 179.5 million paid for this project. That corresponds to 600,000 euros per day in the economy of Western Greece. This is change of speed. This is a total change from minus to plus. But does this money pay off? Well, we have 5.5 thousand projects underway. So part of the NSRF. In the last 3 years, we have included numerous more, and they will finish in the programming period. Entrepreneurship, 172 million euros. SMEs were supported. Primary sector, 270 million euros. What are the beneficiaries? These are not figures. They correspond to people. They reach people. 150,000 people have been benefited from this amount of money. Or you should say that because we tend to present figures and we just show them without talking about the substance. But these figures depict people, the poverty rate, the GDP percentage. Something which is not obvious. Well, our percentage in the national GDP in Western Greece has increased. That means that we have growth and resilience. If not, this is not resilience amid a crisis. And this we do participate in the economy now. That means resilience. And the answer to you, if we are not satisfied, of course not. Of course not. Not only because of the fact that we do want the best. We have the light and darkness that appears all the time, telling us don't be bold. You need to be humble and find solutions, because we see that on a daily basis. All of us need to understand that, and this is the title of our discussion. we need all to understand that the central government should support the regions, trusting it, trusting our judgment, and this is part of solidarity and cohesion. So let's move forward, because the mayor has to say a few more things. I give you the floor. We have discussed already something, so I give you the floor in order to make haste. Thank you, Mrs. Anastasopoulou, for your patience. So we'll be back with you soon.
Well, thank you. I would like to say that for sure this regional growth conference comes under the shadow of this big accident in a country that has hurt us all. It has deorganized us, I would say, and we are thinking all together, each one separately, of course, that how this will not happen ever again in our country. This is even inconceivable. And of course, I would say that we must all reflect on some self-criticism so that we can all together support a new Greece without this type of accidents. Local governments, and I will start with what the regional governor said, with whom we have a great sense of love and partnership. I'm saying so for the central administration, for the central government minister, the state of the first and second level should have more trust in local governments. You must trust us even more, because we are frontliners. We are in the front line with the citizens. Always there are issues, topics, problems not solved, too many things that are lagging behind. I don't mean to talk about this topic that you raised in the beginning, that is transport, safety, etc. Unfortunately, money that our country has does not suffice. This money does not suffice to solve problems that are chronic problems, and we are interested in our own networks. We have a huge problem. There is a region that is being developed with many things to invest, that businessmen come here to invest due to the ski center, the environment, nature, all other tourist aspects. We have the railway, of course, here with no accidents, fortunately. 150 years without any accident. But here there is a very bad motorway. 32 kilometers to Calabrita is an obstacle. We could have a better job at the central level if we had a good job to Calabrita. We could manage in a better way, rather. We are not waiting for that immediately, because our country has to find the resources. We're not there yet, and we understand it. Though self-administration at the first level and local government, I would like to believe that I'm being quite honest from my experience. It takes even today an in-depth review when it comes to the institutional framework. We cannot be impeded by our own framework, that is, have our hands tight and be at risk at any given moment by things that are not in our hands. That is, competencies without resources. This cannot be the case. No, it cannot be done. It's against the Constitution. Nobody is accountable if we have competencies without resources. Since 2008, I came to the parliament as well, and until 2018, local governments were approximately dead funds-wise. We faced a big era without any funding, memoranda, policy of memoranda, and that is why these were obstacles. Yes, it was another environment. Yes, 15 years. Yes, it's also the politics of memoranda. We have lived that. You know that. The ministry also knows that. Recruitment nowhere happened, not only rather in local governments. We lack that. This is an obstacle. We cannot move on without staff, without technical personnel. And here publicly, let me tell you that these procedure of ASEP cannot go through. There must be criteria, there must be points, but not for the ASEP procedure to approve posts and to take them 3 years to finalize the procedure so that people can come to the municipalities. 3 years. The minister is here. There has been an announcement of recruitment in Calavrita by 3 engineers, and yet this has not been fulfilled. Something should be done. Bureaucracy, yes, this should be wiped out totally. Digital reform. Everybody is looking for that tool, the tool that will be very important for the municipalities, for the region, for local administration, what is called digital reform. This is the tool that we are all waiting for. Yes, please come to the end. And we will come back. We'll have another round. Yes, please, let me give you an example. Local governments are responsible for issues related to issues of people falling under the competency of municipalities. We're talking about Kallikratis municipalities today. We are still financed through population criteria, so we're leaving behind the size and the needs of each municipality. There has been a study that was set in Kedes conference. Yes, for a review of resources towards the local government. And I'm talking about the dough that we must take. Back in the past, we had different problems. We had our own dough for our own issues. And let me come to the end by saying the following. Still, we have characterized our own network through royal decrees. Can you imagine royal decrees? Right now, there is no distinction between the different motorways. The regional governor cannot be criticized if there is a network, because for the last 30 years there has been no repair. To say, no, I cannot repair that because it is a rural network. No. Yes, we have been talking about it for many, many years. I'm just giving some examples. Let me tell you that the cooperation between first and second level may occur and may become even better. We can improve it even more because this partnership is what we must see in decentralized Greece. Central Greece, Athens and Attica and Thessaloniki, they're taking resources. Local governments are getting more than needed because they don't have our own competences. They don't repair water networks. They are not changing the light bulbs that are out of order. They are not facing the problem of collecting waste like we do. Please, period here. There is too much material, I know. Yes, let me come to the end. We are not complaining. We are here. We are partners. We are partners in the region and in the central government, the Ministry of the Interior, because we want to do that together, and together we shall face that. Unfortunately, resources are not limitless. We are facing our own national issue. Mr. Spiridon, already there were different questions. I remember that some of them were discussed last year. They're diachronic. I remember your view last year, but please let us revisit that to see whether we have come a step further or not. They are diachronic flaws, to use the expression of the political sphere about the other tragic event. Well, first of all, allow me to thank the organizers for this invitation. And I agree with the mayor of Calavrita that this conference, which is indeed important, has the shadow of the tragic accident that took place recently. And if we have to do something, is to do whatever it takes to avoid it happening again. Here, we are all shouldering a part of responsibility when it comes to the projects to be done to avoid it and have safety in this sector. Many steps have been taken in Greece. When I was regional governor, it was the old motorway from Corinth to Patras. Yearly, we were talking about a big number of victims, a 2-digit number of victims. I remember that when a lorry went off in Paliovuna, Greece was cut into two. It was Easter period. There was no way to go to Yanina or to this region. So we can evaluate what has happened. There have been many big road constructions, and let us try to do even further to avoid incidents like the ones in the past, but also to develop the economy for the reasons that we all know. Now, the mayor mentioned some different causes, some significant obstacles when it comes to local administration related to the financial possibility, the administrative adequacy of the municipalities and of the regions. There is also relations with the HR and, of course, with the complexity of procedures that exist and the lack of the possibility to have an interoperability between the local governance and the central government. I should say here that citizens are not only interested in local government-related issues. This is related to public policies. Apart from the local government, one should go to the state. And that is why we must talk about the multifaceted government, where we have already seen some steps taken. I believe that this will move on quickly and there will be some implementation along with whatever else is needed. And when it comes to local administration, let us mention something very important, the imbalance that exists between municipalities. And this was mitigated upon the decrease of municipalities. You know, before a couple of these years, there were 5,800 local administration structures, both municipalities and communities. Then they turned 1,000, and then competencies also increased. But when this happened, upon a legislation that is horizontal to all, you understand that municipalities, the small, the incompetent ones, the gap became bigger. And by definition, there are luckier municipalities due to capacity, and there are municipalities which are not that lucky, and we must focus on them. Yes, imbalances became more acute. Not everybody could catch the train of development. So the one is related to the structure of local government and to what we said before, and the other is related to the deprivation to the lack of all municipalities participating to growth. There are some municipalities with an inherent incapacity. The insular region is at a worse state as compared to a continental region. It's very difficult to assist small these islands that are fragmented without any transport. We cannot communicate other than having a continental area because deprivation and well-being at the same time are disseminated. When it comes to the regional programs, there are tools that can mitigate these imbalances. I'm talking about the ITIs, that is, which come to empower the positive issues and decrease the different deviations. And then the urban development, which is related to the urban centers. But let us also stress that never in Greece, and I've been serving local administration for many years, never in Greece have there been so many projects coinciding. The Antonis Tritsis Fund that Mr. Petses is responsible for is very important, not because it has a very big amount of money of 3.5 billion euros in it shortly, which to me is another regional program, because regional programs are not just about projects. They also include social policy tools, enhancements, and at the entrepreneurial level. And they last for 7 + 3, that is 10 years. Antonis Tritsis in 4 years' time comes for growth purposes and prepare through programs and claims by the municipalities which may not have been satisfied by Tritsis, but they are ready, and they might cause a front-loaded regional programs to bring to our country more money in a nutshell and get into other programs like the RF, which ends in 2025. So there can be some parallel things, parallel actions, parallel bodies, like ETA, that is the Hellenic Development Company. I said to my dear mayor of Calavrita that tomorrow he's going to get to studies within 10 days. Let me suppose that he shouldn't be here to make that happen. No, I told him as a gift. All right. Please, come to the end. There is also the networks of cities. There is the region. I mean, the gradual involvement between first and second level is the most important leverage for growth. And there are the intermunicipal cooperations. For the first time, there are tools so that we can help all municipalities, big and small, and have a balanced development in our country and cohesion, which is what we need. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Galanos, allow me to give the floor to Mrs. Anna Stasopoulou, and let me explain why it was not that fair. As the discussion was going, and upon the comment of the Mayor of Kalavrita, I wanted to achieve a constant flow. That's why. So I was not fair to you, but now I'm giving you the floor so that you can tell us from your own side and what is your contribution or what should be done. What can you see in your actual status and how can we take a step further in what we have already discussed? Thank you so much for being so patient. I would like to thank you. No, you are not unfair. Thank you so much. Hello. I'm pretty happy to participate in the 11th Regional Growth Conference. I was last year as well. I was close to you in person. And I would like to say, taking the relay from what Mr. Farmakis said, that tourism is the section that touches upon all people, and the figures that we get as a state are the figures that enhance the average Greek family. Furthermore, this is the area that links directly governance of first and second level with the central state, with the government that is. Let me remind you that tourism represents 25% of our GDP. It's an issue that is being disseminated in 19 sectors of the Greek economy, among which the primary sector. And as you may understand, we cannot have regional growth without the contribution of tourism. Nowadays, we have at our disposal brilliant funding tools. I will mention in a nutshell the RRF, from which we managed as Ministry of Tourism to guarantee 320 million euros. Half of those, 160, are about the upgrade of tourist spots. The other is about special forms of tourism, mountainous, gastronomic tourism, spa tourism, accessible tourism, scuba diving sectors, in which we can see the involvement of local governments, first, second level. And of course, let me also thank the MMOs, that is the managing authorities and the promotion bodies of different destinations. That would be an exceptional tool that could be used by municipalities and regions so that they can offer a holistic tourist approach. I would like to stress that out of all the sectors of the central state, tourism is the one being close to the region, close to each municipality, and I think that the mayor will prove me right, who has just spoken, as well as the regional governor. I would also like us to go more in depth. And, you know, as a ministry, we have a close cooperation with the region of Western Greece and with all municipalities within the country. And under my umbrella, I have also the executive unit of the NSRF. We have tabled proposals for 8 out of the 13 regions in the country, out of which, of course, for Western Greece. And for sure, there will be an active participation in the period 21-27. That was all as a first round, as a first intervention, and I'm here available for you, Mr. Christakos, if you want me to get into a creative dialogue later on with the members of the panel, members of the local governments. I'm deeply touched because I have started my career from the local government, and I know that according to subsidiarity, it is the level which is the closer to the citizen, thus the more demanding. Let me thank you for that. Let me thank you for the timeline. Thank you very much. I don't know whether our connection is quite good. There were some micro problems, but you came out clear, loud and clear. That is why I tried to keep it short to convey main points of the message. Yes, this is the point. Let me give the floor to Mr. Galanos to wrap it up. Professor, could you please wrap it up? And every year we can be here to discuss and exchange. We would like to see the progress and what we can do. And then for the remaining 15 minutes, we can also have a dialogue, 2 minutes each. Say a few things and respect the time. Please, Professor, thank you very much for the invitation. Well, wrapping it up, firstly, I would like to say that figures are telling the truth, but also they're telling lies. On the first slide, we saw the increase of the GDP for continental Greece, but what people don't know is that continental Greece will have in Nofit as well, a region that serves the Attica region by increasing. The minister knows that. Yes, increasing dramatically the GDP, creating distortions even in the money that continental Greece will take vis-a-vis the overall development, the overall growth. So figures can say big lies and big truths. Another distortion from statistics, but let us explain some things. First of all, they don't include 2022. Some indicators have been skyrocketed in 2022. In 2022, in our country, we had a small decrease, we have a significant decrease of unemployment. That is, it has decreased quite greatly. And furthermore, we show the absorption rates of the NSRF. What we did not show, because it is not obvious, is the following. Let's see the added value of the projects that are included at the end of each programming period, so that we can demonstrate absorption and not qualitative upgrade. So we can say that, looking at that, understanding the notion of growth, first of all, we must talk about the following. To be able to allocate wealth, as the mayor said, you must produce wealth. And we must focus on that exactly, this production of wealth. And the non-denial to change, and significant changes needed in our country. Today we're trying to do that. You know, anything that is being heard in the years that I can remember, any government is trying to bring bills. There can be not all wrong ones, no. So not everything can be rejected by the opposition. There must be a common denominator that can be obvious today, these days. For instance, the majority of resources are allocated to local administration. The minister, don't mean to flatter him, got a program without money, and he delivered that with full pockets to create resources. This is a technical detail. Okay. What we need to talk about what we name critical issues of growth and multifaceted government. Where should we start from? The urban planning, where we haven't finalized main issues of planning and main questions of capacities are main issues for development. Only one example. Yes, please, go ahead. A port project, one simple port project today should be signed by how many ministries? 15 signatures for that to start. Let me give you an example which does not fall under your competency, but we're talking about interoperability and complexity, as Mr. Spirino said before. In Kythnos Island, where I have friends and I keep on visiting the island, the central road network is illegal. Do you know that? It's not recorded. As a result, my friend of mine, the mayor, wants to fix it, and the urban planners tell them, you don't exist to us. It's a central road network from one point to the island until the other. We must solve here critical questions because we might have money to fix it, but it's a ghost to us. Well, the municipality of Athens, to clean the small aisles of greenery at Sigrou Avenue, they need a special license. Yes, we show that. We talk about that. What is the licenses to be given, etc. Yes, there is a plethora of interventions that show that there must be a better allocation of responsibilities, which is structural, and undoubtedly this is needed by any type of growth. But to do so, there must be combined resources of implementation. We are the only country in the world that is trying to implement reforms without giving the necessary resources. This cannot continue. The Minister of the Interior may not continue with a reform, let's say, in any form of multifaceted governance without any independent program in the programming period, because this happens in a concentrated way. At the end of the day, for any decision, we talked about ITIs, for instance. They should get the approval of an executive unit which does not know any issue. Minister, please.
Well, let's start from the last, as presented by Mr. Galanos. We did not have a program in the recovery fund of the Ministry of the Interior. In 2022, there was no financial tool for the Ministry of Interior. We fought for that, and it was the first one to run that fast. We had the tenders in a month. We included the first projects in a few months, 450 million standard. That means that local authorities have matured and they can absorb the funds. Second thing, what did we see from the research? All this fall of Greek economy. 2023, nonetheless, we will have growth plus 42 million from compared to 2018. That means that all these deficits that were created because of the pandemic and other problems will be solved. So what are we gonna do with local government? Well, I think that we do trust local authorities, because we have changed the legislation in order to implement program. We do trust local authorities. We have shown that we are not here to comment what is happening, but to act. And all our initiatives are in a better path. I do believe in the transfer of funds to local authorities in favor of citizens. Now, in order to close that, what I believe that we need to do, a couple of things for the next period. Absorption and planning is one of that, but the biggest part is to reinforce the personnel with specialized staff in local authorities, and the tools when we have ready studies from staff which is well trained, will be found. ASEP is an institution. I hear what the minister said. We cannot expect 3 years to appoint someone. Of course, there are this kind of dysfunctions, but we try to solve them. Well, there is this backlog. The discussions we have heard until now make me come back to what I have already said. We see how much we have to struggle in order to meet our targets. We have done things, but we need to do more in order to fulfill the objectives. Nonetheless, we all agree that we have a way ahead. It has nothing to do with the resources alone. Okay, we have the money, we need to manage them in the best possible way. Of course, we cannot change everything from one day to the next. We are all aware of that. But what we also say, on the other hand, is that this money, the existing ones, is important not only to allocate them via project, because that shows political will. We don't downgrade that. But what actually stress citizens is the implementation and time, and unfortunately bureaucracy. And we see what is underway this period. The ski project in Calavrita, or the regional, the coastal road in the wider area. So it was difficult to tender all these projects because of overlappings. But if you ask citizens how they feel, they don't care. They need to a solution. So what does the state has to do? All of us. Well, we need to find ways to solve it, either to escape red tape or change legislation that promotes red tape. So we need to discuss certain things in order to find solutions. And in order to find solutions, all of us need to be on the same page. The whole system eventually, I mean the administration system, what operates? How does it operate? To the detriment of the project, the citizen, and the public interest. And we have best practices we can learn from. So I will give a minute to Mrs. Anastasopoulou the floor to tell us about local authorities. What are you planning? I need to say the following. I represented the country in the Berlin fair. Our regional kiosks were the most visited ones. We need to continue our work, and this is the message we want to disseminate. As I said, our plans include spatial planning for all regions. And that is why we use the RRF and NSRF funds. Overlappings, yes, you are right. I've been working in this tourism, in this Ministry of Tourism, in which we have a lot of overlappings, but and cooperation. We try to correct the flows. I am responsible for marinas and ports, which is a sector that demands the support of other ministries in order to move forward. We have managed in the last 12 months to solve issues that referred to 50 ports. Coming back to the regions, a lot of plans that have to do with regions concern tourism. Investments in tourism also are directly linked to tourism. We are close to the regions. We want the support of the regions. Our doors are open in order to discuss things. Everything, how to extend the tourist period to improve things. So we need the support of the regions in order to be able to underline their characteristics to make them attractive. Thank you all for your contribution. We have heard you well. And now let's go back to the discussion. Mayor, we have seen all what we have managed. We have managed various things, and we also need to see what we need to get over in order to be more efficient and effective. I will read something because I believe that the whole all panelists have the same objective. The minister has no different goals from ours, local authorities. We need to solve nonetheless certain issues. I believe that the next big reform in our country has to do with substantial reinforcement of local authorities via digital reform, its staffing and supportive structure, upgrading of their role, energy, social policy, health, education, digital democracy, environmental protection, and adjustment to resilience and climate change. Thank you very much. Mr. Spiridon, we close this discussion focusing on what you have said. We have a timetable this very moment based on the discussions carried out in order to be able to see what can be solved. We have the resources, there is the will, a lot of things have happened. Let's see how we can solve more. I am optimistic, and I believe that. And I don't want to be pleasant. We have two things. The first has to do with growth. We are in the right path. I think that this is important. We do have the mechanism, we do have the tools. And the second is that we are at a period of digital transformation. This is important. Via this, we can have the operational modernization of the regions and the interoperability with other sectors of the public. ETA, as a contractor of the policy of the ministry and the unions association, we have standardized 1,500 procedures that have to do with the regions and municipalities. What we see that procedures that took time and steps decrease, and if we combine that with digital transformation, the times to fulfill things decrease, and the cost is also decreasing. What else we do via transformation come together and a lot of things are done faster because now we have digital governance as well. That means that times decrease, cost decreases. So let's see the positive aspects. Mr. Galanes, I would like to say, taking into consideration this tragedy, I think that we need to continue believing that from the moment we experience this model of economy, you need to produce wealth in order to disseminate or to allocate wealth. Well, we haven't changed mentality. We have 10 years of memoranda with main problems, judicial problems, insurance problem, and structural issues of the Greek economy. 12 years after the crisis, and we can analyze none of these issues has been solved. We need to reform. Still, we need reforms in all three of them. Let's try to change mentality above all and not remain stuck in the past. As I said from the beginning, and I want to ask the minister, Minister, the tragic events we seek responsibilities to the people that were there. We're not judges ourselves. An administration, a discussion we have done, well, it is that there are serious problems to fulfill things. So tell me about responsibilities. I have heard the head of the opposition saying that he takes part of responsibility, and I would like your comment on the discussion on whether the Minister of Infrastructure should be candidate once again. First of all, I would like to say that in Tebi we had a crime. The responsibilities for this crime is justice, to award justice. How can we prevent the repetition of such a tragedy? I think that we should accelerate the modernization of railway. That means structural reforms at every level. We need to implement investments lagged behind. We have already invested money for the network, but this money doesn't seem to be enough. We will increase this amount of money, and we will include railways in the RRF. I will agree with Mr. Galanos that we need to eradicate this mentality. I think that elections should not be a part of our discussion until we award justice. Thank you all for participating in this discussion. Then we will have more discussions. And I would like to thank everyone for participating in this panel. Thank you all very much.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello. It's the second panel for this day, and we should talk about an issue that possibly to some might sound a bit difficult, a bit tough, meaning that we must talk about the future of our country, since we have seen that here in the column, building the future. The issue is that all of us, we're trying to program things, to schedule things, either at the level of society or at the level of our families, at the level of the state. And we've seen that lately this has been quite tough. We see unprecedented things to happen, such as the pandemic, such as the war, which we have in our neighborhood, and many more things that is unprecedented for some generations. In such a landscape, as a country, we are invited to take a strategic plan and move on. We've seen that frequently, that is, we've seen it in the following way, as wishful thinking, that politicians are saying that I would do the one or the other, or through science, that one way or another, they would try to foresee the future. Difficult, that is. Nevertheless, it seems that there is a series of ways, methodologies, that are pretty helpful to step on that, step on some facts, on some experience that we have, and be able to build and drive the future. You might tell me, is there such a methodology? Yes, there are some methodologies. It's called foresight. We're going to learn many things because the methodological framework that will be set is exactly this one, and this rather urges the states, even the European Union urges the states to be able to approach strategic goals through this methodology. It says that these forecasts contribute to the creation and the use of collective intelligence in a methodic way, having as an aim to foresee developments. You might ask me, with whatever is going on, may we foresee what will happen tomorrow? The reply is no. Or we can be lucky if we foresee it. But what we can do is that we can foresee some scenarios, good, average, less good, very bad, and get prepared about it. So find these variants that are critical in every society, in every economy, even in smaller communities, and get prepared for all different variants that might affect that. That is, if there is a good scenario, okay. If there's no good scenario, we are ready to face any challenge. I'm saying so by way of introduction to give the floor to the Special Secretary of Strategic Planning, because in Greece, for the last 1.5 years, we have a special secretariat which looks strategically into these issues and prepares the state for this type of scenarios, both the good or in the bad way. Then they will start with an introduction which is based on research that they have conducted, so that we can raise the theoretic foundation on which we shall build our discussion. So let me give the floor straight away to Mr. Mastrogeorgiou. And before me doing that, to the Special Secretary that is, I would like to introduce you to our panelists. Here to my left I have the Secretary General of the Ministry, Mr. Skalkos. Hello, Mr. Skalkos. Then the host of this event into the city of Patras, Mr. Bouras, who is director of the University of Patras. You know him. Mr. Bouras is director of the University of Patras. Mr. Mastrogeorgiou, I have talked about him. And we come to the end with Mr. Lambropoulos Haris, who comes from the Peloponnese and has a relationship with the university. He's a professor in the University of Patras, but also he's a president of the Development Bank. Thank you so much. I think that we're going to have a very fruitful discussion. You have the floor, Mr. Mastrogeorgiou. Thank you for the invitation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the youth. We can talk about the future, having as an audience a very important group. we can talk about the future. My friend Miro Floris, whom I deeply esteem for his work, and he is a brilliant scientist and a brilliant professional working in the private sector, dealing with the future scenarios. He is committing a permanent error that we are all doing. We do use a word that is a buzzword to explain to you what we are doing. He used the word forecast, the future forecast. Then this is inexistent. This cannot happen. It will never happen because the future cannot be foreseen. I suppose there are some other colleagues who believe that they can make it happen and they get some profit out of it, but a true fortune teller does not exist. Now, what exists? The possibility that we have to get prepared pretty good, or pretty well rather, for what is going to happen. We have the possibility to get to know, not to foresee, not to predict, but to get to know things that the future might bring. Why are we doing so? Not because we have the crystal ball, but because we know through a methodology called foresight, the perspective that this might brought. You're going to forget about it. It's an academic term, says the speaker. So through a methodology and through a methodic job, we can be able to see the mega trends. For instance, climate crisis is a mega trend. We know that in the years to come, the summertime, we will suffer acute temperatures, and the same will be done in winters. Another mega trend, the relationship between artificial intelligence and human beings. ChatGPT, GPT-4, yesterday there was the release of that, a totally new word. We know what these megatrends are. Then let's take a step further. After megatrends come trends. Trends are the more concise image at the level of the region, see Europe, or at the level of Greece, see country. Let's take a step after. Wildcards. The pandemic, was it a wild card or not? That is something that we didn't expect. Some people are saying yes, some other people are saying no. What about the war in Ukraine? Was it a wild card? That is a development that no one could expect. If we see it as an isolated event, yes, wars happened and do happen. It's not an innovation, but if we see it in a combined way, that the last phase of the pandemic coincided with the first phase of the war, then it becomes chaotic. So what are we doing? We're trying to make this synthesis of what we know between the ones that we don't know. All these hypothetical scenarios, we're trying to bring it into a mixture and thus try to be able to build a thread from today up to 2035 approximately, that will know how we can get better prepared for what will come, either we like it or not. A part of this effort was this first project that we implemented together with Haris Labropoulos and his team, the Hellenic Development Investment Bank, and this Innovation Greece 2035. I'm pretty happy. Here we have the concessionaire and the father, I would say, the custodian of the study, Haris and his team. And we tried to make this synthesis to draft some things that are going to puzzle the country at the national level. Let's say that we must all be very prepared in the years to come for 3+1 big changes that will come in our lives through the development of 3+1 important sectors of evolution. The three main sectors that brought humanity to these days from the first industrial revolution onwards, and +1 will be told afterwards. What is this about? Transport, communication, energy. The three main sectors. These three main sectors are in a phase of structural change during the last years, and they go to another level, energy level, let's say. We are discussing about electrification, electric energy, blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, new forms of energy. In the next 10 years, believe me, when it comes to energy, mankind will leave astonishing changes. Second topic, transport. We have the self-controlled automation. These items and these sectors evolve based on the new data. Third sector, we have the evolution of communication through the internet. We have the metaverse. We go towards that. We don't know how this will evolve. It's the so-called Web3. Some other people argue augmented reality, another form of communication. Here, for example, here, we could have an avatar of Yannis instead of me. I suppose that next year there will be an avatar of mine in order to have a better structured idea. Now, the plus one that I told you is mainly the sector that will change a lot in the years to come, biotech. It is the issue, it is the sector of high evolution through technology in medicine and in biotechnology. Diseases that still are problematic for mankind, cancer, Alzheimer, might become more easy to treat in the years to come. And of course, this is mainly due to AI. The umbrella for these developments comes too much with AI. Too many changes will be brought through AI in the years to come, and already we are living that. We try to highlight in this very concise study that can be found on our website, on the website of the Hellenic Development Investment Bank, and on the website of foresight.gov.gr. You can see it and you can download it. We try to highlight the main priorities of our country, and if rather people like Harry Lambropoulos and the institutional tools that he has, like Dimitris Kalkos, through the investment procedure, that is, where shall we invest and where would we want to invest the resources that are going to come in the years that will follow. And of course, you, young scientists, young members of the academia, through new curricula that the university should embed within their ideas. I keep on saying that we have the STEM studies, but next to that, in the mixture of studies, young people should get some other studies as well, or rather enhance some studies that were in the background in the previous year. It's related to humanities, ethics, imagination. These type of studies will come forth once again. Why? Because changes will redefine what this person is doing in this sphere, that everything can be done in a smart way, this can be done by the engine or by a smart algorithm. But for conclusion, allow me to say that our own job is mostly related to what-if scenarios and to questions what if. What will happen if? These are questions that we can set in the public debate. The country needs alternative ways of thinking, and there must be alternative scenarios for the future. Politicians keep on saying, Dimitris, this is not an insult for us. Politicians keep on saying that the future has challenges, just like that, in a neutral way and in a vague way. Of course, there are challenges, but what are we doing? We are hiding in the word challenge, opportunity, which is an error, and the word risk, because the future is hiding risk as well. Our own job is to get prepared for that as well. Take, for example, infrastructure. I was watching a small trailer prepared here by the guys of the organization team for Olympia, or those linking the one to the other, yes. Let's take, for example, the extension of this road. If we stick to the fact that this extension will take place. Why? Because this has been decided by a minister once, then this will go in vain. Because the minister decided today in 2023 for an extension that will happen in 2035 at the earliest, and we will not take into account what will be the areas to be linked. The areas in 2023, what about these areas in 2035 in terms of demographics, in terms of finance, in terms of society? Have we thought of it? Maybe yes, maybe no. What about the development of transport? Will there be micromobility and other forms of communication? Yes or not? Young people who are here today with us, Gen Z, people who were born around 2000, how will they face this necessity of transport then? These are questions, and I come to the end with questions because future lies astonishing questions rather than the possible replies that we can give. But if we don't raise these questions ex ante, then we will not be in good state to give any implementable answers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this speech. I can listen to him for hours. And I'm pretty happy because I see in the audience that we have many young people. This is very important because we're talking about Greece in the future, Giannis, let us agree that there is a common denominator, which is technology. Am I right? Mainly, yes. And we must build on that. It is a tool that will help us to solve some problems or get better prepared. Now, I would like to raise a question for Mr. Bouras, the following one. To what extent technology and innovation are the significant factors that we've seen as a society, as an academic community, as an economy, and in what way can we use that to go to the country in the future? What is your feeling about it? Thank you so much for this invitation, and I welcome you to the conference center of Patras University. Well, do we agree about the future of the country? I don't think that we agree about our country's future. Look, we live in a country that historically has proven that it can adapt only in a violent way. First example, the e-banking. It increased due to COVID. Otherwise, even now, we would be talking about technology. To foresee, predict the future, Mr. Mastrogeorgiou, you must take into account that the country will adapt diachronically only in a violent way, in any other way. What is the future? The future, in my view, since I'm fortunate to be the director of this university, future takes risk. Plan B. And what is most important, no matter how funny it might seem, I am not waiting anything from the government. The university, so tech, should wait nothing from the government. Why am I saying so? The country has spent millions of euros in technologies, in pharaonic projects that are in boxes, etc., etc. Technology is in the hands of young people, of young students that start university. They can create a startup post and technology. Technology may do nothing more if we don't embed it in what is Greece for the future. But also, let me tell you how future Greece will look like. It is a country that must look into the demographic data. Nobody amongst the politicians discuss about it. Schools were shut down the previous decade, and right now they are trembling before the idea that some universities might shut down. They are not prepared for that, you know. Greece in the future needs very few powerful, qualitative universities. Greece in the future wants credible hospitals. Greece in the future wants social security, and in the universities, tomorrow morning, the political system should abolish Article 16. Universities should have their own administration, they should have their self-management, because otherwise they cannot survive. Technologies will come in which we will see in an awkward way. What does this mean? In an era of big uncertainty, as Kikidi Moula says, traditional tools may not analyze anything. Risk. And we're asking about next technology. I heard augmented reality. These are things that Europe knew 15 years ago. These are things that countries have been discussing about for years. So what Greece in the future should do, we should take the decision that some technology was lost and jump as if we were a frog by making this leap to win the battle. So technology will change. I thought about my idea in Greece for the future, not universities sharing with others papers. Even if we don't accept, all degrees are not the same in Greece, all diplomas are not the same in Greece. Qualitative universities, social justice, social security, investment, labor posts. And what is most important, whereas the country produces technology and innovation, I don't know whether you know it, I can tell it because I'm very proud. We are the only university that is a listed company in New York the only company, the only university having shares in the stock market of Stockholm. We are there, but due to the legal framework that exists, the budget of the university can be approved by the Minister of Education. It takes 15 calls from me, and I will include Harris to that, so that I can pay April, all my obligations for April. We will build the future on our own, and we will build it on our own if we believe in young people, if through failures we can find our way, and what is most important, we can take the risk and adapt in a violent way. See what happened and how, why the claim for quick infrastructure increased. If 3 years ago I told you that ADSL is dying and we would need a fiber in home, you would say, come on. But we should undergo the COVID-19 crisis to put it in the debate. I mentioned the most eloquent example of e-banking before. Technologies that will come, whereas we are in a city, regrettably I'm saying so, we are discussing about 5G, where elsewhere they're talking about 6G. I'm sad. I'm sorry, but that's true. The mobile networks that will come will change our lives in a way that nobody could imagine right now. This item is thousands times more powerful than a computer that existed 30 years ago. So, our training, our education should be able to adapt to new technologies, which means that new generations must have skills. Furthermore, what is most important in my view is that apart from what I named violent adaptation for success, technologies in the country should cease to be what we are saying pharaonic. And let me come to the end by an example to understand what I'm saying. Right now we have 24 universities. We have approximately 20 different classes, 20 different lists of students. The minister is asking us, how many students do you have? But if there was one term, software as a service, there would be only one platform for everyone to follow. You know what? We are fortunate, or exactly the opposite, it depends. I participated in the big adventure of our country 2010. Imagine that our country 12 years ago, we couldn't say how many civil servants we had. So, to reply to that question, the future will be designed by each one in a different way, according to how quickly we can adapt technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad because your approach, as I have thought of that, we pay attention to technology transfer, etc. We discuss in these terms. In the last years, nonetheless, we have an effort to change the developmental model of the country, to introduce more technology, to do more things. We have financing towards this direction. We have other resources as well. And the question to Mr. Skalkos is the following. What is at stake? What developmental model do we have for the country? We might have different approaches. Thank you for the invitation. It's nice to meet every year. And we have interesting questions. I have different points of view from the rector. We all need policies. What is policy? To adjust to the developments ahead, to be resilient and not be overtaken by developments. Well, we need to take measures. Mr. Mastrogeorgiou has already analyzed what these measures might be. It's difficult to design. We do have this secretariat, but we start and we do start thinking towards this direction. We are thinking of the everyday life, but we need to think of the future. We need to understand what kind of developmental model we want for the future. The productive model we had in the previous decades cannot give any answers. It is a production model of cheap, non-competitive productivity. Low productivity creates problems. We have difficulties in adjusting ourselves to the future. In the future, we see new trends. We need to embrace not only this mega trend to have prosperity, we need to talk about survival. And the window of opportunity is very narrow. A lot of changes can become a threat to pass from mega trends to mega threats. We want a development model, inclusive, prosperity that is for all, a sustainable one of environmentally friendly, and of course should be competitive. We are not alone in this environment. We have other states. We need to be able to compete them. We have KPIs in order to understand things. We know what is important. We need to find ways to adjust to the developments. This production model we need to embrace we need to take into consideration all what is happening. By changing a chip doesn't mean that we move forward. We need to take risks. We need to finance areas of the market where there is high risk. So the state undertakes part of the risk. We need to have a serious system of social protection. It's easier to risk when there is a safety net, knowing that there is a second chance, a series of things. In reality, we want an institutional environment totally different from the existing one. A very good answer, and actually allows me to address the last panelist. Mr. Kalkos talked about financing to create an ecosystem that will create a positive environment, allowing entrepreneurship, new technologies and innovation to flourish. The question is, how do you practically do that in the bank, in the investment bank? And Mr. Labropoulos, from your experience, do we have skills in Greece? Is so, according to your experience, what is the case? Thank you very much for the invitation. It's true that we have heard a lot of interesting things. I dare say, at my capacity as member of the academic community, let me talk about the skills first. In Greece, we have high quality staff, but we lack certain skills. We don't have digital skills even among young people. I don't suggest that we are digitally illiterate, and if we didn't do things quite fast, we wouldn't have experienced this positioning of Greece in digital infrastructure. We have been repositioned in better places now. Skills important for young people are soft skills, skills that have to do with creativity, entrepreneurship, innovation as a notion. And I say to my students, innovation is how to create value from ideas, how to make our lives easier, and this is what a lot of startups try to do. Some startups come to solve some existing problems and make life easier to a lot of people. When I understood what foresight is, and we discussed with Mr. Mastrogeorgiou and his colleagues about the UNESCO tools and methodology. Mr. Labropoulos, I was asked, what would you like? It was the first cooperation we had in foresight, the mega trends in innovation for 2035. I said that because I was inspired by the Nobel Prizes of 2018. And it had to do of how growth develop, influence climate. We have heard a lot about the investments that need to have in order to be environmentally friendly. Paul Romer said that states and organizations that invest and include innovation grow faster because beyond of the production coefficients, we see other things. In Israel, 9.5 million inhabitants, 450 billion GDP. Greece, with the same population, has half of that GDP. They focused on June generation, they took a risk, and as Mr. Kaklus says, with 1.5 billion capitals, we facilitate investors. We invest with them to get more risk in order to accelerate innovation in our country. Innovation in our country beyond the classical, the traditional sectors can add amounts to GDP. And I gave you the example of Israel. Since we are in Patras, we need to say that Patras, having the university here, is at the phase of scale up, and the rector and the authorities have done a lot of interesting things. They encourage the professors and students to innovate, and the big challenge for Western Greece is extroversion of what is produced in the universities. We thank you very much. So my conclusion is that we do have skills, we can develop more, and in a way we need to help them flourish. And since we talk about resources, adequacy of resources, do we have money, Mr. Skalkos? What is the plan of financing in Greece in order for this development model to be supported? What do we see from, we have the new NSRF, other tools. Well, we do have money. The rector does not need this money, as I understand. So, we do have money. The country is in a very positive coincidence or a happy... Sure. I think that Europe has introduced RRF, so our country had an investment gap formed during the past decade crisis, a investment gap exceeding 100 billion euros. Now we can cover it. We have the new NSRF with 26.5 billion euro increased compared to the past one. We have RRF with loans and grants. Part of that, 500 million will pass through the Greek Investment Bank if we actually use this funds and try to multiply them in a way, we will have positive results. At European level, the needs for digitalization will exceed 400 billion euros. So we understand that these resources that might seem a lot might not be sufficient in the long run. But I want to give you a different dimension. The resources are not the issue. We need to take advantage of them. And two remarks. We need to focus on actions and the value-added project. This is something that we should stop politicians from exploiting that. We cannot move towards future with favoritism. We need to support proper actions. The second has to do with our institutional capacity, the sufficiency of the beneficiaries when they get the funds to use them properly. You need to prove first that you can proceed with your projects and then get the funds. There are beneficiaries via NSRF that are considered weak, members of the public sectors, municipalities that cannot make use of these resources. The big challenge in the years to come is to reinforce these beneficiaries, big public utilities or universities to absorb the funds.
Thank you. So the debate goes to you, because we see that we have resources, we have skills, we have a development plan, we have the vehicles that can distribute to the stakeholders and the society the risk of development. Nevertheless, I can see a lack of technology transfer and to having innovative ideas that could be commercialized, because the issue is for that to have an impact on the economy, etc. How are you positioning right now the Hellenic University and the Greek research community? For instance, right now, let's say we have young people here who knows what ChatGPT is. What is ChatGPT? Do you know? Please raise hands. Raise hands. ChatGPT, come on. Good. Who is using it? Let's see. Now, the version 4 that was launched last night was used by whom? Obviously, you are at the school, something related to that. No, all right. I would like to say the following. What happens is unprecedented. Please tell me, what is reality of the research community and the academic community? Well, look, I will reply about the University of Patras, okay, because I believe that Greek universities, even if we don't confess it, we are in competition among us. We have chosen strategically to use from the smallest to the biggest research result of the labs that we have in the University of Patras. I can announce that we have been chosen to create from a 3D printing the first pre-incubator of the country, approximately 80 square meters that will be hosted at the University of Patras. This is a donation by a big firm. By the way, we believe in charity for the Greek universities. Something that we don't have, and we shall host there 8 to 10 student groups. We will have them under coaching and mentoring with a hope that every 28 days there will be a good one to get money. Something was said about money by Mr. Skalkos. I should reply to that. Let me give you 2 examples to understand the myth. The University of Patras, since its third in evaluation, it got a bonus of 300,000 euros. Now we are in 9,200 as an ordinary budget. 35 is brought by our researchers. 9.2 by the state, 35 by our researchers, out of which 2 million euros come from a master degree. We managed to welcome Chinese people in our city. You know, for the Chinese people, numbers are in thousands. What does it mean? There is money. I will have 2 provocative questions, and I have asked many people. Could somebody tell me out of the RRF how many are the funds for the university? I'm asking the region. And I'm telling them, how much is the money out of the 340 million euros for the region? How much will go to the university? Because this means it can be 0. It means, what is the political will for the universities? Right now, all universities need a bold program of renewal when it comes to their research and teaching material, to embed new technologies, thus produce innovation. Is there any provision in the RRF for a program, let's say 2 billion euros, so the universities can get it to renew equipment? Well, I don't know whether my friend Nectaris is here. Quite shortly, we shall announce that out of the 640 million euros of the NSRF, we are claiming 70 with specific mature projects, out of which 35 in the depth of 4 years will be the renewal of our equipment, of our teaching materials, so that our kids can have skills, and the research one for our researchers to produce new products. Will there be the political will? I'm not sure about it. So what are we doing? We are claiming more money from the EU We're building master's degrees with tuition fees. We get money, and we work as if we are a private university, whereas half believe that it is public, but I'm telling you it is a hard state university. The difference between state and public is that when it comes to the state, there's indifference. For the public, there is a sense of public interest that you want to guarantee. Without the renewal of the research equipment, we will not produce any innovation. We have gotten this trend. We cannot compare the American universities and the European universities that change every decade their research equipment. And here, let me give an example from another science. When I was happy enough to be in the US, everybody believed that I went there to study IT. But I was deeply touched by geostrategic, I had the master's there. When I finished, I went to the professor and I told him, give me an object. What's that? You got nothing when you're going to have. I said, why? I had excellent notes. He replied to me, in these masters, you are the one that is going to choose the topic. And we will support you. I asked him, will I choose? Well, having studied in Greece with the professor, etc. What did he tell me? He gave me an example about the country, and I will tell it because it's very provocative. In 1987, he told me, I was called by the White House, and they talked to me about a scenario. A country, member of NATO, is threatened by another NATO member, one of which, these two, has a friendly relationship with a Warsaw Pact country. What will NATO do when the threatened country activates the agreement that exists with the country of the Warsaw Pact? This was a master's degree from Harvard. They didn't know. They have studied all different cases, I'm saying so, to understand uncertainty and the risk that exists. So, innovation, thus fees, thus qualitative studies, will be done by the one that will quickly renew the educational research equipment. I feel bad to say so. In many labs, we do have the same equipment like 40 years ago. I don't expect that in the LRF there will be money for the universities. So we want to increase our income working as a serious public or private university and renew it on our own. Educational research equipment will give the opportunity to have skills, education, research, innovation of products. Thank you. A very brief question. When it comes to culture of Greek researchers, members of the academia, do you see that we have started to become a bit better, that we have to commercialize all that? I know that I am skipping the other two. Yes, obviously, with Harris, we are a generation that played football in the fields. My students grew up having that in hand, so they will produce a technology. Mr. Labropoulos, you've come in contact with many ecosystems. You mentioned that before. What should we do so that a new productive model that will have technology and what you said can be extrovert and get our small piece in the international competition? Yes. First of all, we must not reinvent the wheel. So the first and foremost is that we must embed as a logic the fact that we must discuss between us, cooperate, exchange views. Otherwise, we're not talking about an ecosystem. We're talking about lonely riders or about parallel courses that can lead into infinity, that is, into nowhere. Now, since we have been talking and we're discussing, we see that each one is facing the other as an integral part of an ecosystem. And this was what I said before. I am not here to teach you, but I would say that innovation is the catalyst, is the multiplier that can leverage in an astonishing way the other factors of production. That's why I said 488 billions in Israel versus 220 in Greece. We see that there is a possibility to create over double wealth than the one that we are experiencing today, that this wealth will be conveyed towards this society. It will be helpful for what my dear Dimitris Kaskalko said before in a concise way, that is, benefit everybody. There can be convergence, a social convergence, that is a support to all different phases, so nobody could feel that can be left aside due to poverty. So the main thing is synergies, cooperation. The second important thing, which is of paramount importance, is to have our eyes and ears open, that is, get to see the good results, the good examples abroad, create extrovert relationship. As a Hellenic Development Investment Bank, in spite of the fact that our capitals are very important and innovative for the Greek sphere, we have created powerful alliances in terms of investment that is signed with the most important investment funds of Abu Dhabi, with Mubadala and ADQ, signed agreements of 4.2 billion euros to be invested in the Greek ecosystem. They're looking for opportunities, and yet opportunities of some size. That is an important size. Plus the strategic alliances that we have forged in Europe with BPI, France DKFW Capital, and other state investment funds that support Scale Up Europe initiative to accelerate even further the scaling of startups and new tech ideas before they migrate to the other side of the Atlantic or to the Asian market, that is, have some added value in GDP in Europe, and thus create the preconditions and the examples, because, an example might work, Mr. Flores, We're talking about an ecosystem of startups. Some years ago, this was an unknown factor. We were theoretical, okay, they were saying, okay, Labropoulos is quite good, but how many others? Now, through Elevate Greece, we have an image of... You know that many companies were mentioned before in the morning in the two-day conference that is taking place in the framework of the Regional Growth Conference. The Dean alluded to that. Companies that existed as successful exits that never were recorded in Elevate Greece. So we know that there is an erroneous, rather a latent possibility, and there are more things to be done, and many more things have to be done when it comes to strengthening entrepreneurship. But all these examples and successful buyouts and achievements, what do? They put on the radar of foreign investors our homeland. Why? Because we have to attract, as a country, with all that we're proud of, our talent, our HR, that is, even for the demographic, there can be a brain gain. See how we can give more incentives to our youth so that they can dream to build their own lives. How can they build their own lives when they know that they will graduate and the first wage they will get is X money, and along with their spouse, they cannot make a living, they cannot create a family, so on and so forth. So this is related to what Mr. Mastrogeorgiou said, that is, create the prerequisites for a meaningful labor post, well paid, and we can attract talent from abroad, and the state has gotten some initiatives, but these networks should be also formed. If you don't have 5G or 6G perspectives, etc., how can another become a digital nomad in Greece? There are many details, many small things that if we discuss, we can find solutions. I've seen it in front of me. I have partnered with all the people in the panel, and we can see different solutions. That is why one of our mottos, one of our credos that I have been saying in my public debates is that we can listen to the market. In what sense? Not the market that is the capital and so on and so forth. We can listen to the trends asked by the people, what people want, so that we can adapt our programs. The same is what Mr. Skalkos is doing when he replans, he redesigns different topics about the NSRF, and yet here, allow me to say so, because it is very important what you said. We must talk about use of resources and not about absorption. Absorption is used by the European institutions as an indicator, as a KPI, but it's not the main KPI. The main KPI is targeting that our homeland has, the investment-wise, rather, have proper absorption, because this will give an added value for the next day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good. I think that we came to the end of a big part of our discussion. Let's take it to another level. We have 5 minutes. Okay, yes. There was a meeting before, there was another panel that talked about the following. We said that apart from these nice resources needed, etc., for an economy to work, it takes trust and institutions. It's something that is of paramount importance. Yet we had Mr. Elisa Papaioannou, who is in London Business School, a professor there, and he was telling us, as we have the different coefficients of production, it seems that there is another one which has been recorded in research, which is, of course, social fund and trust. When we are talking about next years, do we take into account this factor? It's very important, unfortunately quite trendy. Trust, which we will be invited to manage and cultivate in subsequent years, goes through other procedures, Miron, which are related to the discussion that we had here earlier. You know what? When we're talking about the future, since for the last 3 years, I have actively participated in discussions about the future, there is a big trap, which is related to human beings. When you're discussing about the future, since no one will ask you the bill or what you're telling, okay, nobody might remember. Maybe you will change your priorities. It's as if you were watching a basketball game sitting on your sofa, and you are the coach, and you're saying, why did they do that or the other? Well, somebody might say that I want Greece to be like that, and another person saying, no, I have an opposite view. This discussion is a wishful thinking, and it might end up to a potentially age-based populism. Do we believe that only young people and students will shape the future? No, the future will be forged by everybody. Young people here will manage the future that will be created, but it will not just be about the children here that will create the future that we will invite to manage. This is a matter of trust, the trust that we have with the next generation with the subsequent one that will follow. I am fortunate enough to be only the graduate of Greek universities. I feel that I am blessed. I have met marvelous members of the academia who have helped me a lot. But I believe that since we talked about skills, I will be the villain here. Our country deprives of skills. And the main priority to me, the national priority, is not the demographic challenge. To me, main priority is lifelong learning, reskilling and upskilling. 1.5 months ago, we presented to the Special Secretariat, along with the National Center of Social Studies, the landscape of the internet used by Greeks. Greeks use the internet to be updated, static web, that is, Web 1, to get into betting applications. I watch videos, I have interaction with friends, etc. But when I discussed with graduates of law school, can you imagine that? Presenting the findings, I asked them, how do you use the internet? They replied to that, well, this is what I did 20 years ago equally. Do we have the same use today, 2023, compared to 2003? Floris talked about ChatGPT. Some people are using it, some others not. Right now, there's a possibility to tremendously change the way through which we work, we behave, the way through which we think might change. Have we taken that into account? No. 4.5 years ago, I started my PhD thesis on ethics and AI. I was deeply troubled to find professors. You can't imagine. I went to a philosopher. I asked him, I want to have ethics and AI. What's that? What's that? So I went to MIT. Ethics and AI. To me, Aristotle ended when I was in the senior high school. Okay, but we need reskilling and upskilling. So priority number one is lifelong learning. It is a phrase that has been cannibalized, but I believe that it is quite deep, and we must give the value that it should have: reskilling, upskilling, so that we can be able to forge the future, regardless of how we can have it in mind and imagine that. Thank you so much. And this is the last word to close the loop. We have 3 minutes more, and I would like a final statement by all of you, apart from Mr. Mathrogeorgiou, who did it. And please tell us 3 important challenges for Greece in the future. We listened to reskilling, said by Mr. Mathrogeorgiou. Then we heard about the decrease of population. Mr. Skalkos, you have the floor. Okay, 3 challenges. First one, for sure, the lack of innovation. I will agree. There is a lack of innovation, indeed. We saw that before. The report of SEV, that is the Industry Association, we have skilled HR, but not where the market wants. So we need a reorientation of the whole system and lifelong learning, but also the possibility of reskilling. Each one of us in the years to come, for our youth, we're talking, each one will change a professional career 3 times throughout the professional career. It is important. New NSRF, and again, it might seem obvious, but there are resources that overcome 3 billion euros for upskilling years to come. Innovation, very important. Regional innovation, all 13 regions in the country, and Attica as well, rank quite low in the European Charter of Regional Development. Here, it takes as well significant job to participate in the different value chains, international ones, as they can be reshaped in a more dynamic way. I would put another factor that was not discussed related to how we can guarantee ourselves vis-a-vis natural threats. And let me link that to the environment against natural disasters. 1/3 of natural resources in our country. In other states, it's more or less. 1/3 is earmarked to restore any national disaster, any natural disaster. We must have a safe system of civil protection. We live in a vulnerable area, Mediterranean fires, etc. In the years to come, we will see that we will have fires even more in the Mediterranean compared to the past. We must look into that. I'll come to the end by a generic comment. Institutional lack is the most important thing. It's measurable in terms of good governance, good legislation, and I put also the intergenerational factor that was uttered before. There are countries like Britain. Britain is one of these. Each law from now on should include the consequences for the next generation. This will be pretty helpful, and they can be helped by foresight studies and similar studies. And along with that, we can see the lack of culture, lack of partnership. In Greece, we don't partner, we don't collaborate. Companies do not collaborate with the public administration. Sometimes even 2 services of the public sector do not collaborate with each other, but this is another story. Thank you. So, environment, skills, institutions, and cooperation mentality. Thank you. Dean.
Well, I will have a political approach for the first time. First, we need to continue to accept populists and easy solutions. Political cost that prevents political system to take bold decision before we are led to distraction, and we need to support young generation. Could you add 2 more, Mr. Papageorgiou? I will add the following. Is there anyone here from the Open University, not a student? Because it's easy to turn against politicians. For the last 5 months, we have tried to do things in the Open University. We have got the first postgraduate future studies program in Greece for the 14 months. The administration will say this and that and that, but eventually no results for 14 months from one person to the next in order to approve that. Politicians think only in a 4-year period. We need to think of the future nonetheless if we want to be successful. And the academia in that is the most serious tool for the country. Academia needs assistance, and we want upskilling and reskilling, of course. And last comment from you. I agree with all the priorities. We have heard serious approaches on prioritizations and challenges about the future. What I say nonetheless is that if I insist in a creative dialogue that actually that strengthens you against situations unforeseen, I agree with the rector. We always need to have plan A, plan B, or plan C, because you never know what might happen in the future. Until recently we said that the financial system is quite bold, etc., and all of a sudden, by an unforeseeable event, the upgrading of the bonds of Silicon Valley Bank, we have upgraded the yield of bonds. It collapsed and was about to contaminate the international financial system. We need to be serious in whatever we do. We can take fast, updated decisions to avoid surprises. I insist, nonetheless, and as a child of the University of Patras, and because we have this conference here, I dare say that the region of Western Greece is at a phase of escalation, and we will see positive results. I don't want to sound positive. Nonetheless, mentality is important. And in the university, we see this change of mentality that will help the whole region move forward. And we are not far away from the centers. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you all for being here. And we have lunch break, so you can enjoy your lunch.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, Υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Ναι, αλλά εγώ θα...
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα σε όλους, καλησπέρα και σε όσους...
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all of you who are in the room. We would like to welcome you at the 11th Regional Development Conference organized by Peloponnese newspaper. Good afternoon to everyone who is watching us also via the internet. And under the shadow of today's industrial action, we would like to welcome you, Mr. Marinakis. And because you're the secretary of the governing party, I would like to ask you, how can we build the future, which is also the title of this developmental conference this year. How can we talk about development policy when in 2023 we have a collision between two trains and 57 human lives are lost? Before everything else, I would like to congratulate for this yet once again successful organization of this conference and thank them for the honorary, deeply honorary invitation. About 2 weeks ago, we've had a national tragedy. 57 human beings were lost, among which most were young people. I would like to express my condolences to their families. To us, it is always going to be a national memory of mourning. Before this tragedy yet, and before any public appearance, Mr. Mitsotakis used to ask us and all the members of the party that apart from which the successes might have been in all sectors, we must not try to be proud and exaggerate things. We must remain humble because this country, our country, has got many unfinished businesses to tackle. There is no luxury of time. Nothing can wait. I believe that Greece of 2023 compared to Greece of 2019 is something that has to experience many, many changes. And I used to say this even before the tragic accident in Tempe. I believe that we can do something because in other sectors we have done things that weren't done for decades. Greece gave pensions on time. Imagine that people who used to make contributions needed 4 to 5 years until they would get their pension. We put together everyone in one single fund, and we eliminated 26 taxes. Greece was the country that would oblige people queue, wait on the queue, and had nothing digitized. Digitization is getting more and more extensive. And in order to be more effective, we have to see the wider picture. We have to see what is wrong. We have to, of course, talk extensively about this tragic accident. But first and foremost, we have to see that the most significant conclusion of what came out of this tragical day, truly, is that the only word that should bring us forward is evaluation, assessment. And the competent minister, current competent minister, Mr. Grapatidis, talked about a series of, a sequel of tragic mistakes, one of which being the signaling and why it hadn't gone forward. But look, if a person committed a fatal error, someone else, because since 2022 there was the obligation of usage of the provisionary system that was operational as shown by documents and was not used. There's also an obligation for a second person. The second person that was supposed to be here there on shift with him was gone. So the key word is assessment, and we are responsible for not having implemented it. But how can we talk about, who can talk about assessment? The only party is Nea Demokratia and Mr. Mitsotakis, because it was imposed in so many other sectors. Think about education. When the Minister of Education tried to impose it, and she started it, she had to go to court in order to implement what had been voted for by the Hellenic Parliament. There was cuts in universities and strikes. When Mr. Voridis, Minister of the Interior, suggested a law for assessment. That's another first. And the other parties are not talking about assessment at all. And I'm not trying to say that we are not responsible, everyone else is. No. We have to be sincere, we have to be courageous, admit our errors, and call things with their names. So where is the responsibility regarding your party, Nea Demokratia? So this was a human error as far as I understand. It was a human error. There was a second person missing at the night shift. No. What I said is that our responsibility is no way diminished. So what's the shared responsibility of Nea Demokratia? I believe that the organization, the political leadership, has to have the whole picture, but our justice system has to figure out who was in charge and who was responsible for this mess, because it was indeed a mess. Even exposed, you can see that all these people that took care of the after accident period, EMAC, the fire services, the rescue workers, everyone rushed and performed their duties at an excellent degree. But the persons responsible ought to have known that it was still a mess and it had not been tangled. So the system, the local electronic system that was operational since 2022 should have been used. There were also some delays in implementing again and again the agreements that have been concluded. And I strongly disagree with what the opposition leader said, that he does not bear any share of responsibility. And of course, listen, there was also the minister, the previous competent minister, who resigned. And there was also, on the other hand, the opposition saying that the 72% of the project had been handed in, but this only meant the financing of it. And out of the 52 stations, 17 were handed in. This is not 72%, and out of which half were not operational. Whereas regarding the individual parts of the project, it had not been concluded. So we need to speak the truth, be self-critical, and we need to say the truth to our citizens, to everyone. The rest has to be judged by justice, our justice system. We are to blame because we didn't manage to do the extra mile, to take the extra mile in order to avoid all this. Let's talk about Mr. Karamanlis, the former minister who resigned right after the national tragedy. How's Nea Demokratia going to handle this? I know that you are going to talk about it regarding his candidacy in the upcoming election. Mr. Karamanlis, first of all, resigned in less than 24 hours after the accident. This is not unfortunately, this is not the a rule to happen every time we have some political turbulence. So he undertook the political responsibility for this, even if he had performed excellent job in other sectors, in other duties. Now, the voting ballots are the exclusive competence of the Prime Minister. The participants there are at his personal choice. So, the easiest thing to do for me would be to try and become electable or popular, because I fully understand the wrath and the anger of the public. I could say, yes, Mr. Karamanlis shouldn't be a candidate. We truly understand all the wrath of the people, but let us hear what the specialists and what the justice has to say, and start from the lowest up to the top level. But those who have already got condemned former ministers and yet are included in their polls and their ballots. Mr. Tsipras said that, oh yes, I included Mr. Toskas in my ballot. And how many years it's been since the disaster that we all experienced under Mr. Tsipras's government? So they haven't made up for their mistakes, their own mistakes. And it's only hypocrisy for them to accuse us of what we have been doing and how we have been handling the whole situation. Do you think that people of Nea Demokratia are to be satisfied? Listen, we cannot soothe everything with an apology. And of course, in order to have for an apology to be true, it has to be accompanied by whatever is possible in order to make it true. 2 years ago, we had a terrible summer, and I'm referring to the Mati arson. So whenever something that was not a result of a good job or did not incur the required work having been done, we tried to do our best, because at the end of the day, when you are the government, you are responsible for what is going on. And of course, things are not going to be soothed with a few damages paid. If when you lose a person of your family, things do not change with just a lump sum of money. So this apology has to be turned into work, and the phrase "never again" has to be turned into work. Okay, you talked about work. You talked in the beginning of our conversation about the fact that assessment should be done, and according to today's publications, of course, this person was placed at this post by some people. Listen, yes, this gentleman's sister is at Nea Demokratia. Listen, what the opposition does in this issue is abominable. First of all, it's lying, even after such a tragic fact. First of all, he was an employee of the OSCE. He left there as a surplus employee, and in 2010, and he came back to OSCE with Mr. Spidzis, who was a Syriza minister, Mr. Spidzis. But listen, was it truly a Nea Demokratia case, or was it a political favor? We're talking about 2016, law 2016 of Mr. Skouletis. And this has to do with a change of post of a civil servant. Second, if after the age of 47, one should not have been a station person in chief, then he shouldn't have remained there at his place. So what is done? Syriza takes advantage of the pain and the anger, and they confuse people, trying to create impressions, whereas they know all too well that there have been some transfers of civil servants, and there is a station chief in Thessaloniki who is 64 plus. The only thing they care about is their chair, and this is tragic. And you know, it's neither with fake news nor with this mess can they truly do good to their party. So Nea Demokratia assesses it does not make place for its blue kids, and only performs assessment. No, I'm not saying that we have resolved all of our issues in Greece. After 1980 onwards, Greece, after the junta fell, we have ever since the most established and the most stable democracy we've ever had. But after 1980, from time to time, we have the mentality of, let's play it by ear. Let's take it as it goes. The previous government that said it would change everything has served this rationale, serving this political clientele, doing favors. But what is important is that whenever we say something, we should mean it. And what are we doing in order to change all this? The first government, after so many years, that performs assessment, digitizes the state with all the mistakes and the omissions, and we could have not possibly managed to improve everything. And the problem is, are we trying to pull down whatever is left? Or are we trying to keep what is still healthy and take it from there as much as best as we could? So, in many sectors, we have done many good things. How will you manage to change the climate in Nea Demokratia after the national tragedy? And what is at stake, really? And how are you going to convince the citizens to trust Nea Demokratia again? Showing citizens where we were in 2019 and where we want to take it in 2027. Being specific, where was the economy, the national economy? In 2019, we had such a high debt. Our debt has been diminished. We had more than 26 taxes that were increased. Now we have so many decreased. We have 270,000 more employment posts. We have started increasing pensions, and for the third consecutive time, we are increasing pensions. We have decreased migration by 55%. Our picture as a country was not honorary at all until 2019. We are far better equipped against any challenge, against true challenges. Remember what was the situation like in Evros River at our frontier, where we managed to deter a terrible attack. The vaccination rollout was a model. We had less than 800,000 transactions with the state, and now we have over 200,000 transactions that are digital. But all what I said and much more is the basis in order to build whatever else is to build. So the question is, do we want to carry on changing Greece to the best, or do we want to go back to the worst years, where one had come over with the slogan, "We will change everything." He burdened Greek people with the memorandum of understanding with the IMF, and we have struggled so much to achieve what we have achieved so far. So in this climate, does the plan of Nea Demokratia for development stop? We know that there is a plan for regional development, because we need to say a few words about that before we close it. I would like to thank the citizens and ask them to judge us very strictly. The Prime Minister has brought a leaflet in Patras, including 80 plus projects for Patras, many of which touch the totality of the Achaia region and even Western Greece. And let us see, when was the last time that we had such an overall plan? It is tragic that for many, many years, so many years, we've had regions, towns, and prefectures of a second class. So, I'm not referring to the previous period, but Patras, Achaia region were completely forgotten because with the 57 dead that we have lost, should I even remind you how many fellow citizens of ours we lost on the national road of Patras Pyrgos? Now we can talk about a very specific time frame. We can see projects, we can see them, we can feel them, and much, much, much more has been done. And I would like to reiterate, it's not only local projects, 80 plus only for Patras, and we keep going with specific financings. There are already some that have been presented and given to circulation. Region puts pressure on the central government. We haven't seen this for many, many years, but we have to do even more. We have to take higher leaps in order for Patras, Achaia, and Western Greece to reach where it deserves to be. And this picture, being able to perform these conversations in a university that in an area that was not so open for all ideas. There was a so-called of impunity that was very peculiar. And this is something that the society has achieved. Mr. Marinakis, I would like to thank you very much.
Γεια σας.
Good afternoon. My name is Phoebe Koundouri. I am professor at the Economic University of Athens. And it is a great pleasure to be once again here in the Regional Growth Conference, which is, of course, a very important initiative taken by Mr. Louloudis, who is a man with a vision, who I believe will play an important role in the context of the wider effort for the transformation of the country. It is an effort that we need to make as a country, as regions, so as then succeed in making the transition to sustainability. A transition which, scientifically speaking, will definitely determine our survival. Right now, we are faced with multiple crises. Financial crisis, which is, of course, very timely. Now, as we speak, we are faced with a financial crisis. We are also faced with economic crisis, with inflationary trends, trying to overcome the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. A pandemic that has devastated the global supply chains. At the same time, we need to deal with the intense inflationary trends that stem from the energy and food crisis. And, of course, based on the recent news, we've got the financial crisis that broke out in the United States and now has crossed the Atlantic and has affected Europe. Apart from all these crises, we need to deal with the environmental crisis, with the disruption of the ecosystems, the geopolitical crisis, many crises, in other words, taking place at the same time and rather hard to deal with. The good thing is that we have a blueprint, a manual. Our manual actually pertains to the SDGs, 17 SDGs, 169 sub-goals, which these goals are a systemic and holistic framework in which we can shape the paths that will take us to the solutions, will allow us to come up with the optimum mix of solutions, technological, financial, and political, which can actually guarantee a sustainable growth. A growth that will be focused on human beings, a growth that will secure the resilience of the ecosystem, of the environmental ecosystem, so that it can then support the survival of humans, the resilience of the human ecosystem, as well as the financial sustainability. So today, in the context of this panel, that comprises very distinguished representatives of all the important sectors of the economy, I would say, representatives of the European Investment Bank, representative from the Hellenic Capital Market Commission, representative of one of the most important advisory companies in the country, but also globally, a representative from the academia, from the universities, that is, and also a representative of the research centers of the country, which are supported by the Ministry of Growth. The basic message we want to convey and the basic theme we want to discuss today is how we can link this call for transformation, ESG, as we call it, that is, E stands for environmental, S stands for social, and G stands for governance. So how can we link the ESGs with SDG transformation, which is a transformation pertaining to the implementation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which bring closer the environmental and social sustainability and the economic sustainability. All of us here today wish to talk about this transformation and about the way that new major opportunities will be created, opportunities that will ensure financial sustainability, economic growth, creation of jobs, and how this transformation will support the resilience of the environment, the sound interaction between society and environment. I said a lot. That is why I would like to give the floor straight away to our first speaker. She is the chair of the Hellenic Capital Market Commission, Ms. Benetakou, and I would like to ask her which are the opportunities, which are the prospects, and how her organization perceives this major transformation, this green and digital sustainable transformation, and ask her about the initiatives that they have taken so as to meet this very important call of our times. Ms. Benetakou, thank you very much. Good afternoon. And thank you very much to the organizers of the Regional Growth Conference for inviting the Hellenic Capital Market Commission. As you said, the European Union has set as a major priority, and especially during the last few years, sustainable growth, part of which is, of course, the financial sustainable growth. And indeed, the Sustainable Development Goals, which are 17, as you said, are inextricably linked with the goals that we call today ESG. So these ESG goals, based on the new institutional measures and regulatory acts, are now part of the financial framework of Greece and of the European Union and comprise regulations that pertain to capital markets as well as banks and insurance companies. The capital market keeps track of all the developments and actively takes part in this transition towards a sustainable economy in the context, of course, and always in cooperation with the European bodies like ESMA, European Securities and Market Authority, OSCO, International Organization of Capital Markets, and the joint committee of all these three institutions, along with the insurance authorities, in order to promote the ESG. Up until today, at European level, the first two taxonomies have been adopted, taxonomies that pertain to the environment. And slowly but steadily, we're going to cover the S, the social, that is. We have also taken important measures pertaining to decrease for the important players of the market. So in that context, in the context of the transition, to be clear, the Greek capital market closely follows the progress of the transition, and in the context of the efforts it makes, it organizes targeted seminars addressed to managers of the capital funds, as well as international conferences on sustainable growth. It also answers questions on the website, questions pertaining to the implementation of the relevant rules, and tries to encourage the participation of the interested parties of the financial sector in all these activities. More specifically, we invite the entire investment community to make use of these tools and of the prospects that are being created in order to invest in sustainable products. Moreover, the Capital Market Committee takes part in the network of ESMA, which plans and monitors the developments with regard to the sustainable growth strategy at European level, and gradually implements the European legislation in Greece. Moreover, based on Law 4487 of 2017, it has been appointed as the authority responsible for the monitoring of benchmark regulation and for the monitoring of all stakeholders implementing all these indices. It has included in its strategic plan the ESG transition and tries in a holistic way to oversee the entire supply chain. In that context, it tries to promote the ESG products and set the rules that can guarantee fair competition and also avoid negative impact on capital markets like greenwashing and other transition costs. Part of its goals is the development of standards for the certification of the bodies responsible for providing information to stock markets, the organization of seminars and trainings of the stakeholders, either digital or with in-person attendance, seminars and conferences pertaining, of course, to the 17 SDGs. And it also tries to create the incentives that the companies need in order to reach these goals at the European level, of course. Thank you very much. It is indeed a very important effort. And it is mostly a technical effort, which, however, will have to be implemented by people who, up until recently, had no relation whatsoever with ESGs or SDGs. And this clearly shows how important reskilling and upskilling are. And what you are doing is indeed very important. And I'm talking about, of course, these training seminars that you are organizing, because through these seminars, all the stakeholders will get more familiar with this transition and will realize that they can be active members of this transition. Yes, please, please. Yes, you're absolutely right. The Capital Market Committee has set as its priority the financial literacy, not only of the investors, but also of all businesses that are active in this sector. Since, as you said, there is a deficit of knowledge, or better, of understanding of the tools that are available. And I need to tell you that there is constant training of the people working in the capital market, because there are always developments, new laws and new regulations that need to be well understood by everyone. Yes, you are absolutely right. And I believe that this is of critical importance, because once someone realizes what they can get out of this transformation, once they realize that they need to take immediate action in the context of this transformation, then they will actually do so. Only by realizing which are the risks can the stakeholders take active participation in this whole effort. And in order for this to happen, there has to be a clear understanding of the regulation and of all the relevant matters. That is why we need to invest in reskilling and upskilling so that everyone can actually take part in this transformation. And now I would like to give the floor to our next guest. It's a great pleasure to have you with us today, Ms. Mariana Nathanael from the European Investment Bank. Ms. Nathanael will talk about the very important actions undertaken by the bank, actions pertaining to the green and digital transition.
Thank you very much for the honor at this exceptional organization. The European Investment Bank is the investment bank of Europe, and it has changed its strategic of Europe. It has become a climatic Bank of Europe, we created a roadmap in 2020 regarding the climate, which defines both the eligible investments as well as shows a series of engagements that we took for viable development. We engaged ourselves to give over 50% of financings to investments for climate, environment, and viable development.
2030 χρηματοδοτήσεις, επενδύσεις οι οποίες θα ξεπεράσουν το 1 τρισεκατομμύριο.
Will exceed 1 trillion. We were the first organization to be aligned, fully aligned with the Paris Agreement. We also engaged ourselves to adapt to all these new legislative developments. But I would like to also take one step backwards. We are the EU bank. The EU has embraced, so to say, from the very first moment, these SDGs, the 17 goals. The European Commission has issued a declaration through which it was engaged to place the targets at the epicenter of its policy and strategy. It adopted all these targets and assessed all of its policies in order to be able to identify them, to match them with the targets. And this was a very good start for us. All investments, whatever we finance, all projects were judged on the basis of these targets, and this is crucial. Every project, every investment we look at from the point of view of renewable development.
Το ποια είναι η εταιρεία η οποία είναι από πίσω.
Also examine which company is behind it. So sustainability is the point. We ask these companies to create a plan, an engagement, if you will, to people that they do create a plan towards their decarbonization in order for us to be sustainable. So let me also mention that we analyze each and every project regarding its environmental and social impact, because we want to have also new employment posts. We also look at female entrepreneurship, all other sectors, just green transition, and we study all the impact of our projects. I like the fact that you have brought this policy framework in our conversation. The SDGs, Agenda 2030, a few months later, the Agreement for Climate Change, a while before we close to 2023, and of course in 2020 a storm of new policies that are documented in order to support in their detail the European Green Agreement. The European Green Agreement actually refers to decarbonization. I will actually prefer to call it delignitization by the year 2050, protection of ecosystems, and leadership. Clean technology leadership for European businesses and social cohesion. Nobody gets left behind. These four axes is the European Green Agreement, as Ms. Ioanna Sanai said. But after that, we have the perfect storm from policies
να γράψουμε λεπτομέρεια
that try to show in detail what this implementation of European green agreement means. Many policies that concern sustainable agriculture, sustainable industry, sustainable transport, climate action, ecosystems protection, digital policies, policies that have to do with sustainable financing. Let me remind you here about EU taxonomy, which clearly stipulates which investments can be considered as sustainable. That is to say, climate mitigation, climate adaptation, sustainable management, sustainable water management, sea management, ecosystems, cyclical economy, and biodiversity protection. And after that, we have Corporate Sustainability Directive. This directive, which basically is a legal obligation starting in 2024 for all large and floated companies, that asks every single company to showcase how it implements and measures this implementation having to do with the ESG criteria. And here I would like to bring to our discussion Mr. Sapikis from PwC in order to tell us what this consultancy group company does regarding this support it provides to different companies with which it works, states, municipalities and regions, so that they will be able to respond to this call for SDG transformation in order to have an ESG report, a corporate sustainability report that will be acceptable by 2024. Thank you very much, dear friends. I would also like the conference, Regional Growth Conference, for this hospitality. And as a graduate of National Technical University of Patras, I have the opportunity to be back here and participate at this conference. So we are auditing company. We have a global business model that has existed for over 100 years now. And this same, very successful indeed, business model is what we follow. All of a sudden, however, we're talking about a transformation in this panel. And PwC wants to answer to what this transformation means. I'll talk about the latest corporate sustainability report directive that you talked about. Out of all these action plans, we call it this an elephant in the room. So out of all these new things that have entered regarding the sustainable development part, this is the most significant one because it brings together 4 more items. 1, compulsory ESG report. Until now, until recently, the vast majority of businesses throughout the European Union was done on a voluntary basis. As of 2025 and the fiscal year of 2024, as you said very correctly, this becomes compulsory. What else does it bring? It brings a joint reporting standard. Until now, whoever wanted to publish such kind of non-financial information could use one of the over 100 standards that existed at global level and report whatever they wanted. This was bad because it never allowed an easy comparison between businesses. What else does it bring? Compulsory publication of this information in the annual report, where also the financial statements were included. So it incorporates the financial information inside the financial statements. What else does it bring? Which is the most important for us now? compulsory audit of this information. So the auditor is called for the very first time from checking the balance sheet and the P&L of a company, also has to check on the CO2 emissions, the impact on the biodiversity, check the gender diversity, safety, health and safety, everything. And this is a huge transformation for a business in our sector. ESG, for over 4 years now, has become a strategic priority at global level in PwC. It's the new equation, and it is one of the 3 main leverages for the development of our organization. In order to implement this, it means that at global level, there is a huge upskilling program, an upskilling program that has to do with specific 100,000 of employees, a common upskill program, so that they will be able to respond to something to which, at the end of the day, this traditional business model that has existed for several years now in our life will eventually change. And it will change because the very nature of the work that we perform is changing. And of course, this transformation will be first internally, and I'm so happy that I can inform you that we're in an exceptionally good level, but we also have the role of training the market, train our own customers pertaining to what it is that they have to deal with the next day. And what are they called to see? New government structures. Who's going to collect all this information? We're talking about over 200 KPIs and 1,200 points that the businesses have to publish. Who's going to control this information? We want controls. Also, where is this information going to be stored? We have to have systems, technological solutions, so that we will be able to automate the collection and reporting of all this. So we have yet another role in all this transformation to play. Be able to help the market so that it will be ready in about a year and a half as of now to respond to all these new requirements. Very good. And how beautifully you're making a pass to the next topic. For the next speaker from Athena Research Center, and it is one of the 10 research centers of the country where we work on the digital and green development, this transformation, this digital transformation and green transformation. Dimitri said that in order for us to achieve this, we need reporting, assessment, and monitoring. I'm sorry for my good Greek. The speaker used these words, these terms in English. So in order to be able to perform assessment and monitoring in a proper way and a valid way, you absolutely need to have digitization. You need to have data platforms which will be able to respond to the collection, utilization analysis, and report of this information. Eleni, what do we do here?
Thank you very much for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to say a few words in the context of this meeting. And I would also like to say that I was listening to the previous speaker, and I fully agree with what he said. And also I would like to thank the previous speaker for giving me the relay to say what I want to tell you. Indeed, it was the best relay that I could get to what I wanted to present to you on behalf of Athena. The context set forth by Ms. Koundouri in the beginning, meaning the SDGs, constitute our compass And no matter how strange it may seem, the SDGs can be, and by the way, in Athena, we say that they must be the compass in the way that we're going to implement technological solutions for the future. Because I believe that we can all agree on the fact that the digital technologies, that is, data platforms, or artificial intelligence, or data analysis, or specific technological solutions, we need to admit that technological digital solutions can actually support a sustainable growth. And I would like to say a few words with regard to that. They can, and they have the way to do that. By taking a look at the title of the conference, which is Building the Future, and given the role that technologies already play in our life, we can only accept that a healthy and sustainable society can be functional only if it can be based on credible technical systems, services, and products. And what this means exactly, which are the basic characteristics that these systems need to have? First of all, effectiveness, saving of resources of all types, and especially of natural resources, accessibility, and of course, cost. In Athena, which is the Greek Center for Digital Technologies, Research and Innovation, when we plan technological solutions, many of which are technological solutions for specific social and economic needs, in other words, not general research, we always have in our mind and at the center of implementation certain principles that we want to apply. I repeat, taking a look at the title of Athena, which comprises the term innovation, I need to highlight that we have innovation in the heart of all the technological solutions we are developing. At the same time, we want to fully comprehend the wider framework in which these solutions will be implemented. We also want to know which are the challenges, the needs, and the special circumstances that prevail. And this is very important if we accept that we want to develop technologies and we want to cooperate with the communities, not only in the center, but in all the regions. This allows us to understand the multiple roles, the challenges, and the needs that exist in order to develop the appropriate solutions. So this is something very important, to understand the wider framework and to implement actions and solutions that will meet the needs of the communities and the regions which will use these technologies. So we have a holistic approach to the technological dimension of the ecosystem, but also to the social and economic dimension of that same ecosystem. And that is why the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, constitute a part that is inextricably linked with the way we operate and with the way we implement these solutions. An important role is also played by the economy, the society, and the cost involved in the development of these technologies. I'm just giving you now some basic terms. I understand that I don't have the time in order to elaborate all these terms. I'm just giving you the basic terms that are important for all of us to understand the meaning of our solutions, which are open code and artificial intelligence solutions. The role that the distribution of knowledge has played, and especially after the pandemic of COVID-19, is indisputable. It is something that has been accepted and understood by everyone. We don't need to explain how important the knowledge sharing or the open data can play, since they can significantly contribute to the improvement of all societies and also to provide answers to important questions that trouble all of us. And in conclusion, I would like to say that at the center of everything we do lies our desire to maximize the impact of the digital transformation, for example. We want to maximize the impact of the digital transformation, always in relation to the SDGs. Not just because we are the ones that develop the digital solutions, but because we believe that it is a way to adopt even more extensively the SDGs.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ την κυρία Τόλη, την
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tolli.
Ελένη. Έχει πει
the dear friend and collaborator, she has referred to a few points that are very, very significant. Open science, open data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. This gives the possibility for science to get into the solutions offered to entrepreneurial world, political world, and contribute to national and local governance as well as in the financial sector. And these solutions have to be open, transparent, and be given so that they will be used by all stakeholders. The transition is very complex. It is a science-hungry and data-hungry. We need scientific help because we have a systemic and holistic framework in which we have to operate. And it's not even enough to have the engineer, the biologist, and the economist to help you. They have to work together in a systemic framework in order to offer a holistic solution. Only such a solution will be able to implement the sustainable development targets and implement the European Green Agreement, because the European Green Agreement is the translation of sustainable development in the European framework, and the European Green Deal is not an agreement of the United Nations signed by 193 countries, including Greece, but may never be implemented. The European Green Deal is a set of rules, laws that we have a legal obligation to implement. And science and technology tries to create the tools, digital tools and other tools, so that this transition will be helped and be performed in a scientifically correct, proper way and with an effective way. All this digitization and all these open data and all this need that we have all understood in this panel, and the bodies represented for education, skills needed in order to be able to use the tools and be transformed and be legally proper, and at the same time also support your financial, not only environmental and professional sustainability. And this is exactly what we're trying to perform. And now Konrad Landis from the Financial University of Athens, and ask what our team does in order for everyone to know, because Konrad Landis is a postdoctoral researcher and lecturer at the Financial University of Athens, and works in many of the projects that have to do with digital transformation. And I would like you, if possible, to refer to what we do in terms of the Greek regions and Sustainable Development Goals, and how we measure ESG, SDG content of the different financial portfolios. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Phoebe. I'm so happy to be here. Practically, a large part of our work has to do with sustainable development. Most of us are familiar with the UNDSN, where we have an assessment of the degree of performance and implementation of SDG at global level. Great part of our business has to do with how we'll be able to perform this at a more local level, starting from the project that we have, also in collaboration with the data consultants and the observatory in Patras at the level of the 13 regions of Greece, and the goal that we have regarding sustainable development. We measure, for instance, what the product of the research from university is.
Ο κύκλος σπουδών σχετίζεται ή προάγει τους στόχους ανάπτυξης.
So we're talking about the SDGs and the ESGs, and we're trying to make an assessment of different policies, budgetary plans, Horizon 2020 of the EU, to what degree they have been effective regarding the Sustainable Development Goals, and so on and so forth. And we have an assessment by the European Commission how relatable and how effective a project is regarding to the SDGs.
Πόσο πολύ τελικά προήγαγαν τους συγκεκριμένους στόχους.
So further to it, within the framework of a corporation, what we work on is trying to engulf the framework of corporate criteria for governance. And there we have developed a methodology in which, as mentioned earlier, we have a series of KPIs which within the next few years will be, the companies will be called to refer to, and this will be done on a compulsory basis. We have developed a methodology that allows to see whether we have the proper KPIs that will express all this, and how we could relate and match the specific ESGs to the SDGs. So we incorporate them, and we have a system that allows us to see to what degree these SDGs are implemented and served. Towards the same direction, we also have the calculation of the footprint of a financial portfolio regarding the SDGs. So there in this sector, we have developed models, econometric models in finances, where we practically measure all the risk factors for companies that are related to the 17 SDGs, and then we use these models in order to assess what the footprint of a portfolio is regarding the SDGs. Now, as we said earlier, within the next few years, companies will be called to both measure these goals with greater consistency than what they do now, and how ahead or behind they will be in this digital transformation will have to be related to their future profitability and effectiveness at the end of the day. Good, great, and actually it is good to be clear and communicate that unless you measure something, we can neither manage it nor improve it. And the speaker reiterates this phrase in English. So measurement at any level, be it at level of country or region or corporation or financial organization, gives you the possibility to understand at what level you are, where you have to go, because the targets are set, and then think how we can bridge the gap. And there are many ways to do this. Technological ways, political ways, that is to say, and as well as financial tools that can help towards that direction. So measurement is what must happen first, and it has to be performed continuously, and if possible, at a continuous time, so that it will be our manual in order for us to know where we currently stand and where we want to get, and at the same time build the capacity, that is to say, build the skills of workforce, so that they will be able to respond, to give an answer to how we get where we want from where we currently are. And all this cannot be only mobilized by the institutional and legislative framework. It is also mobilized through a steady increase of demand of the consumer and more widely of all citizens for a more sustainable management regarding their life, their environment, their health, their income, their social framework regarding equalities and inequalities, as well as the way in which they see their future, not only for them, but also for their children. Because sustainability has this continuum. Sustainability has to do with time frames that go well beyond governments, but also human life. And only when we start thinking in this way shall we substantially manage to have a development, a sort of development that will be able to support social welfare today, tomorrow, in 10 years' time, as well as for future generations. And this is towards everyone's benefit. Now, I would like to go back to Ms. Benetato and ask, after we have talked about how good this transition is, And at the same time, after we have referred to the fact that it is indeed a tall order, what are the basic challenges that the capital market faces in this transition? I think that...
Well, the previous speakers, I believe, have mentioned the challenges that have to do with the legislative and regulatory framework. As the colleague from PwC has anticipated, the 2024 information will be used, and this, of course, applies to the medium and small and medium-sized enterprises. Last month, the European Commission proposed the adoption of a directive on due diligence, which means that once this is approved by the Parliament, companies have to proceed with due diligence pertaining to ESG compliance. And of course, this will entail greater transparency. But this is good also for the supervising authorities and the companies themselves. What also the colleagues have said is true. That is that there is a great volume of data that regulatory authorities receive and how this will managed. Through RRF, Capital Market Commission has received a financing in the framework of a project in order to monitor market and propose solutions and put forward proposals about legal changes and so on and so forth. And of course, all that at the European level will mean European consolidation, in order for their monitoring to be easy. What we need to be very cautious about are the risks coming from these new green products, because we need, of course, to build trust with investors. I believe that this is quite a challenge. It is a daunting task to comply with all the new rules, and certainly all competent public, especially public authorities, need to cooperate in order to help investors and consumers in decision-making. Thank you indeed. Although I am an expert in economy and statistics, and I'm mainly involved in statistical modeling, which certainly pertains to green transition and sustainability, I believe that the most important objective of sustainable development is the SDG number 17, partnerships, cooperation, because indeed the context in which we have to operate is so demanding that unless you involve all disciplines, all sectors, and you involve the policymakers, the financial institutions, the businesses, the NGOs, the civil society, the technology producers, or the financiers, as well as the scholars, of course, you, in no case will you create something really useful. And unfortunately, the culture of cooperation in such a wide context is not there. Not only in economy, but not even between single universities. Departments work in silos. Engineer works on its own things, not interacting with economists, with sociologists, with biologists, with climatologists, and so on and so forth. So this is quite a transformation that has to do with cooperation and is necessary. But of course, to be achieved, we need to substantially and seriously finance it. I repeat that, we need to finance it. because the financial curve for the implementation of SDGs in the world is close to 10 to 12 trillions. What does this mean? It means that all public funds in the world, I mean, even if all governments seriously focus on the implementation of these 17 SDGs, in other words, every ministry will have to pursue social cohesion, financial growth, and climate resilience to come up with a roadmap, a plan which will support all these three. And this is feasible, of course. It is not. It's not absurd. This is what a government is supposed to do, to support social well-being through economic growth in a sound environment and in a society which at least will not be characterized by too great disparities and inequalities. So I repeat, says the speaker, even if all governments invested public funds according to this philosophy, the money will not suffice. So we need to convince the private sector to cooperate with the public states in the framework of PPPs with a view to sufficiently fund the unprecedented transformations that need to be implemented. What we call as the green transition, the digital transition that will underpin the human well-being. Now, there are many challenges for our leadership institution, EIB. Yes, indeed, you are right. Although this, for the European Investment Bank, is an unprecedented opportunity. So we understand what the need is. This is a top priority of our projects, funding projects. There are many European programs focusing on innovation, research. We also have been funding Greek research centers. I suppose most of you know that. Now, to us, it's important to disseminate the appropriate information. The legislative framework that is being created will certainly entail the use of consultants, upskilling, reskilling. I mean, it's a complex context, no doubt about that. However, we, as soon as an investment will be evaluated according to the same criteria throughout Europe, throughout the world, as soon as we will speak the same language and we will be in a position to evaluate that an investment is not only financially viable but also compliant by the 17 SDGs, is very important. So availability of data to us is key, and this harmonization is also key. Be able to speak the same language and have all this data measurable and accessible, of course. Yes, right. All this data needs to be accessible. In Athena RC, we have created an AI-based platform which collects information from the world research community with reference to SDGs, models, KPIs, measurements, whatever has to do with the SDGs. And this is an open access platform. Per SDG, excuse me, and it offers a very rich corpus which may be used in order to have data and to be able to rely on evaluation methods specifically customized for SDGs. And because it is an AI-based platform, it is real, it is updated on real time, and therefore we could certainly roll out and use that. And as I said, it is open access, for it is funded in the framework of Horizon Europe program, and we at Athena RC certainly have been focusing on open data. Mr. Sapikis, what are the main difficulties for a consulting company as PricewaterhouseCoopers is? What it is that seems demanding, challenging, in all this plethora of things that we need to transform? I believe that what we need to acknowledge and inform the businesses about is the word opportunity. So how someone will indeed understand that this new ecosystem, apart from obligations, may also give rise to opportunities for companies. In my view, there are two dimensions that each and every company needs to understand. First, why are we here to talk about that? I mean, why all of a sudden the ESG issues are part of the agenda of the boards of big companies, but also small and medium-sized companies in Greece? And second, what is it all about? What does it stand for? Now, I will attempt to give an answer to the first question, and I will try to be descriptive. We talked about the UN SDGs. We talked then about the initiative taken by the European Union through EU Green Deal. What is it, in essence? It is an ambition of the European Union to become climate neutral by 2050, and this does not suffice. It needs to be translated into strategy, which means action plans. And maybe the most important action plan is that the way in which the continent will become more ESG compliant is through the financial system, which is why the European Union created the Financial Sustainable Action Plan and made the funds, financial and credit institutions based in Europe to increase the ESG performance of their portfolio. The AIF representative said that 50% of funds already are green, right? What does this mean? This is a race to render our portfolio greener, and to do that, we need to convince our customers to get greener. So on the Greek market, this has certainly given rise to opportunities. What are they? These are incentives granted by the banks, which may even reach 100 BIP pertaining to interest base. So just think how important this incentive may be for an investment. This is the case today. This already exists out there. And Greek companies may claim that from the banks. And of course, this is an opportunity today. Tomorrow, it may be a problem. Why? Because I can predict that this will no longer be an incentive shortly, but rather will become a penalization process. So to those who will not be performing, they risk being subject to penalties. And so for those who will comply, they will have access to capitals. But the second point is that maybe we have not managed to explain that. Maybe because we have recourse to too many acronyms. And for the and people do not understand them. Now, if we think of a business and we just put aside financial modeling, what will actually increase the value of the company? First, the engagement with customers to offer a good quality of the products and services it provides. Second, to be in a position to attract talents, to retain those talents among its HR, to develop them, to upskill them, to reskill them, train them, so that these talents may give back to the company greater productivity. Third, to protect itself from externalities, and maybe the major externality that productive companies at least have to address is what may disrupt operations, mainly climate change. So the companies need to be resilient towards climate-related issues and thus protect their reputation in case of an environmental incident. What else needs a company to do? It has to be moral. It has to be governed by integrity-related principles, not to be corrupt. Now, of course, all these are not novelties, though. I mean, they have been items of the agenda since many decades, and this has nothing to do with financial modeling, so that a company may develop, be sustainable, and bring about greater profitability for the shareholders. So all that will now fall under an umbrella we have named ESG, which provides for specific rules, legal arrangements, etc. So the sooner an organization understands the full extent of these two dimensions, the better it will be in a position to benefit from these opportunities, which already are the case out there, and they wait for companies to take them. And eventually also to gain from that, right? Yes, this is the purpose, at least as far as companies are concerned, certain. This is very important for us to understand that this is an opportunity, and that the way in which this will go hand in hand with the financial and regulatory context, be it about a company, a region, a municipality, or a state, or a whole region or continent as Europe, it is what at the end of the day will define well-being of its inhabitants. Kona, when it comes to research institutions and universities and the meeting points with society, what are the major challenges?
So collaboration between the different bodies regarding the facts, actually having to do with the way we can measure goals, so that this way will be uniform for all companies, all bodies, and also develop the necessary measurement mechanisms of these goals. So there is absence of measuring mechanisms, and as Mr. Akibis said earlier, the multiple pre-existing frameworks for ESGs were among the most significant problems. We need further collaboration in order to form and KPIs and targets that we have to measure for, and the KPIs. Greenwashing, a member of this committee, as a president of ACSN in Europe, and as Conan says, the lack of data, the lack of transparency and calculation, and the way we report and the way we assess what we report are among the basic sources of greenwashing that we absolutely have to avoid, because it will lead us to losing this great opportunity for a substantial financial and sustainable, that is to say, social and environmental development. In addition, since we are at university premises, I wish to say that our basic hope for us to be able to deal with all these huge crises that we are come up against with, collapse of ecological systems, geopolitical systems, our basic hope comes from technological advancements and technological progress that is taking place in this fourth industrial revolution. If it weren't for this unprecedented technological progress, neither myself as an economist, nor any sociologist, nor any financial manager could have been able to hope for a true transition to sustainability. That's to say, a transition towards a world that would not be flooded by multiple crises all the time. The great question to me is whether human will be able to get this technological progress, whether we will have the possibility to use this technological progress, and whether we can so quickly adapt ourselves throughout time in order to be able to utilize this technological development, and at the same time be able to change the totality of the socioeconomic framework, so that this technological progress will be able to bring social cohesion, financial progress, and an environment in which they can live safely, without any climate crisis, and without any great threats for people's health. This is a great bet in which universities should help a lot, so that we will very quickly, directly, and with and immediately provide the technology to all those who need it, and guarantee that they use it in the proper and healthy way in order to preserve the SDGs for a future that we all want. Thank you very much for your attention and patience.
Καλησπέρα κυρίες και
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are at the fourth session of the first day of the conference, and we will be talking about asymmetries in regional growth. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation and this cycle of ideas to co-organize. Usually we are at the reception of invited at the annual conference of Recycle, where we talk about many aspects of inequalities, mainly financial ones and others, that are borne by capitalism, considering that this is a point that we have to closely attend because financial development has many distortions. Today we will be talking about regional asymmetries with the same spirit that we have of knowing, acknowledging, and trying to shed a light to things that go away from the political scene or public discussion, sometimes on purpose or sometimes because they're lost in among other priorities. However, regional development is a significant aspect of financial development, and this comes across with inequalities, and European democracy prioritizes to bridge this inequality. And this is exactly what we'll be talking about tonight, from the highest to the lowest level, where the heart of local government beats. We have exceptional colleagues and speakers, starting from Alekos Kritikos, who has a long governing experience, specialist in regional development, going further to Mr. John Kalohiro, who is a dear colleague from National Technical University of Athens, who has also got a long experience in technological development issues, in particular in regional and European level. And Ms. Yota Razi, former mayor, currently a member of the leadership of local authorities with long experience in municipal issues. So let's get started from the wider image, the larger picture. Regional measures, regional organization and inequalities therein, in order to figure out what the situation currently is in Greece and see what are the tools available, fiscal, financial tools and others, in order to deal with this problem. And finally, to figure out what we have achieved during these last few years, that Greece has been under much pressure due to the policies of the memoranda and the two simultaneous almost crises, and where do we stand in general regarding regional symmetry and how we deal with the situation of asymmetry. Dear Alekos, within a first round of few minutes, what are your first thoughts? And then let's try to discuss at the second round your first thoughts. Thank you very much, dear Chair, my dear friend Petros. The problem of regional inequalities has came up right after the Second World War and the Civil War, and in particular, it lost power, the power that could have brought it forward. Very early did we have some legislation that aimed to creating all these incentives. However, they were not successful. If we judge from the empty shells of investments that we can currently see in northern Greece, the unfortunate lack of investment
όλο αυτό το βιομηχανικό και μεταπητικό δυναμικό
and the lack of dynamic in the wider area of Attica, and afterwards fighting against inequalities, which is not just an issue of solidarity, but also participatory procedure. But it's also a financial issue. Unless a country develops to its utmost this developmental potential, it will have only made it halfway to development. Currently, almost the totality of regional effort is the one that is covered by European funds, mainly the RSNF and the European Recovery Fund. So we had the development of this policy, and we can see that all this is reflected in the structure of regional structure in our country. Now, after in 1975, the European Fund for Regional Development did not affect the original policies at all, and nor did local authorities were interfered there. There was a direct transaction between the European Commission and the governments of any member state. The center, the state would make the decisions on which projects would advance, and then 50% of the funds would be handed in. This lasted about 10 years, 1975 up to 1985. Then we had the Great Reform of 1988. We had the Mediterranean integrated programs that changed completely the situation, and this is where we had a compulsory involvement of regional and local authorities in designing and implementing projects. There we had the regional operational programs, and in general the formation of integrated programs. This period lasted about 30 years. It was a much promising initiative. However, the results did not justify it that much. And what I mean is that we did have a convergence of the developmental level of regions up to 2008 through until the financial crisis, but after that we've had a deviation. Greece lost over 25% of its GDP, and it has only recently started to pick up, and it was also proved that it did not have the resilience required in order to deal with the crisis. This resilience now is trying to be boosted by the Fund for European Recovery Fund, Resilience and Recovery Fund. Now, resources do not come after the conclusion of a project, but with the implementation of reforms, that is to say, the so-called milestones. I do not know if I have exceeded the time available. Reforms are very, very significant, as shown by the study of the Bank of Greece, according to which if the overall permanent development of the country due to the recovery fund were about 6.5%, almost 3% of these would be thanks to the European Recovery Fund. Of course, we're not talking about very high expenditure. So we got to this stage, and let me make a short recourse. No involvement of regional or local authorities up to 1988. Significant involvement, but not full of these aforementioned authorities in planning and implementation until now. And it is continued by the RSNF. And we continue with the European Recovery Fund. And this has to be dealt with in future if we choose to adopt this method in designing and dealing with regional inequalities. This is what I had to say as an intro. Thank you very much. We find the first problem, first of all. So this fund is actually the main tool we have today, and we need to focus on the authorities of the regions. And we have, of course, the very powerful tool of reforms which creates potential, balance potential. But it's not only the reforms of the Recovery Fund, it's also the technology, digital technology and green technology. And I want to give the floor to Yannis Kalogeru. So technology is creating inequalities, but it's also a tool for the regions to bridge their distance from the center. Western Greece is an example of such a region with important technological potential. Is this the case indeed? I think that not only technology creates inequalities because it has many positive but also negative aspects. And we can discuss this further. But the development also creates such inequalities. And what was happening until now, not only in Greece, is that such a process could progress with developmental aspects, but also inequalities. And then there was another policy that was trying to change the negative, to reverse the negative results of this developmental potential. But in most countries in Europe and elsewhere, what they see is that we don't want to give this potential afterwards, but we need to focus on the productive model. And during the last 20, 30 years in Greece, we're talking about a new production model that we are expecting it, but it's not here yet. And the recovery after the decade of the crisis and the memoranda is actually the continuation of a traditional logic, and very few is being done to change the production model. And an indicative example is that our country, even though the last years it has changed the way it provides the services through the e-government. During the so-called fourth industrial revolution, all the technologies, the AI technologies, how they can be integrated in the production system in order to improve its productivity, its efficiency, etc. Greece is the only country, unfortunately, that does not have such an organized, coordinated program at a national level, while other countries do have such a program. Of course, there are many opportunities provided by different measures that are taken, but we don't have this comprehensive result we want. We're talking about a new situation, a new status quo, which will affect everything, the production and the skills and capacities of the human resources. Practically everybody will need to be trained again in the production process or in the universities in order for the activities and the courses to be that are linked with technological development, technological revolution, and the AI technologies to be able to be taught and used. And talking about Western Greece, indeed, Western Greece and Patras and Achaia, of course, and mainly Patras, do have the subjects required in order to provide results, to develop the production model and provide further development that will be based on the so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution. There are two universities actually, the University of Peloponnesus and the University of Patras is one of the best universities in Greece. It also has an international presence with a participation in competitive programs. So it's on the leading positions, 50, 60 positions. There are 6, 7 universities in Greece and technical schools in Greece that are included in this category. The University of Patras is one of them. And there are also programs that have been implemented in order to make use of the research carried out in the Greek economy. And one last thing, as a technical university, we had the opportunity to work with 3 other universities, the University of Piraeus, the University of Patras, and Democritus University. And the research work performed or coming out of the experience of the people of the universities, professors, students, doctoral, postgraduate students, all these people and the groups they form can be coached somehow in order to be able to establish their businesses or work in businesses. Friesland Campinas was the cooperation with Friesland Campinas was an example of that. A big company in Greece with its mother company in the Netherlands, and the collaboration was not only to give an award but to help in the production. Their factories in Patras and the laboratories are in the Netherlands in order to be able to help develop and this kind of information is indeed very important. And if we say that these programs are at the macro level, the development could be achieved at regional levels, and it is the regional systems are very much linked to it because different subjects, personnel are given the incentives and the skills development in order to do this job. It's not necessary to, it's not enough to provide incentives for the economy to develop. Thank you very much. I think that we can see the requirements that are not fulfilled today in order to deal with the regional inequalities, the participation of the regional authorities in the big development programs or the new production model at a macro or a medium level. And if we go at another level, the level of municipality, the first level of local governance, which is the biggest challenge of the local governance in that it has to face in order to fight the regional inequalities. Mrs. Gazi, the floor is yours. Well, it's not just the inequalities in the regions. Let me use another term, the verticality of the inequalities. They are within the regions and within the cities of a region. Each neighborhood may have many major inequalities that sometimes are more difficult to face. Municipalities were always at the forefront of the cohesion at the cultural level in their area. This area was very much segmented, and in order to talk about equal balance, we need decentralization and enhancement of the local governance. Nowadays, local government has a wide spectrum of creation, and it deals with green development, digital transformation, apart from the tasks that are the traditional tasks. These functions these operations that are looking into the future, how would the local government deal with them if there hasn't been for the reforms that have taken place? We're talking about reforms coming from the first code of 1980. There was the 5-year program of the financial and social development that was focusing on the decentralization. The institutions like national companies and all of that was accumulated at the program Ioannis Kapodistриas, with Alekos Papadopoulos being the minister at that time, which was a revolution for that time. All the other reforms did not have the significance and the importance of that reform for many reasons. From 5,700 companies, we now have organizations, we now have less. Now they were about 70%, at 70%, a president and a secretary of the community. The local government had to deal with this reform to merge the separate communities, and at that time I was president at the local organization of Fokida. There was a great reaction by the citizens and the involved parties in the local government, presidents, secretaries, that were losing the power they had until that time. Labros Papadimas, Deputy Minister of
την αναγκαιότητα της μεταρρύθμισης, γιατί
of Interior, was there to deal with this reform because we were going into a different course as a new member of the European Union at that time. I had said something that he followed, that we have the communities of August. We're talking about communities that were operating for only 20 days in August. They did nothing the rest of the year. And at that time, the reform had a program, had funding tools, had an implementation plan. It was a comprehensive reform that changed the status of the local government in our country. Of course, more reforms followed. Tools were established for the municipalities to enhance their entrepreneurship. We have more than 1,500 local companies, local businesses. Of course, there was the European Union policy that helped us as well. And in 2010, we had a new reform, Kallikratis reform, from which 900 and 133 municipalities and communities became 325 municipalities, and we had also 7 decentralized administrations. This reform had and still has its problems. There is no financing plan in order for it to be established and implemented in a difficult era. Second, the municipalities couldn't bear the burden of the new tasks that were assigned to them because they didn't have the adequate personnel and infrastructure. And a very indicative example is the construction services, where the capital of the municipality, having an urban planning service, was also operating for the rest of the municipalities. And after 12 years, we still face this problem. The other municipalities do not have such services. And now we're talking about a law that provides for inter-municipality collaborations, which I think is a solution for the problems that the municipalities face due to the lack of personnel. And another problem, which is the diversity in the municipalities, because the regulatory framework of the municipalities and the local communities were all, they were everything, everything applied in the same way. So this created a dysfunction that still exists until today.
Και διαχρονική επιτυχία του πολιτικού συστήματος.
So here we have a timeless failure of the actually a timeless success of this process. We'll come back to this. But first of all, I would like to ask Mr. Alekos Kritikos, if the recovery fund is the basic tool that we currently have, how can we assess the first period of implementation of the policies of this fund, and what can we possibly correct for the next upcoming period? Do we have this possibility? What's the case in Greece in the light of what happens also in other European countries? Yeah. Look, our experience is less than 2 years old from the utilization of recovery fund. It was an urgent response initially to the crisis. I was reading an article suggesting that how urgent a response it was when three-fourths of the money is going to be distributed after the end of 2023. This is a chronic problem in European mechanisms. There's no such a thing as an urgent response unless all 27 nations have the same direction and opinion on a specific topic. Now, in this case, the response was quick and the money was given quickly. It practically started in the end of 2021, where in the beginning of 2023, almost 11 billion euros have been given. What is less positive is to see how much of this money has been given to the Greek economy. It is in the coffins, in the state coffins still. Not that the situation is much better in other European countries, such as Spain and Italy, but this is one of the problems of European funding mechanisms that need to be revisited. Regarding Greece, we've had this national recovery plan that also brought in some European engagement. At least 37% of the resources of the money would be given to the environment, digital transformation, and the rest, some categorizations would have to support the national recovery plan. And after that, we could say that there were some projects that were significant. Now, if we see it throughout its course, we will find out that these were the first priority projects. And if there were this necessary interconnection between them, not that the RSNF did have this interconnection, but even now, the recovery fund does not interconnect the interventions. The other point is that it does not have a regional dimension. And this is not even included in the national plan. The selection criteria did not abide with the different regional needs. Of course, this fund was an emergency. It did not have such margins, did not have any room for such action. Let's not forget what a great uproar there was in Italy against Draghi. And this was, in fact, one of the reasons for Mario Draghi to leave his post. There was a great reaction because the money was a lot and everyone wanted to take a part of it. So the recovery fund in Greece has got its positive part, quick paying off, less positive points would be lack of regional dimension, no consultation with regional authorities. They did not have enough time, perhaps, yes, but this does not mean that it should be the case. Absence in implementation and this non-obvious interconnection of the projects in between them in order to secure the maximum possible synergies and complementarities. And let me also mention that currently every governor of region, if asked what the region of the recovery fund finances, the answer would be from the press and the mass media. So there is no institutionalized notification. The regional director has little participation in terms of what these funds would do in terms of projects in his region. So the governor does not have any idea what is going on with the Andonis Tritis program for the non-initiated. Let me tell you that this is a program of local authorities. We had a loan of about 3 billion. This is not little money. And this is distributed to the municipalities with different criteria, which I will not be talking to you about. But the municipality gets it at a form of loan, but the Greek state undertakes to pay off this loan. There we have even seen football pitches being constructed in villages that have no children as inhabitants or young population. Now, the regional director has no idea about that. Now, each mayor, each municipality has its own development plan, but there is no complementarity or synergy between two adjacent municipalities. I think that there should be some sort of consultation so that the possibility for carrying out projects and implementing projects from which both such municipalities would benefit should be the case. Now, the different levels of inequalities. Until now, we have talked about interregional inequalities, of course significant, but even more significant could be the intra-regional, intra-municipal, and intra-prefectural inequalities. Let's not forget that the French Gilets jaunes that have shaken up France started from a big interregional inequality. They started from the Ile-de-France, the region around Paris, which was the a part of the largest region of France. This brought in the first riot, the first industrial action. Anyway, I would like to fully endorse what was mentioned earlier, that interregional inequalities are very important, and this is why development should not be delineated only in terms of national level, and fight for this place-based development. And because this is where integrated projects can be implemented. The level of region is big in order to have large projects. Small, local-centered interventions will help.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Σημειώνω αυτή.
Thank you very much. I'll write down this interesting idea, given that the time is ahead of the action of the Recovery Fund. We need to rethink, not necessarily redesign, but rethink of how we can make the Recovery Fund more efficient under the prism of those things you are describing. Interconnect these projects with the regions, a network that will end to the regions, the municipalities, where the action can have an effect on dealing with the asymmetries. So this network structure of the Recovery Fund is an idea that we may need to think as well as the way in which the Recovery Fund can be more linked to this new production model we are talking about, but which is not very much highlighted. So this production model highlights the production asymmetries related to the Greek companies compared to what is happening abroad. So we are losing positions at the classification because the potential of the Greek production system with compared to the international competition, it is constantly changing. We have new players participating in it, and as far as this network approach you talked about, if we see the entrepreneurship, in the past there were big companies in Europe, in America, and around them there were other companies, kind of satellites, with an hierarchy that was many units, many departments. They were trying to expand their activity abroad, so they were producing a series of products. Nowadays, businesses are more part of a network, and the limits of a business have been expanded along with other businesses or other institutions, universities. They expand and share all the technology they have produced and the markets in which they can operate. So this network approach is very important both in the production model level and the regional level, the municipalities level, and other wider areas that exist, because the competition is with businesses and with value chains, the international value chains. The pandemic showed the gaps at the strategy, because the main criterion for building such a value chain was the low cost. Now we see the resilience, the flexibility it can offer. And these things benefit many businesses in Greece, which are at a good position in this value chain, but they cannot take the burden of the whole value chain. So, for example, in Europe, in Germany, Germany initially said that, we don't work with America, with other big countries. We will expand to China because of the lower cost in that country. But actually, China has a very strong human workforce. at a mechanical and at the production level, the personnel that work in the production. Because like Germany, China as well has a very good system of technical training. This is the biggest gap in Greece, in my opinion, because with the abolition of the technical educational institutions, there is not an organized institution for the rest. If we see the demand in the market of skills and capacities, what is missing, the gap, is specializations that were considered very simple in the past, but now with the new technologies, they have become more complex. And in America, many colleges of university level, like the technical educational institutes we had here in Greece as well, they're looking into ways of training people, because artificial intelligence is an old concept. In 1956, there was an international conference that described what happened next with artificial intelligence, but the technologies that were then developed were not there yet. The technologies with the Internet of Things, the cloud technologies, and similar technologies and techniques that put into action all this theoretical framework. So if we don't focus on the development of skills and partnerships and the funding, of course, funding from the recovery fund is very important, but we'll also have to do with the infrastructures. And I said before that it is very important that the universities, they train people, finish the universities, and they have the knowledge and the skills along with other people with a greater practical experience. They will be able to work with them to either establish a new business or work with existing businesses and try to renew them. Because a problem we have is that not that we have many small businesses, but that we have very few big companies compared to the European and the international standards. Most of the companies are medium-sized companies. So we need to increase this number. Small companies are very small. We talk about only 1 or 2 persons working there. So we cannot implement all of these things at such a scale. And there are also Greek businesses, Greek companies that did very well in the past, but then because of the international competition and because of the fact that many of them were family companies, small companies, did not adapt to the developments, because the second or third generation needed to develop to disconnect the interest of the company with the interest of the family. So we need to discuss all of this issue at the regional level. And what you said about PlaySD, all this innovation system, the creation and exploitation of knowledge, the encouragement of new initiatives, and the development not only of incentives but also of skills and capacities that will be able to attract all these things. And as far as Patras is concerned, let us not forget that Patras has a great industrial tradition that was lost during the deindustrialization, not only in Greece but also in other countries, for various reasons. Such regions are very easy to be industrialized again because of this new technology and the digital technology we're talking about and the digital transformation, plus all the environmental issues that are very important nowadays. And they could also offer services, produce services that have to do with industrial production, etc. So we see a field. We need to make key decisions. We need to look into the inequalities. The regions themselves must get into this production field in an innovative way. So we're talking about the regional organization of innovation, of knowledge and innovation. making use of the knowledge and the innovation, because both things are very important. This is one thing, something we can, is a tool to deal with the regional inequalities. Iota, the municipality with a stronger institutional position, can it play this role, become the epicenter of innovation at that level of government?
Several municipalities, yes, but not all of them. There are some municipalities where the mayor himself performs the duties of secretary. In particular, insular and mountainous municipalities have serious problems of staffing, and of course, under staffing and under funding. And even if they do call for employment posts, they do not have any resources to support it. Of course, many municipalities have gone ahead, but others are lagging very much behind. There's this diversity of municipalities, and the geographical relief of the country does not help everyone have access to the same means. But allow me, because I took up so much time talking about Kapodistrias reform, that I forgot to mention that Mr. Alekos Kritikos is one of the main contributors of it. So I would like to, but Mr. Chair, because the conference talks about the future, we should have, first of all, institutional memory.
Και ποιες όχι, και ανάλογα να δρομολογούμε τις επόμενες. Για το θέμα της συνεργασίας στον ΟΤΑ.
About the issue of collaborations in local authorities that Mr. Kritikos said, this is not an easy sector. A sector where we could have homogenization of views would be the local association of municipalities and communities. But many times we have different regional units having to work together. And then finally, I would like to say that we must utilize all of the reforms that have taken place after the fall of the junta, so that they will conclude the work of this administrative reform that will be adopted to the modern area, where we'll have a multi-leveled government, where the tools of the fourth industrial revolution will be used, and which will be operational and digital. Now, I would like to ask all three of you, and with this question, I would like to close this session. Can we hope for a regional policy from the regions themselves in order to fight against these inequalities? I think that this calls for a conjunction, meaning that we have to take a look at the wider picture, but also have some municipalities as the main leaders. Although even some islands have truly advanced to very advanced points. One of the problems is that we do not have an institutionally defined situation, but a combination of bottom up and top down will be the solution. But the issue of regional innovation system is crucial, which means all organizations and subjects in a region that has a size that allows for projects to be run has to be at the epicenter of a policy that will be truly having an impact. And we should never forget that we have to make the best use of knowledge and technological innovation. We have to be participants in the knowledge-based economy at the level that will allow us to find ourselves ahead. Evidently, the boost of regions will not only involve the central government. We also need to have the regions along with it. And the relation between the two is also related to the institutional evolution and development of the EU. Jacques Delors wanted to strengthen the regions in order to weaken the regional centers. We're not getting there yet. All this is put together, institutional progress of EU with and the relations between central government and regions. But it is a fact that we have to do much more in the regions, without this meaning that their relation with the central state should be a competitive one. Let me finally thank Jota for mentioning Capodistria, and let me add that it was the only reform that was accompanied with funding, plus appointing 2,000 specialized people that were so much needed, and all efforts for decentralization later on were based on Capodistria. By investing in the region, we invest in the future of the country. This is exactly what I believe, and you should remember that great reforms such as Capodistria's reform and Kallikratis' reform always place ahead Capodistria's. I do not know why it wasn't the Kallikratis took this name and not Capodistria's too, but anyway, there was a demand to have this reform. Thank you very much, my dear colleagues. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this session. And the floor to the organizers to prepare the next one, the last of today. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σε όλες.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you who are here today or attend this conference remotely. My name is Stella Kastakli. I'm the co-founder of Women on Top, and I will be the moderator of this session regarding women entrepreneurship and the obstacles the women face and need to overcome. I'd like to introduce you our guest speakers. I have Danai Besodako next to me. She's the CEO of Navigator Shipping Consultants. We have agreed to talk the second person, and I have Mrs. Maria Yaniou, Empowerment and Leadership Coach and co-founder of Women Act. I have Milady Stubu, Regional Director, Innovation Scale-Ups at Central and Eastern Europe at Microsoft. Iulia Amagu, President of Juliet Armand, and Katerina Erinika, Principal Strategy Consulting at Deloitte. It's important to come together and discuss about all the issues of the women entrepreneurship. A question to all of you. I have been many times in a debate of do we need to have these discussions on women entrepreneurship and a step forward? Do we need to use the term women entrepreneurship? If yes, why? If no, why? So, Danai, I know you since many years, since the establishment of Women on Top and the I for You. I was always saying, and I keep saying, that there is no men and women entrepreneurship. This is something that I don't like when it happens in Greece, but I have no problem in saying it internationally because, there are women all around the world that many times do not have the right to education or the same rights with men in society. The reason why we need to have role models and use this characterization, women, when we talk about entrepreneurship, it is because we want to strengthen ourselves and strengthen other women who do not have this right. So me, as Danai, since 2011, when I represented Greece in Women in Leadership Hillary Clinton program, we were women from over 100 countries. And I didn't like the fact that there were women that couldn't, at a social level, living. They don't live in democratic countries, and they don't have the right to fight for what they deserve. So, do you think that in other countries it is necessary to use this term, women entrepreneurship, and in other countries this is not necessary? For me, when there is a will, there is a way. And whatever you do, you should always think of three things: limits, justice, and love. If you do that, then the other person will also get the message, regardless of whether they are a man or a woman, where they will reach and what they will achieve. By nature, and I like the fact that I am woman. I'm very proud of the fact that I'm a woman. So I also have the chance to have a daughter. So I am happy that this will continue, and it's important because woman is very emotional, and it's important not to hide our emotions and to be able to strengthen it when we are all together. I will keep that limits, justice, and love, what you said. And Maria, I will partially agree with Danai, because when we are talking about women entrepreneurship, it's actually like talking about women leadership. It's the same discussion. We should not use any characterizations, neither with entrepreneurship nor with leadership. The entrepreneur and the leader fulfill several criteria and have several skills. This is a general rule, but I don't think that we are at this position in Greece in order not to use this word women, because it's like the positive measures. How can an adjective like this be important? It is important because we can shed light on the challenges a woman must face when she decides to become an entrepreneur. Because challenges are not always the same. The women and the men face different challenges.
It is hard to be absolute and literate many times here. Well, I agree with both comments. Entrepreneurship is one single, and leadership is one and single, and there's men and women. Also, we have the luck to live in a European country where, at least from the legislative point of view, we have equality, parity. We are 12 countries, and I believe that this is worth mentioning because it truly is a massive point for Greece to have equality in legislation. On the other hand, however, in action, what's the case? And how does legislate translate in our day-to-day life? And if we take a look at the statistics, unfortunately, there is no such thing as an egalitarian representation. Therefore, all discussions that we hold are meaningful, can be meaningful, and do have a purpose. And let me mention my personal view, have to be discussions in which also males should participate. Because, okay, fine, fortunately, we do have some men attending here. We could be very well discussing about our issues here, but men are part of the solution of the problem. And the problem is there. Statistically speaking, we can see it. Yes, it does exist, and figures only show that. Thank you. Julia.
So I will not repeat things that have been told and with which I agree. Female entrepreneurship is a complex issue which is connected to many other issues. I am one of those that have been serving the industry for 41 years, 30 in a multinational, and the remaining years as a self-employed, a self-made founder of an enterprise, a company. A few years ago, the idea of female entrepreneurship was not the same. The idea and the meaning and the notion of female entrepreneurship was not the same as today. However, although now it is better defined, that does not mean that the solution to the problem. There are two dimensions to it. One is female entrepreneurship, and the other is the idea of entrepreneurship itself, of business itself. And naturally, there's also a financial and institutional framework in Greece, which is lagging behind compared to other countries in Europe. Of course, women entrepreneurs, just as men entrepreneurs, have to be heroes. We are now trying, after 31 years, to move to another place, to another country, and still waiting for the necessary permissions and licenses. For vulnerable groups, such as, for example, women, this is very important because women tend to be discouraged more easily. I believe that female entrepreneurship is and business, doing business is a very sensitive issue that, in addition to being encouraged, requires also changes in the institutional framework. I really like your point of view, and I think we are going to come back to that. Ellie, do you have to add something? I think that statistics are quite eloquent regarding inequalities between men and women in entrepreneurship. I don't want to tire you any further. I could give you some examples. We all know, for example, that only 10% of businesses are run by women. They have women CEOs. And this is a huge inequality. In venture capitals, the only single-digit number of women employed. Only 30% of startups in Greece are actually based on a female team of employees. And we need to do as much as we could to actually bring equality to that part of the deal also between men and women. We need to overcome all obstacles. We needed to create 11 million of jobs in Europe in order to increase the economy of Europe, the economic sizes in Europe by 2 to 3 trillion euros. So it's not bad to discuss about how to achieve that. I have a question for all of you. So that we can, more or less decide what is our starting point. Let me, however, tell you why I'm here today. First of all, because I have been studying female entrepreneurship for quite a few years. Some years ago, we started a research and on the skills of women, and also on national inequalities at national level. Let me tell you what actually really surprised me and impressed me in that report. One of the three factors why women actually cannot get resources is that when a woman presents an idea to an investor, a potential investor, or fundraiser, she actually tends to speak openly about the weak points of a plan in a realistic way, which is not what a man does usually, which also shows that she's quite certain about what this idea will bring. Women also are not actually very sure when it comes to managing the funds of others. And I would like to ask you why you think this happens and how this can be tackled, because we're talking about very particular characteristics and features of the character of women. I would like to say that all this is related to a typical feature of women. Women are more meticulous about preparation. They are better prepared. They actually tend to calculate the risks in more detail, in greater detail. They also tend to take precautionary measures, and this makes them bulletproof, which is very good in the times we live, because we have seen collapses, huge implosions of companies, also in Silicon Valley and elsewhere, We should not forget that we have to cope with an energy crisis. We have to cope with a war in our neighborhood. We have just been coming out of a huge fiscal crisis in Greece. We have survived the coronavirus crisis, and just a good idea is not enough. It needs to, one needs to be prepared. One needs to have done his or her homework. A good and clear plan, taking into consideration various scenarios to tackle challenges that will not be cannot be, let's say, tackled at a later stage. And this has to do with accountability, with responsibility, with the feeling of responsibility one has for the money of others. And that is why women with mixed leadership teams have better results. On the one hand, men are more ambitious and tend to take up risks. Women, on the other hand, are more studious, and they actually are more organized. This brings a balance, which is very useful in big companies. We need to learn to appreciate the different characteristics of both genders. And in order for me to give time to the other panelists, we also need to tackle the prejudices of people vis-à-vis a well-prepared person, female person, who actually tends to be realistic and frank, honest about his idea. Have you noticed that? I must say that I visit schools very frequently, 2 to 3 times a week, and we actually I started the third grade of primary school and until the last grade of senior high school. And we tend to be mostly girls. And I see that girls really have ideas, and they have a lot of willingness, are very willing and very determined to go on, to progress in life, at some point during this famous triangle, all this disappears. So in schools, there's a lot of dynamism, a lot of potential. And I must say that when one goes to school, it's not enough for one to just admit, I'm a single parent, I have a daughter, and it's not easy. Things are not easy. But I must say that giving the solution is what makes me feel well. Are you married? No, I'm not. I'm divorced. So actually, you already admit a failure, and failure scares people. So I have I have a slide with the previous generation of sheep owners, and a slide with the next generation of sheep owners. In the next generation is made up mostly of women, and they actually manage 20% of the world trade. And the biggest among them is a woman, She actually manages right now 140 ships, Maria Angelikousi. She did not study to be a ship owner. She studied to be a doctor. She's a physician, but she took up that because she had to the family business. We should not forget that after a war, it was women who always gathered the broken pieces of society and tried to make them whole, to make it whole again. Do you think that this has its roots in let's say, in the teenage years of people? Well, when I spoke to the future captains, men and women, and future engineers, approximately 20 women, when I asked them what's your outlook, they said, well, it will be difficult. They know, they realize that it's going to be difficult, but if you, and I told them, if you have difficulties, even at 2 o'clock in the morning, please wake me up. I think that it's good for people to realize that there's support. Support is very important, support in the community. People sometimes feel that they will not have support when they go one step up. This is due to the fact that a lot of our mothers did not have the stamina to actually insist that they wanted to do things. They wanted to do things. Then another time came when women tried to do too many things. And that's when they couldn't cope with that anymore. Now, I think that if we start from an early age to speak to women and to men and to boys and girls, and I want to organize panels with women that have to actually offer that. You've all mentioned prejudice.
Quite several times. Let's talk about it. Where does it come from? How can we deal with it when we see it? And does it exist at the end of the day? Eddie. First of all, let's say that from world wealth, only 30% is in women's hands, the rest 70% is in men's hands. And I believe that prejudice and bias is leading to further injustice. And these are humane feelings and behaviors. What matters is being aware of it all. So you mean that also we are biased, right? Yes, actually, because wealth is within men's hands, investors are men rather than. And I believe that we should acknowledge this at a first, as a first move. Now, those who make decisions for funding or not should see to what degree it was the bad quality of investment plans that led them to a rejection, or was there an unconscious prejudice that made them make this decision. This should be very well monitored in decision-making commissions. Do you have any good practice to share here with us in order to show us whether this prejudice comes in decision making. I do not have a specific example, but measures should be taken at every single stage of funding. There should be the gender concerning statistics, so that we will have the accurate picture of answering to the question whether they have been subject to such a prejudice or not. Okay? I would like to add that I believe funding is not such a personal issue when we talk about figures. There are several persons involved each time. I do not know with what data has this research has been carried out. That even if you address a bank in order to have some fundings, there are several people. We have even this non-conscious prejudice, not receiving money because you're a woman. Listen, I have my reservations as to whether this is the case or not. Second, it's a little bit risky to jump into conclusions such as women must not or do not want to manage other people's money. I, on the contrary, have dealt with a problematic business. Have led this problematic business. In previous government, I was a CEO in a company. Several years ago, when there was such great prejudice against women. So money management, I believe, did not include such issues. Now, pretexts and prejudice and discriminations are just justifications in order to create models and stereotypes. So I think that throughout time, I could see in the question, of course, I do not participate in organizations. I can, however, convey you my entrepreneurship experience. I was at a multinational company. I was at a problematic company. And I do not think that there was such a prejudice, and I don't think that anything could justify for responding to stereotypes. Can you please elaborate a little bit? Give us an example, because I cannot exactly understand. Listen, for example, saying that I did not ask Eulia. I asked George to do this, and this is why she can't do it. Whether I was an executive at a business or not.
I
have participated in many assessments. I would like to bring another dimension to all this, another aspect. I understand that it's very significant for us to listen to your experience. Yes, I've been on the forefront. Truly, you can give us beautiful examples. However, I have to say that prejudice is always unconscious and quite sly. We are here, for example, 6 women. We are counting. Let me interrupt you. Prejudice has never been an obstacle to what I have found before me. Pretext, yes. Not an obstacle, though. I'm sure that there's an equal number of women that have come across obstacles. So when I have the boat in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and a person has had a heart attack, and I say that we must save the person, 9 out of 10 women will burst into tears and leave. No, it's true. They do it. And you know what? I don't mind them crying because emotions are good. But when there are human souls in the middle of the ocean, we can't work like this. We can't operate. I don't mind her being telling me, please, I'm not feeling well due to the people that are here with me. But the fact that she finds it very difficult. We are 4 daughters. I have a tourist company. I have a hotel and a maritime company. So she went against the stereotypes. Prejudice is the automated reactions that we all have in order to be able to easily explain behaviors. Listen, I have seen men collapse. It is not a privilege of women to feel the pressure and collapse under pressure, crack under pressure. Because I'll tell you, I used to work for Shell, and when the tanker was not able to get into port, I was the woman to handle the crisis. I did not allow anyone else to manage the crisis. I was the one that got on board. It doesn't have to do with whether you're a man or a woman. It's got to do with our character. Okay, about what we mentioned regarding prejudice, we see that there is prejudice with loan applicants, and actually also in high technology intensity. Meaning, what do I see to an entrepreneur that I am about to fund? I expect to see a specific style of leadership or presentation of the idea. No children, no family, and prejudice comes in when I do not see what I was expecting to see. Now, listen, regarding technology, which is my field, I love to say that at European level, out of 100 euros invested by venture capital in high-tech startups, €1 only goes to startups that has been founded by women. So there is some prejudice that is reaffirmed by data. Also, it has been observed, if we discuss with the board of directors, we can see that there's a diffuse prejudice. They say, I have no prejudice against women. And if you ask, how many women owned startups have you invested? The answer will be very, very low. Another aspect is that, okay, if women do not have any access, why don't we start a VC and help women startups? There is a research that shows that startups that found financing in a VC that only supports women, then they couldn't continue having it. So yes, there is a stereotype that suggests that high technology, the role model is a man that has a specific profile, not just any man. The geek profile, those are the people that we trust more. We think that they have the best idea and the best plan to implement it. Forgive me, but I have to insist, prejudice has to concern us all. We have to doubt ourselves and ask ourselves whether we operate with prejudice or not. Imagine this hypothetical scenario. We are the venture funders, and we have a geek, and we watch his idea, and we listen to him, and then there comes a woman, a very young woman, with a style that is not so geeky. She may have some disability. She may not be European, or she may be very, very beautiful. She may be wearing a red lipstick, whereas she shouldn't have been. Now, if we were men, and if we came from the technology style and used to geeks, we would have this affinity biased ideas, and we would have a tendency to choose a man over a woman. We do not say ever, I will choose the man because he's a man. No, we have already prejudged and pre-decided that he has the best idea because he is a man. The worst prejudice, I think, is maternity. We'll come to that. I would like to attach some more attention to what Danai and Julia said.
So skills and how they are expressed in professional and personal life. I would like to give me two skills each, which you believe women need to develop more, because the underdevelopment hampers their entrepreneurship, their chances in entrepreneurship. What kind of skills do women need to be able to acquire, let's say, confidence in the world of business? Well, I will repeat what Milady said before, that it's very difficult to speak for all. Generally, I do not like to say that women are a separate part of a separate kind of people who need to develop different skills. And I think that everybody understands what I want to say. Whether we are men or women, whether we are entrepreneurs or not, whatever our identity is, I believe that we all need to have two basic skills. One, to have tools to manage failure or lack of success, because there's no success without failure. I think that learn to fail is a very, very good initiative. And the second skill, which is intrinsically linked to the first, is the skill of resilience, which relates to how to manage change. And this is where it all links with the volatility of the environment, which Milady mentioned before. Children need to learn, women and men alike, women need to learn that failure is a part of life and how to manage change, because the only thing that will never change in life is change. Learn to fail and dare to fail also. I would like to add that across the Atlantic comes from the fact or stems from the fact that we have forgotten how to fail. Many women attempt to become entrepreneurs without ever considering that they might fail, and that is why statistics indicate that, and I'm talking about small and medium-sized enterprises, are successful because they, contrary to what happens with men, have learned what it means to fail, and they are prepared that they might fail. So a woman also take no, do not take no for an answer. So women say too many yes, and they need to learn how to say no. What do you think? I would like to agree at least on one of the 2 points. One, I believe that there are also hard skills that are required by everybody, and as people becomes more and more complicated and difficult, all entrepreneurs need to acquire skills that are business skills. So financial skills, skills that learn you and enable you to do business. And I think that, and I think that we have discussed that, Stella, together, that financial literacy is important. And it is important also in relation to the ever-changing business environment. So general skills regarding entrepreneurship is necessary, but as far as hard skills are concerned, financial skills are also necessary. And I would like to agree also with the management of failure, the management of change, the management of crisis, and the management also of learning from one's mistakes. I think that resilience is something that encapsulates all, because crisis, changes, unexpected contingencies also, etc., will always exist. What is important is how these things change you. What do you learn from them? How do you evolve? And this is one of the most basic skills today. I would not like to repeat things with which I agree. If I was to learn that my children wanted to do business, I would give them 3 pieces of advice. The first thing is to know themselves, to understand themselves, and to really learn what their abilities are. The first, therefore, is self-knowledge, self-understanding. If one knows what one can do, whether man, woman, or whatever, disabled person or whatever, then one has the power to do anything. And then of course, he or she has resilience, and resilience is necessary for an entrepreneur, because otherwise he or she will never see his plans succeed. I think that I don't have to add much. courage is also a soft skill that is necessary. And also good homework. Women need to be aware that they might meet with stereotypes and prejudice, but if their plan is good, if it is studied and in the most minute detail, they will succeed. Now, coming back to the systemic part of the discussion, what do you believe, which capacity do you believe is necessary for investment and funding organizations so that they can support women? I believe that matrices and TVIs are necessary in all stages of the funding process, and they have to be adapted to both genders. Otherwise, women might be hampered by the stereotypes and prejudices. They need to be the decision makers and personnel have to be informed, and quotas are also important. Because they will ensure that women are equally represented in decision-making centers. So an equal representation is also very important. Something else which I believe is important is the digitization of procedures, so that we can actually do with minimal interference of the human factor, because it is the human factor that is hampered by stereotypes. If decision for funding was not taken by humans, by men mostly, maybe decisions would have been different. According to this research, we learned that networking and funding organizations that were based on networking had a very low much lower, let's say, women acceptance rate than those organizations which allowed women to just submit a form. Since women did not have a developed, network. I believe that strength comes from unity. Unity is strength. But funding institutions do not care to do that. And I must say that I am one of these people representing the funding institutions, and since I'm not only experienced in the maritime business, but also now in education, and I did made the choice because I wanted to my a contribution to be meaningful. I must say that when the mentee did not actually, we had 110 mentee and mentor couples. When the mentee did not shoot the mentor, and the mentee was a woman, very frequently she gave up. I tried to explain that she should not give up. She should just choose another mentor. But, well, it didn't work. So I would like to repeat that once a year we need to invite the banks at a meeting, networking meeting, get-to-know meeting. I must say also that I am doing politics or policy for some years now without being a politician. Were belonging to a specific party or for a party. And I actually have made certain vital questions. For example, I asked the Minister of Tourism recently, how can we highlight the importance, the richness of our culture if museums are not open? And you know something? He answered that, we should not be attracted by issues that are fashionable issues. You know something? The issue of women, and it's not a fashionable issue. We're here because we want to make a difference. What about you, Milady? High intensity entrepreneurship or businesses are generally a man's world. There are not too many women in that sector. Is that true, first of all? And another question I would like to ask, which has been concerning me for a couple of years, is it possible for us to do something? First of all, the answer to the question is whether the women are represented is no. There are not many women. Of course, Greece changes, but very slowly. We are above the European average by 2 percentage points, but recently, according to statistics, there are many more men working in the area of new technologies, of novel technologies than men. And apparently, there are not enough women interested in novel technologies for us to hope that things will change. In order to bring change as far as this is concerned, we need to interest young people. I remember I have a daughter who's an engineer in novel technologies. When my daughter chose this profession, another 5 of her friends chose the typical female professions. That is humanities sector. So we need to teach women that these are high-profile jobs. They are jobs which will actually bring back most of the money that have been invested by a family to the education of a child, be it male or female. And we should stop. Finally, we should stop training people to become public servants or civil servants. We should start actually helping our children to look elsewhere and stop let's say, having a conventional look or outlook.
I just think that we have to start from school. Another inhibiting factor for girls is the family itself. I was impressed. Let me tell you that my son is in 4th grade, elementary school, and he has a strong tendency towards maths. Okay, be it a boy or a girl, it doesn't matter. He has a fellow student at school who has a younger sister who is now in second grade. The father of the children is a professor of maths at university, and I used to tell him, "Oh, you're great! It's great. You have your children, and you'll be able to help your children with maths." And he used to tell me, "The girl doesn't need to learn maths," and he believed it. And I was so struck by what he was saying, because there's hundreds and hundreds of people like him. Does he have a wife to correct what he was saying? Well, we were outside the school, just the two of us. His wife wasn't listening. So listen, vocational training has to help, but also families themselves. Yeah, when we talk about vocational training and what a school does to show children what are the professional opportunities when they grow up, also parents should be trained. So talking about parents, many parents dream of their children saying, "Oh, my son is going to be an engineer and my daughter is going to be an excellent lawyer." Let me tell you that on Saturday I was talking about vocational training in elementary school. And I was sent a message by a friend. "You nailed it. Our daughter came back from school saying, 'Oh, yeah, I want to be like Miss Danai. I want to be in the maritime business.'" Yeah, okay. The father was there, and he was there for the daughter. But we need to give the right models. We still have another 3.5 minutes, which is, and I have a significant question. I think that we cannot possibly stop talking about female entrepreneurship unless we start talking, we stop talking about maternity. So women have got 0 maternity leave. However, 50% of fathers do not get any paternity leave. What do you think? How does this affect female entrepreneurship? And how can we change it? Julia, listen, comparing to what I heard about the professor of maths, and taking into consideration that I'm 60 years old, I think that this is so conservative as a view. What's wrong? Why? All this is a framework. Look, I fully respect women's right for maternity. Yes. And freelance professionals may give money, but also be able to take it back. And the same goes with employees. In 1983, I was the first to claim at ICA that my husband have insurance because he had been fired from the army and he didn't have any work. And of course, in the totality of Europe, this had been structured. He could not be a member in insurance under me. Now, freelance professional, yeah, of course, she has to go and work, but she has to have incentives in order for her to support maternity. It is important to have this, because unless several things are done, by the system itself, systemically, then the society does become over-conservative. And the mother, who is currently 30 years old, will have to convey bad, negative messages to her daughter, because she will have come up against difficulties and she will convey it in a hard way. Listen, because I became a mother for the second time, and I was in labor 6th of June, and I was working on 6th of July. Well, I don't know whether it sounds okay, but what we should do is, first of all, understand that it's our own life. We do it whatever we want, and this includes appropriate selection of people we want to have next to us or around us. We have to have a supportive environment, because the system may have made mistakes and many deficiencies, but many fixes are needed, yes. The system needs to be fixed, not women. But we have to make the proper choices. Who is going to be next to us? Will he be 50-50 to what you want, or does he want to have his slippers given and his dinner ready when he comes back from work? Because this is an existing scenario, and it is a true person. Listen, in parks and schools where we go, we see several fathers dealing with children, in urban environments. Listen, we have a hotel in Zakynthos. No, also men. I'm sorry. We see it. We've had a hotel, and since 1993, there are many people who do not work in winter. And so does my sister. I do not know about which villages things are the other way around. I see that people don't want to work there in summertime. We have a time notification, our time is over. Yes. What is the most significant part is that those people who want to have a good level of livelihood, we want the babysitter to come over every week because we need to go to work. And should the child be ill, we're wondering what's going to happen. So we must start by this exact point: who's going to take care of the kids, and not from the fact that men do not want to help women. Thank you all very, very much for this very lively discussion that we've had. I hope you listened to things that you haven't thought of, and have a nice evening. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σε όλες και όλους. Καλώς ήρθατε στο τελευταίο session της σημερινής πρώτης ημέρας του Regional Growth Conference που διοργανώνει η εφημερίδα Πελοπόννησος. Η πρώτη μέρα θα κλείσει με μια ενδιαφέρουσα ενότητα η οποία συνδυάζει τον αθλητισμό, την οικονομία και την κοινωνία. Θα ταξιδέψουμε από τον υγρό στίβο στις 4 γραμμές του μπάσκετ και θα πάμε με ορθοπεταλιά στο μαγικό κόσμο του Ολυμπισμού για να δούμε πώς μπορεί να έρθει η ανάπτυξη μέσα από τον αθλητισμό. Το θέμα μας λοιπόν είναι εταιρική κοινωνική ευθύνη και αθλητισμός. Με λίγα λόγια, πώς τα αεραστεχνικά αθλητικά σωματεία μπορούν να αναπτύξουν και να δώσουν όθηση επιτυχώς σε πρακτικές εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης για την κοινωνία, πώς οι πολιτικές εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης μπορούν να αναπτύξουν τις τοπικές κοινωνίες μέσα από τα αθλητικά σωματεία, ποιος είναι ο αντίκτυπος των αθλητικών σωματείων για την επιτυχία της εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης και αν θα μπορούσε η σύνταξη εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης να είναι πιο αποτελεσματική μέσα από τα αεραστεχνικά σωματεία και τις διοργανώσεις. Το πάνελ μας νομίζω ότι θα δώσει πολλές απαντήσεις σε πολλά από τα προηγούμενα ερωτήματα που και εμείς καταθέσαμε. Θα μας καταθέσουν τις απόψεις τους και σίγουρα είναι κάτι πολύ ενδιαφέρον αυτό που θα ακούσουμε. Γενικός Γραμματέας Αθλητισμού, Γιώργος Μαυροτάς, εκλεκτός πρώτος ομιλητής. Ο Αντιπεριφερειάρχης Αθλητισμού και Ολυμπισμού της Περιφέρειας Δυτικής Ελλάδας, ο Δημήτρης Νικολακόπουλος, είναι μαζί μας. Ο Πρόεδρος της Ελληνικής Ομοσπονδίας Καλαθοσφαίρισης, ο κ. Βαγγέλης Λιόλιος. Η κυρία Αλεξάνδρα Πάλι Γιαννακοπούλου, Αντιπρόεδρος του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου CSR Ελλάς, μέλος του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου της Ελληνικής Ολυμπιακής Επιτροπής και Πρόεδρος της Επιτροπής Αθλητισμός και Βιωσιμότητα της Ελληνικής Ολυμπιακής Επιτροπής. Ο Θανάσης Παπαδημητρίου, CEO της FZIN, ο Βασίλης Τουντόπουλος, ιδρυτής CEO της MPDO και ο Παναγιώτης Τσάκαλος, Διευθυντής της ICAP GRIF. Όλοι οι ομιλητές θα μιλήσουν στο ξεκίνημα από περίπου 5 λεπτά για να τηρήσουμε και τον χρόνο που ήδη κυλάει αντίστροφα και στη συνέχεια θα πάμε σε ένα δεύτερο γύρο τοποθετήσεων. Μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε με τον Γενικό Γραμματέα Αθλητισμού, τον κύριο Γιώργο Μαυροτά.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Καταρχήν να ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση στην πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα το πολύ ενδιαφέρον πάνελ που έχουμε σήμερα. Θα ξεκινήσω λέγοντας ότι αθλητισμός δεν είναι μόνο μετάλλια, κύπελα και πρωταθλήματα. Αθλητισμός είναι στην πραγματικότητα ένα κοινωνικό εργαλείο. Είναι ένα όχημα καταρχήν κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης. Είναι για την πατρίδα μας και για τη χώρα μας θεωρώ ότι είναι η ανάπτυξη του αθλητισμού ένα ζήτημα δημοσίου συμφέροντος, γιατί μέσα από τον αθλητισμό αφενός μεν προάγεται η υγεία, αφετέρου τα παιδιά μας μαθαίνουν αξίες που είναι πρίκα για όλη τους τη ζωή. Είναι η εικόνα της χώρας με τις επιτυχίες των Ελλήνων αθλητών και βέβαια είναι και ένας, θα έλεγα, τομέας οικονομικής ανάπτυξης, κυρίως με τα θέματα του αθλητικού τουρισμού και γενικότερα με ό,τι έχει να κάνει με το οικοσύστημα του αθλητισμού. Λέγοντας αυτά, θεωρώ ότι επειδή ακριβώς η εταιρική κοινωνική ευθύνη είναι κάτι το οποίο μεταφέρει την προσοχή του ιδιωτικού τομέα σε δράσεις που είναι επωφελείς για την κοινωνία, ο αθλητισμός είναι μία από αυτές. Το κανάλι για τον αθλητισμό στην Ελλάδα είναι τα αθλητικά σωματεία. Έχουμε σωματιακό αθλητισμό στην Ελλάδα. Και με αυτόν τον τρόπο μπορεί να γίνει αυτό το πάντρεμα μεταξύ της εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης, δηλαδή το τι θέλει να προσφέρει η επιχείρηση, ο ιδιωτικός τομέας στην κοινωνία και πώς αυτό μπορεί να περάσει μέσα από το κανάλι του αθλητικού σωματείου. Το οποίο ηρίστον παρόδο αθλητικό σωματείο πρέπει να στηρίζεται σε κάποιες, έτσι θα λέγαμε, να έχει κάποιες αρχές καλής διακυβέρνησης, που είναι και το μεγάλο στίχημα, όχι στην Ελλάδα μόνο, παγκοσμίως η συζήτηση που γίνεται για ακεραιότητα έχει τον πυλώνα της καλής διακυβέρνησης σαν ένα βασικό της συστατικό. Και μέσω αυτών βλέπουμε ότι η πορεία επιχείρηση, εταιρική κοινωνική ευθύνη, αθλητικό σωματείο, κοινωνία είναι κάτι το οποίο μπορεί να έχει αντίκτυπο και στις νέες γενιές, τα παιδιά που ουσιαστικά αποτελούν τη μεγάλη μάζα της κοινωνίας μας που θέλουμε να στρέψουμε στον αθλητισμό προκειμένου να πάρει αυτή την πρίκα που ανέφερα προηγουμένως. Αυτό να γίνει με έναν δομημένο τρόπο, μέσα από σωματεία τα οποία είναι νοικοκυρεμένα, τα οποία έχουν καλές αρχές χρηστής διακυβέρνησης, ώστε να έχει το μέγιστο, να μεγιστοποιούμε δηλαδή αυτό τον αντίκτυπο. Και γενικά νομίζω ότι οι επιχειρήσεις και το πάντρεμά τους με τα αθλητικά σωματεία στο κομμάτι του αθλητισμού, είτε αυτό λέγεται εταιρική κοινωνική ευθύνη, είτε χορηγίες, είναι ένα μοντέλο το οποίο μπορεί να δουλέψει και στην Ελλάδα. Έχουμε τα σωματεία, τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, την πολιτεία, την τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση και βέβαια και τις ομοσπονδίες, που είναι ο βασικός μας συνομιλητής. Όλο αυτό, θα λέγαμε, οι συνέργειες αυτού του οικοσυστήματος μπορεί να δημιουργήσουν εκείνο την προστιθέμενη αξία που χρειαζόμαστε και για τον αθλητισμό, αλλά για την κοινωνία συνολικότερα.
Πάρα πολύ ωραία. Πάμε στον αντιπεριφεράρχη μας, τον Αντιπεριφεράρχη Αθλητισμού και Ολυμπισμού, τον κύριο Δημήτρη Νικολακόπουλο.
Καλησπέρα για από μένα, κύριε Λαμπρόπουλε. Αρχικά να καλωσορίσω τους εξαθηνών καλεσμένους, τον Γενικό Γραμματέα Αθλητισμού, τον κύριο Μαυρωτά, την κυρία Πάλη από την Ολυμπιακή Επιτροπή, τον κύριο Παπαδημητρίου, τον κύριο Τσάχαλο, ναι, σωστά. Να σας καλωσορίσουμε στην Ολυμπιακή Γη και να πω για άλλη μια φορά πολλά συγχαρητήρια στην εφημερίδα Πελοπόννησος και για το φετινό συνέδριο, γιατί